Illumination in the 15th century enters on a new phase. The balance is no longer evenly maintained between the relative values of the miniature and the border as factors in the general scheme of decoration. The influence 15th century off a new sentiment in art makes itself felt more and more. The flat treatment of the miniature gradually gives place to true laws of perspective and of figure drawing, and to the depth and atmospheric effects of modern painting. Miniature painting in the decoration of MSS now became more of a trade. What in old times had been done in the cloister was now done in the shop, and the professional miniaturist working for his own fame took the place of the nameless monk who worked for the credit of his house. Henceforth, the miniature occupies a more important place than ever in the illuminated MS, while the border, with certain important exceptions, is apt to recede into an inferior position and to become rather an ornamental adjunct to set off the miniature than a work of art claiming equality with it. Continuing the survey of the several national styles, we shall have to witness the final supersession of the older styles of 318 England and France by the later developments of Italy and Flanders. We left English illumination at the close of the 14th century strengthened by a fresh infusion of apparently a foreign, perhaps Bohemian source. The style thus evolved marks a brilliant but short-lived epoch in English art. It is not confined to MSS, but appears also in the paintings of the time, as for example in the portrait of Richard Roman II in Westminster Abbey, and in that in the Wilton triptych, belonging to the Earl of Pembroke. Delicate but brilliant coloring, gold worked in stippled patterns, and a careful modeling of the human features are its characteristics in MSS. Also, the decorative borders of the new pattern, already described, are of exceptional richness. Brilliant examples of the style, probably executed for Richard himself, may be seen in a magnificent Bible Royal, MS1 Roman 9, and in a series of cuttings from a missal, ad MS 2,970,429,705, in the British Museum. But the promise of this new school was not to be fulfilled. The same style of border decoration was carried into the 15th century, and good examples are found down to the middle of it. But a general deterioration soon sets in. MSS must, however, be specially mentioned as surviving instances of the fine type of work which could still be turned out early in the century, and curiously, they are both the productions of one and the same illuminator. The Dominican John cipher was the first, is a fragmentary lectionary, Brit Muse Harl, MS 7026, executed for John Lord Lovell of Titchmarsh, who died in 1408. The other is the famous Sherborne Missal, the property of the Duke of Northumberland, a large volume completed about the same time for the Benedictine Abbey of Sherborne, in Dorsetshire. Certainly, other MSS of equal excellence must have existed, but they have now perished after the middle of the 15th century. English illumination may be said to have ceased, for the native style disappears before foreign imported art. This failure is sufficiently accounted for by the political state of the country and the distractions of the War of the Roses. In France, the 15th century opened more auspiciously for the art of illumination. Brilliant coloring, and the diapered background glittering with gold, the legacy of the previous century, still continue in favor for some time. The border too of Ivalaf tracery still holds its own, but in actual drawing there are signs as time advances of growing carelessness, and the artist appears to think more of the effect of color than of draftsmanship. This was only natural at a time when the real landscape began to replace the background of diaper and conventional rocks and trees in the first quarter of the century. The School of Paris comes prominently to the front with such magnificent volumes as the Book of Hours of the Regent John Plantagenet, Duke of Bedford, now in the British Museum, and the companion MS known as the Sobieski Hours at Windsor. In these examples, as is always the case with masterpieces, we see a great advance upon earlier methods. The miniatures are generally exquisitely painted in brilliant colors, and the drawing is of a high standard. And in the borders now appear natural flowers intermingled with the conventional traceria, new idea which was to be carried further as the century advanced. The Psalter executed at Paris for the booking Henry Roman 6 Cotton MS Domitian, A Roman 18, is another example of this school, rather of earlier type than the Bedford MS, but beautifully painted in all three MSS. The borders show no lack of finish. They are of a high standard and are worthy of the miniatures. But perhaps the very finest miniature work to be found in any MS of French origin of this period is the Breviary Harl MS 2897, illuminated for John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, who was assassinated in 1419. It could hardly be surpassed in refinement and minuteness of detail. Development towards the modern methods of painting moves on rapidly with the century. First, the border in the middle period grows, florid the simpler Ivispray design, which had held its position so long, is gradually pushed away by a growth of flowering scrolls with flowers, birds, and animal and insect life, introduced in more or less profusion, but henceforward deterioration increases and the border becomes subsidiary in the case of miniatures, following the old patterns of the devotional and liturgical books. A certain restraint still prevails, but with those in other works, histories and romances and general literature, where the paintings are devised by the fancy of the artist, the advance is rapid. The recognition of the natural landscape, the perception of atmospheric effects now guide the artist's brush, and the modern French school of the second half of the 15th century is fairly established. The most celebrated leaders of this school were Jean Fouquet of Tours and his sons, many of whose works still bear witness to their skill in the MSS of this school. The influence of the Flemish contemporary art is very obvious, and before the advance of that art, French illumination receded. A certain hardness of surface and want of depth characterized the French work of this time, as well as the practice of employing gilt hatching to obtain the high lights. This practice is carried to excess in the latest examples of French illumination in the early part of the 16th century, when the art became mechanical and overloaded with ornament, and thus expired. It has been seen that the Flemish school of illumination in the 13th and 14th centuries followed the French model in the 15th century. While the old tradition continued in force for a while, the art developed on an independent line, and in the second half of the century, it exercised a widespread influence on the neighboring countries, on France, on Holland, and on Germany. This development was one of the results of the industrial and artistic activity of the Low Countries at this period, when the school of the Van Eycks and their followers, and of other artists of the great and wealthy cities such as Bruges, Antwerp, Ghent, were so prolific. The Flemish miniatures, naturally followed on the lines of painting. The new style was essentially modern, freeing itself from the traditions of medieval illumination and copying nature under the hand of the Flemish artist. The landscape attained to great perfection, softness, and depth of coloring, the leading attribute of the school, lending a particular charm and sense of reality to his outdoor scenes. His closer observation of nature is testified also in the purely decorative part of his work. Flowers, insects, birds, and other natural objects now frequent the border, the origin of which is finally forgotten. It ceases to be a connected growth. Wandering round the page, it becomes a flat frame of dull gold or color, over which isolated objects, flowers, fruits, insects, butterflies are strewn, painted with naturalistic accuracy, and often made by means of strong shadows to stand out in relief against the background. This practice was soon carried to florid excess, and all kinds of objects, including jewels and personal ornaments, were pressed into the service of the border. In addition to the details copied from nature, the soft beauty of the later Flemish style proved very attractive to the taste of the day, with the result that it maintained a high standard well on into the 16th century, the only rivals being the MSS of Italian art. The names of celebrated miniaturists, such as Memling, Simon Benning of Ghent, Gerard of Bruges, are associated with its productions, and many famous extant examples bear witness to the excellence to which it attained. The Grimani Breviary at Venice is one of the best-known MSS of the school, but almost every national library has specimens to boast of. Among those in the British Museum may be mentioned the Breviary of Queen Isabella of Spain ad MS 18,851, the Book of Hours of Juana of Castile ad MS 18,852, a very beautiful book of hours executed at Bruges. Egerton MS 2125, another exquisite but fragmentary MS of the same type, ad MS 24,098, and cuttings from a calendar of the finest execution, ad MS 18,855, ascribed to Benning of Ghent. Series of large sheets of genealogies of the royal houses of Portugal and Spain, ad MS 12,531, by the same master and others, and late additions to the Sforza Book of Hours, ad MS 34,294. But besides the brilliantly colored style of Flemish illumination, which has been described, there was another which was practiced with great effect in the 15th century. This was the simpler style of drawing in white, delicately shaded to indicate 319 the contour of figures, and the folds of drapery, Roman 100, known as grisaille or cameo gris. It was not indeed confined to the Flemish schools, but was practiced also to some extent and to good effect in northern France, and also in Holland and other countries. But the center of its activity appears to have been in the Low Countries, the excellence to which it attained, may be seen in the MSS of the Miracles de Notre Dame now in Paris, and the Bodleian Library, which were executed for Philip the Good Duke of Burgundy in the middle of the 15th century. Of the Dutch school of illumination, which was connected with that of Flanders, there is little to be said judging from existing examples. The art was generally of a more rustic and coarser type. There are, however, exceptions, a MS in the British Museum Kings. MS 5 of the beginning of the 15th century contains scenes from the life of Christ, in which the features are carefully modeled, very much after the style of English work of the same time, and some of the specimens of Dutch work in cameo gris are excellent. German illumination in the 15th century appears to have largely copied the Flemish style, but it lost the finer qualities of its pattern. And in decoration, it inclined to extravagance where the Flemish artist was content with single flowers. Gracefully placed, the German filled his borders with straggling plants and foliage, and with large flourished scrolls. Italian illumination, which had developed so rapidly in the 14th century, now advanced with accelerated pace and expanded into a variety of styles, more or less local, culminating in the exquisite productions of the classical Renaissance in the latter half of the 15th century, as in the other national styles of France and Flanders. The Italian miniaturist quickly abandoned the conventional for the natural landscape, but with more character both in the figure drawing and in the actual representation of scenery. The coloring is brilliant, not of the softness of the Flemish school, but of stronger and harder body. The outlines are firm and crisp, and details well delineated. The Florentine, the Lombard, the Venetian, the Neapolitan, and other schools flourished. And though they borrowed details from each other, each had something distinctive in its scheme of coloring. The border developed on several lines. The rayed gold spots or studs or pellets, which were noticed in the 14th century, are now grouped in profusion along the margins and in the interstices of delicate flowering and other designs. Another favorite detail in the composition of both initials and borders was the twining vine tendril, generally in white or gold upon a colored ground, apparently a revival of the interlacing Lombardic work of the 11th and 12th centuries. At first restrained and not too complex, it fills the body of initials and short borders. Then it rapidly expands, and the convolutions and interlacings become more and more elaborate. Lastly came the completed solid frame, into which are introduced arabesques, vignettes, candelabras, trophies, vases, medallions, antique gems, cupids, fawns, birds, Roman 100, and all that the fancy, led by the spirit of classical Renaissance, could suggest. Among the principal Italian MSS of the 15th century in the British Museum, there are a copy of Plutarch's Lives with miniatures in a remarkable style, ad MS 22318, Aristotle's Ethics, translated into Spanish by Charles, Prince of Viana, probably executed in Sicily, about 1458, ad MS 21120, a breviary of Santa Croce at Florence late in the century, ad MS 29735, Livy's History of the Macedonian War of the Neapolitan School, late in the century, Harl, MS 3694, and above all the remarkable Book of Hours of Bona Sforza, of Savoy of about the year 1490, ad MS 34291, besides a fair number of MSS exhibiting the rich coloring of the Venetian school. Like that of the French and Flemish schools, Italian illumination survived into the 16th century, and for a time showed vigor. Very elaborate borders of the classical type and of good design were still produced, but as in other countries it was then a dying art. The attempt to graft illumination onto books produced by the printing press, which were now displacing the handwritten volumes, with which the art had always been associated, proved, except in a few rare instances, a failure. The experiment did not succeed, and the art was dead. It remains to say a few words respecting the book ornamentation of the peninsula. In the earlier centuries of the Middle Ages, there appears to have been scarcely anything worthy of note. The Mozarabic liturgies and biblical spamps of the 9th to 12th centuries are adorned with initial letters, closely allied to the primitive specimens of the Merovingian and Franco-Lombardic pattern, and colored with the same crude tints, the larger letters also being partly composed of interlaced designs. But the style is barbaric. Such illustrative drawings, as are to be found, are also of a most primitive character. Moorish influence is apparent in the colors, particularly in the yellows, reds, and blacks. In the later Middle Ages, no national school of illumination was developed owing to political conditions. When in the 15th century, a demand arose for illuminated MSS, recourse was had to foreign artists. Flemish art naturally was imported, and French art on the one side, and Italian art on the other accompanied it in the breviary executed. For Queen Isabella of Spain, about the year 1497, Brit Muse, ad MS 18851, we find a curious random association of miniatures and borders in both the French and the Flemish styles, the national taste for black, however, asserting itself in the borders, where in many instances the usual colored designs are replaced by black-tinted foliage and scrolls. In other outlying countries of Europe, the art of illumination can scarcely be said to have existed in Slavonic countries. A recollection of the Byzantine school lingered in book ornamentation, but chiefly in a degraded and extravagant system of fantastic interlacings in the 16th century. There was a revival in Russia of the Byzantine style, and the headpieces and other ornamental details of the 11th and 12th centuries were successfully imitated. The consideration of Oriental art does not come within the scope of this article. It may, however, be noted that in Arabic and Persian MSS of the 13th to 16th centuries, there are many examples of exquisitely drawn title pages and other ornament of intricate detail, resplendent with color and gold, which may be ranked with Western illuminations. Authorities' medieval and later works dealing in part with the technicalities of illumination are collected by Mrs. Merrifield original treatises dating from the 12th to 18th centuries on the art of painting 1849. See also Theophilus de Diversis Artibus, ed. R. Hendry 1847 textbooks and collections of facsimiles, our Count Ada Bastard Painters, et Ornaments, des Manuscrits, a magnificent series of facsimiles, chiefly from Carolingian MSS, 18,321,869, Shaw and Madden, illuminated ornaments from MSS, and early printed books, 1833 Noel Humphreys, and Jones, the illuminated books of the Middle Ages, 1849 H. Shaw Handbook of Medieval Alphabets, 1853, and The Art of Illumination, 1870 Timms, and Digby Wyatt, The Art of Illumination, 1860 Birch, and Jenner Early Drawings and Illuminations, with a dictionary of subjects in MSS in the British Museum, 1879 J. H. Middleton, illuminated MSS in Classical and Medieval Times, 1892 G. F. Warner, illuminated MSS in the British Museum, official publication 1903 H. Aumont Facsimiles des Miniatures, des plus Anciens MSS Grecs de la Bible Nationale 1902, Roman 5 de Bautovsky Histoire de l'Ornement, Rus du Z au XV siècle, including facsimiles from Byzantine MSS 1870, J. O. Westwood Facsimiles of Miniatures, and ornaments of Anglo-Saxon and Irish MSS 1868, E. Roman 1000 Thompson English Illuminated MSS 1895, Paleographia Artistica di Monte Cassino 18,761,880, for La Miniature Nico de Cassency 1887, a Haseloff ein. Thüringische Malerracial, des 13 Jahrhunderts, 1897, G. Schwarzensky die Regensburger Buchmalerei, des 10 und 11 Jahrhunderts, 1901, Sauerland and Haseloff, der Salter, Erzbischof Egberts von Trier 1901. Several of the most ancient illustrated or illuminated MSS have been issued wholly or partially in facsimile, viz. The Ambrosian Homer by Assyriani the Skedi Vaticani, and the Codex Romanus of Virgil by the Vatican Library, the Vienna Dioscorides in the Leiden series of facsimiles, the Vienna Genesis by Hartel and Wyckoff, the Greek Gospels of Rossano by a Haseloff, the Ashburnham Pentateuch by B. von Gebhardt, the Utrecht Psalter by the Paleographical Society. Facsimiles from illuminated MSS are also included in large paleographical works, such as Sylvester Universal Paleography, ed. Madden 1850, the Facsimiles of the Paleographical Society, 18,731,894, and of the New Paleographical Society, 1903, Roman 100-320, and the Colazione Paleographia Vaticana, the issue of which was commenced in 1905. Excellent photographic reproductions on a reduced scale are being issued by the British Museum and by the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. E. Roman 1000 T. Illuminati lat illuminaire, a designation in use from the 15th century, and applied to or assumed by enthusiasts of types distinct from each other according, as the light claimed was viewed as directly communicated from a higher source, or as due to a clarified and exalted condition of the human intelligence. To the former class belong the Alumbrados of Spain. Menendez Pello, first, finds the name about 1492, in the form Illuminados 1498, but traces them back to a Gnostic origin, and thinks their views were promoted in Spain through influences From Italy, one of their earliest leaders, born in Salamanca, a laborer's daughter, known as La Bita de Piedrahita, came under the notice of the Inquisition in 1511, as claiming to hold colloquies with our Lord, and the Virgin having high patrons no decision was taken against her lows, heterodoxos Espanols, 1881 Lib Roman 5 Ignatius Loyola. While studying at Salamanca 1527, was brought before an ecclesiastical commission on a charge of sympathy with the Alumbrados, but escaped with an admonition others were not so fortunate. In 1529, a congregation of unlettered adherents at Toledo was visited with scourging and imprisonment. Greater rigors followed, and for about a century, the Alumbrados afforded many victims to the Inquisition, especially at Cordova. The movement under the name of Illumines seems to have reached France from Seville in 1623 and attained some proportions in Picardy, when joined 1634 by Pierre Guérin Cure of St. Georges de Roy, whose followers known as Guérinettes were suppressed in 1635. Hermit Hist. Des Heresies 1717, another and obscure body of Illumines, came to light in the south of France in 1722, and appears to have lingered till 1794, having affinities with those known contemporaneously in this country as French prophets. An offshoot of the Camisards of different class were the so-called Illuminati, better known as Rosicrucians, who claimed to originate in 1422, but rose into notice in 1537, a secret society combining with the mysteries of alchemy, the possession of esoteric principles of religion. Their positions are embodied in three anonymous treatises of 1614. Richard at Gerard, Dic de la Théâtre Cath, a short-lived movement of Republican freethought to whose adherents the name Illuminati was given, was founded on May Day 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, Roman 500 professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, an ex-Jesuit. The chosen title of this order or society was Perfectibilists. Perfectibilisten. Its members pledged to obedience to their superiors, were divided into three main classes: the first, including novices Minervals and lesser Illuminati; the second, consisting of Freemasons, ordinary Scottish and Scottish Knights; the third, or mystery class, comprising two grades of priest and regent, and of magus and king. Relations with Masonic lodges were established at Munich and Freising. In 1780, the order had its branches in most countries of the European continent, but its total numbers never seem to have exceeded 2,000. The scheme had its attraction for literary men such as Goethe and Herder, and even for the reigning Dukes of Gotha and Weimar. Internal rupture preceded its downfall, which was effected by an edict of the Bavarian government in 1785. Later, the title Illuminati was given to the French Martinists, founded in 1754 by Martinez Pasqualis, and to their imitators, the Russian Martinists, headed about 1790 by Professor Schwartz of Moscow. Both were Kabbalists and allegorists, imbibing ideas from Jakob Boehm and Emanuel Swedenborg Bergier Dick de Thial. See especially for details of the movement of Weishaupt P. T. Schackert in Hawke's Real Encyclopaedia, 1901. Go. Illumination in optics, the intensity of the light falling upon a surface. The measurement of the illumination is termed photometry. Curoman. 5. The fundamental law of illumination is that if the medium be transparent, the intensity of illumination, which a luminous point can produce on a surface directly exposed to it, is inversely as the square of the distance. The word transparent implies that no light is absorbed or stopped. Whatever therefore leaves the source of light must in succession pass through each of a series of spherical surfaces described round the source as center. The same amount of light falls perpendicularly on all these surfaces in succession. The amount received in a given time by a unit of surface on each is therefore inversely as the number of such units in each. But the surfaces of spheres are as the squares of their radioants. The proposition we assume here, that the velocity of light is constant, and that the source gives out its light uniformly, when the rays fall otherwise than perpendicularly on the surface, the illumination produced is proportional to the cosine of the angle of obliquity, for the area seen under a given spherical angle increases as the secant of the obliquity, the distance remaining the same. As a corollary to this, we have the further proposition that the apparent brightness of a luminous surface seen through a transparent homogeneous medium is the same at all distances. The word brightness is here taken as a measure of the amount of light falling on the pupil, per unit of spherical angle, subtended by the luminous surface. The spherical angle subtended by any small surface whose plane is at right angles to the line of sight is inversely as the square of the distance, so also is the light received from it. Hence the brightness is the same at all distances. The word brightness is often used even scientifically in another sense, from that just defined, thus we speak of a bright star of the question when, is Venus at its brightest Roman? 100 strictly such expressions are not defensible, except for sources of light which like a star have no apparent surface so that we cannot tell from what amount of spherical angle their light appears to come in that case. The spherical angle is for want of knowledge, assumed to be the same for all and therefore, the brightness of each is now estimated in terms of the whole quantity of light we receive from it. The function of a telescope is to increase the apparent magnitude of distant objects. It does not increase the apparent brightness. If we put out of account the loss of light by reflection at glass surfaces, or by imperfect reflection at metallic surfaces, and by absorption and suppose that the magnifying power does not exceed the ratio of the aperture of the object glass to that of the pupil, under which condition the pupil will be filled with light, we may say that the apparent brightness is absolutely unchanged by the use of a telescope in this statement. However, two reservations must be admitted. If the object under examination, like a fixed star, have no sensible apparent magnitude, the conception of apparent brightness is altogether inapplicable, and we are concerned only with the total quantity of light reaching the eye again. It is found that the visibility of an object seen against a black background depends not only upon the apparent brightness, but also upon the apparent magnitude. If two or three crosses of different sizes be cut out of the same piece of white paper, and be erected against a black background on the further side of a nearly dark room, the smaller ones become invisible in a light still sufficient to show the larger under these circumstances. A suitable telescope may, of course, bring also the smaller objects into view. The explanation is probably to be sought in imperfect action of the lens of the eye when the pupil is dilated to the utmost. Lord Rayleigh found that in a nearly dark room he became distinctly short-sighted, a defect of which there is no trace whatever in a moderate light. If this view be correct, the brightness of the image on the retina is really less in the case of a small than in the case of a large object, although the so-called apparent brightnesses may be the same. However, this may be the utility of a night glass is beyond dispute. The general law that apart from the accidental losses mentioned above, the apparent brightness depends only upon the area of the pupil filled with light, though often ill understood, has been established for a long time, as the following quotation from Smith's Optics, Cambridge, 1738 p. 113, will show. Since the magnitude of the pupil is subject to be varied by various degrees of light, let no be its semi-diameter, when the object PL is viewed by the naked eye from the distance op, and upon a plane that touches the eye at O, let OK be the semi-diameter of the greatest area visible through all the glasses to another eye at P to be found, as PL was, or which is the same thing, let OK be the semi-diameter of the greatest area enlightened by a pencil of rays flowing from P through all the glasses. And when this area is not less than the area of the pupil, the point P will appear just as bright through all the glasses as it would do if they were removed. But if the inlight area be less than the area of the pupil, the point P will appear less bright through the glasses than if they were removed in the same proportion as the inlight area is less than the pupil. And these proportions of apparent brightness would be accurate if all the incident rays were transmitted through the glasses to the eye, or if only an insensible part of them were stopped. A very important fact connected with our present subject is the brightness of a self-luminous surface does not depend upon its inclination to the line of sight. Thus a red-hot ball of iron free from scales of oxide Roman 100 appears flat in the dark, so also the sun seen through mist appears as a flat disk. This fact, however, depends ultimately upon the second law of thermodynamics, see radiation. It may be stated, however, in another form, in which its connection with what precedes is more obvious. The amount of radiation in any direction from a luminous surface is proportional to the cosine of the obliquity. The flow of light, if we may so call it, in straight lines from the luminous point with constant velocity leads, as we have seen, to the expression R2, where R is the distance from the luminous point, for the quantity of light which passes through unit of surface perpendicular to the ray, in unit of time being a quantity indicating the rate at which light is emitted by the source. This represents the illumination of the surface on which it falls. The flow through unit of surface whose normal is inclined at an angle to the ray is of course R2 cos, again, representing the illumination. These are precisely the expressions for the gravitation force exerted by a particle of mass on a unit of matter at distance r, and for its resolved part in a given direction. Hence we may employ an expression Vr1, which is exactly analogous to the gravitation or electric potential for the purpose of calculating the effect due to any number of separate sources of light. And the fundamental proposition in potentials, viz. That if n be the external normal at any point of a closed surface, the integral dv s taken over the whole surface has the value 40, where 0 is the sum of the values of, for each source lying within the surface follows, almost intuitively from the mere consideration of what it means as regards light for every source external to the closed surface sends in light which goes out again. But the light from an internal source goes wholly out, and the amount per second from each unit source is for the total area of the unit sphere surrounding the source. It is well to observe, however, that the analogy is not quite complete to make it so all the sources must lie on the same side of the surface, whose illumination we are dealing with this, is due to the fact that in order that a surface may be illuminated at all it must be capable of scattering light Roman 1, it must be to some extent opaque, hence the illumination depends mainly upon those sources, which are on the same side as that from which it is regarded. Though this process bears some resemblance to the heat analogy, employed by Lord Kelvin Sir W. Thomson, for investigations in statical electricity, and to Clerk Maxwell's device of an incompressible fluid, without mass it is by no means identical with them. Each method deals with a substance real or imaginary, which flows in conical streams from a source, so that the same amount of it passes per second through every section of the cone, but in the present process the velocity is constant, and the density variable, while in the others the density is virtually constant. And the velocity variable, there is a curious reciprocity in formulae such as we have just given for instance. It is easily seen that the light received from a uniformly illuminated surface is represented by R2 cos ds. As we have seen that this integral vanishes for a closed surface which has no source inside its value, is the same for all shells of equal uniform brightness, whose edges lie on the same cone. Illustration in a general sense illustration, or the art of representing pictorially some idea which has been expressed in words, is as old as art itself. There has never been a time since civilization began when artists were not prompted to pictorial themes from legendary historical or literary sources. But the art of illustration as now understood is a comparatively modern product. The tendency of modern culture has been to make the interests of the different arts overlap the theory of Wagner as applied to opera, for making a combined appeal to the artistic emotions, has been also the underlying principle in the development of that great body of artistic production, which in painting gives us the picture containing literary elements and in actual association with literature in its printed form becomes what we call illustration. The illustrator's work is the complement of expression in some other medium. A poem can hardly exist which does not awaken in the mind at some moment a suggestion, either of picture or music. The sensitive temperament of the artist or the musician is able to realize out of words some parallel idea which can only be conveyed or can be best conveyed through his own medium of music or painting. Similarly, music or painting may and often does suggest poetry. It is from this interrelation of the emotions governing the different arts that illustration may be said to spring. The success of illustration lies, then, in the instinctive transference of an idea from one medium to another. The more spontaneous it be, and the less labored in application, the better. Leaving on one side the illuminated manuscripts of the Middle Ages, see illuminated MSS, we start with the fact that illustration was coincident with the invention of printing. Italian art produced many fine examples, notably the outline illustrations to the Polyphili Hypneratamatia, printed by Aldus at Venice in the last year of the 15th century. Other early works exist, the products of unnamed artists of the French, German, Spanish, and Italian schools, while of more singular importance, though not then brought into book form, were the illustrations to Dante's Divine Comedy, made by Botticelli. At about the same period, the sudden development of engraving on metal and wood drew many painters of the Renaissance towards illustration as a further opportunity for the exercise of their powers, and the linework either original or engraved by others of Poligullo, Mantegna, Michelangelo. And Titian has its place in the gradual enlargement of illustrative art. The German school of the 16th century committed its energies even more vigorously to illustration, and many of its artists are now known chiefly through their engravings on wood or copper, a good proportion of which were done to the accompaniment of printed matter. The names of Dürer, Bergmer, Altdorfer, and Holbein represent a school whose engraved illustrations possess qualities which have never been rivaled and remain an invaluable aid to imitators of the present day. Illustration has generally flourished in any particular age, in proportion to the health and vigor of the artistic productions in other kinds. No evident revival in painting, has come about. No great school has existed during the last 4 centuries, which has not set its mark upon the illustration of the period, and quickened it into a medium for true artistic expression. The etchers of the Low Countries during the 17th century, with Rembrandt at their head, were to a great extent illustrators in their choice of subjects. In France, the period of Watteau and Fragonard gave rise to a school of delicately engraved illustration, exquisite in detail and invention. In England, Hogarth came to be the founder of many new conditions both in painting and illustration, and was followed by men of genius so distinct as Reynolds on the one side, and Bewick on the other. With Reynolds one connects the illustrators and engravers for whom now Bartolozzi supplies a surviving name and an embodiment in his graceful but never quite English art, but it is from Thomas Bewick that the wonderfully consistent development of English illustration begins to date. Bewick marks an important period in the technical history of wood engraving progress in Englandes, the practical inventor of the tint and white line method of woodcutting. But he also happened to be an artist. His artistic device was to give local color and texture, without shadow, securing thereby a precision of outline which allowed no form to be lost. And though in consequence, many of his best designs have somewhat the air of a specimen plate, he succeeded in bringing into black and white illustration an element of color which had been wholly absent from it in the work of the 15th and 16th century German and Italian schools. Bewick's method started a new school, but the more racy qualities, 322 of his woodcuts, were entirely dependent on the designer being his own cutter, and the same happy relationship gave distinct characteristics to the nearly contemporary work of William Blake and of Calvert Blake's wonderful illustrations to the Book of Job. While magnificent in their conventional rendering of light and shade, still retain the colorlessness of the old masters, as do also the more broadly handled designs to his own books of prophecy and verse. But in his woodcuts to Philip's pastorals, the modern tendency towards local color makes itself strongly felt. So wonderfully, indeed, have color and tone been expressed in these rough woodblocks that more vivid impressions of darkness and twilight falling across quiet landscape have never been produced through the same materials. The pastoral designs made by Edward Calvert on similar lines can hardly be overpraised technically. These engravings are far more able than those from which they drew their inspiration. With the exception of the two artists named, and in a minor degree of Thomas Stothard and John Flaxman, who also produced original illustrations, the period from the end of the 18th century till about the middle of the 19th was less notable for the work of the designer than of the engraver. The delicate plates to Rogers, Italy, were done from drawings which Turner had not produced for purposes of illustration, and the admirable lithographs of Samuel Prout and Richard Bonington were merely studies of architecture and landscape, made in a material that admitted of indefinite multiplication. It is true that Géricault came over to England about the year 1820 to draw the English racehorse and other studies of country life, which were published in London in 1821, and that other fine work in lithography was done by James Ward G. Cattermole, and somewhat later by J. F. Lewis. But illustration, proper subject illustration applied to literature, was mainly in the hands of the wood engravers, and these, forming a really fine school founded on the lines which Bewick had laid down, had for about 30 years to content themselves with rendering the works of ephemeral artists, among whom Benjamin R. Haydon and John Martin stand out as the chief lights. It must not be forgotten, however, that while the day of a serious English school of illustration had not yet come, Great Britain possessed an indigenous tradition of gross and lively caricature, a tradition of such robust force and vulgarity that by the side of some choicer specimens of James Gilray and Henry W. Bunbury, the art of Rowlandson appears almost refined. This was the school in which George Cruikshank, John Leech, and the Dickens illustrators had their training, from which they drew more and more away, until with the help of Punch just before the middle of the 19th century, English caricaturists had learned the secret of how to be apposite and amusing without scurrility, and without libel. See caricature. Under newspapers will be found some account of the rise of illustrated journalism. It was in about the year 1832 that the illustrated weekly paper started on its career in England, and almost by accident determined influence of wood engraving under what form a great national art was to develop itself, while in France the illustrators were making their triumphs by means of lithography. English illustration was becoming more and more identified with wood engraving. The demand for a method of illustration easy to produce and easy to print for books and magazines of large circulation and moderate price forced the artist before long into drawing upon the wood itself. And so soon as the artist had asserted his preference for facsimile over tint, the school which came to be called of the 60s was in embryo. and waited only for artistic power to give it distinction. The engraver's translation of the artist's painting or wash drawing into tint had largely exalted the individuality of the engraver at the expense of the artist. But from the moment when the designer began to put his own lines upon the wood, new conditions shaped themselves. And though the artist at times might make demands, which the engraver could not follow, or the engraver inadequately fulfill the expectation of the artist, the general tendency was to bring designer and engraver into almost ideal relations, an ideal, which nothing short of the artist being his own engraver could have equaled out of an alliance, cemented by their common use and understanding of the material, on which they worked came the school of facsimile or partial facsimile engraving, which flourished during the 60s, and lasted just so long as its conditions were unimpaired, losing its flavor, only at the moment when improved mechanical appliances enabled the artist once more to dissociate himself from the conditions which bound the engraver in his craft. Before the fortunate circumstances which governed the work of the 60s became decisive illustrations of a transitional character, but tending to the same end, had been produced by John Tenniel, John Gilbert Burkitt, Pre-Raphaelite Movement, Foster, Harrison, Weir T. Kresick, W. Mulready, and others, but their methods were too vague and diffused to bear as yet the mark of a school. No single influence gave a unity to their efforts on some of them. Adolf von Menzel's illustrations to Kugler's Frederick the Great, published in England in 1844, may have left a mark. Gilbert certainly shows traces of the influence of Delacroix and Bonington in the free loose method of his draftsmanship, independent of accurate modeling, and with here and there a paint-like dab of black to relieve a generally colorless effect, while Tenniel, with cold, precise lines of wire-drawn hardness, remained the representative of the past academic style, influencing others by the dignity of his fine technique, but with his own feeling quite untouched by the pre-Raphaelite and Romantic movement, which was soon to occupy the world of illustration in greater or less degree. It may be said of the work of all these artists that, as it antedates so to the end, does it stand somewhat removed in character from the school, with which for a time it became contemporary. The year which decisively marked the beginning of new things in illustration was 1857, the year of the Moxon Tennyson, and of Wilmot's poets of the 19th century, with illustrations by Rossetti, Millais, Holman Hunt, and Ford Madox Brown. In these artists, we get the germ of the movement which afterwards came to have so wide a popularity at the beginning. Pre-Raphaelite in name, poetic and literary, in its choice of subjects. The school quickly expanded to an acceptance of those open-air and everyday subjects, which one connects with the names of Frederick Walker, Arthur B. Houghton, G. F. Pinwell, and Roman 1000 North. The illustrations of the pre-Raphaelites were eminently thoughtful, full of symbolism, and with a certain pressure of interest to which the epithet of intense came to be applied, as an example of their method of thought transference from word to form. Madox Brown's drawing for the Dalziel Bible of Elijah and the widow's son may be taken. The restoration of life to a dead body of a child to its mother is there conveyed with many illustrative touches and asides which become clumsy when stated in words. The hen, bearing her chicken between her wings, is a perfectly direct and appropriate pictorial symbol, but a far more imaginative stroke is the shadow on the wall of a swallow flying back to the clay bottle, where it has made its nest. Here is illustration full of literary symbolism, yet wholly pictorial in its means. And in this, it is entirely characteristic of pre-Raphaelite feeling, with its method of suggesting through externals consideration, as opposed to mere outlook of. This phase Rossetti must be accounted the leader. But it was Millais who, by the sheer weight of his personality, carried English illustration, along with him from pre-Raphaelitism to the freer romanticism and naturalistic tendencies of the 60s. Rossetti, with his poetic enthusiasm, his strong personal magnetism and dramatic power of composition, may be said to have brought about the awakening. It was Millais who, by his rapid development influence of Millais' style, his original and daring technique, turned it into a movement. When he started, there were many influences behind him and his fellow workers among older foreign contemporaries, those of Menzel and Raphael, and behind these again, something of the old masters, but through a transitional period represented by his 12 drawings of the parables, which appeared first in Good Words. Millais emerged into the perfect independence of his illustrations to Trollope's novels Framley Parsonage and the 323 Small House at Allington, his own master, and the master of a new school depicting the ugly fashions of his day with grave dignity and distinction, and with a broad power of rendering type in work, which had the aspect of genre. He drew the picture of his age in a summary so embracing that his illustrations attain the rank almost of historical. Art for art of this sort, the symbolism of the pre-Raphaelites, lost its use the realization, in form of a character, conveyed by an author's words the happy suggestion of a locality, helping to fix the writer's description, the verisimilitudes of ordinary life, even to trivial detail, carried out with real pictorial conviction were. The things most to be aimed at pictorial conviction was the great mark of the illustrative school of the 60s. The work of its artists has absorbed so completely the interest and reality of the letterpress that the results are a model of what faithful yet imaginative illustration should be in the illustrated magazines of this period. Once a week, Good Words, Cornhill London Society, the Argosy, the Leisure Hour, Sunday at Home, the Quiver, and the Churchman's Family Magazine, as well as others, is to be found the best work of this new school of illustrators. And with the greater number of them, it cannot be mistaken that Millet is the prevailing force. By their side, other men were working more deeply influenced by the old masters, and by the minuteness and hard definite treatment of form, which the pre-Raphaelite school had inculcated. Foremost of these was Frederick Sandys. His illustrations scattered through nearly all the magazines which have been named show always a decorative power of design, and are full of fine drawing and fine invention, but remain resolutely cold in handling and lacking in imaginative ardor. The few illustrations done by Burne-Jones at this period show a wholehearted following of Rossetti, but a somewhat struggling technique. And the same qualities are to be found in the work of Arthur Hughes, whose illustrations in Good Words for the Young 1869 have a charm of tender poetic invention showing through the faults and persistent uncertainty of his draftsmanship. The illustrations of Frederick Shields to Defoe's History of the Plague have a certain affinity to the work of Sandys, but with less power over form, they show a more dramatic sense of light and shade, and at their best can claim real and original beauty, the formality of feeling and composition, and the strained stiff quality of line in Lord Leighton's designs to Romola 1863 do a good deal to mar one's enjoyment of their admirable draftsmanship. Many fine drawings done at this period, by Leighton, Poynter, Henry Armstead, and Burne-Jones, did not appear until the year 1880 in the Dalziel Bible Gallery, when the methods of which they were the outcome had fallen almost out of use. Deeply influenced by the broad later phases of Millet's black and white work, were those artists whose tendency lay in the direction of idyllic naturalism and popular romance, the men to whom more particularly is given the name the Sixtieth, the period and school the 60s, and whose more immediate leader as far as popular estimation goes was Frederick Walker. With his one may roughly group the names of Pinwell Houghton North, Charles Keene, Lawless Matthew J. Mahoney Mort, and with a certain reservation W. Small and G. Du Maurier in no very separate category, stand two other artists whose contributions to illustration were but incidental: John Petty and J. M. Neal Whistler the Broad. Characteristics of this variously related group were a loose, easy line suggestive of movement, a general fondness for white spaces and open-air effects, and in the best of them, a thorough sense of the serious beauty of domestic and rural life. They treated the present with a feeling rather idyllic than realistic. When they touched the past, it was with a courteous sort of realism and a wonderful inventiveness of detail, which carried with it a charm of conviction. Walker's method shows a broad and vivid use of black and white with a fine sense of balance, but very little preoccupation for decorative effect. Pinwell had a more delicate fancy, but less freedom in his techniqueless ease, but more originality of composition. In Houghton's work, one sees a swift, masterful technique, full of audacity, noble in its economy of means, sometimes rough and careless. His temperament was dramatic, passionate, satiric, and witty. Some of his best work, his scenes from American life, appeared in the pages of the Graphic as late as the years 18,731,874. There are indications in the work of Lawless that he might have come close to Millet in his power of infusing distinction into the barest materials of everyday life. But he died too soon for his work to reach its full accomplishment. North was essentially a landscape illustrator. The delicate sense of beauty in Du Maurier's early work became lost in the formal but graceful conventions of his later Punch drawings. It was in the pages of Punch that Keene secured his chief triumphs. The two last-named artists outstayed the day, which saw the breakup of the school, of which these are the leading names. It ran its course through a period when illustrated magazines formed the staple of popular consumption before the illustrated newspapers, with their hungry rush for the record of latest events, became a weekly feature. Its waning influence may be plainly traced through the early years of the Graphic, which started in 1869, with some really fine work done under transitional conditions, before the engraver's rendering of tone drawings, once more ousted facsimile from its high place in illustration. In connection with this transitional period, drawings for the graphic by Houghton Pinwell, Sir Hubert von Herkimer, E. J. Gregory H. Woods, Charles Green H. Patterson, Mrs. Allingham, and William Small deserve honorable mention. Yet it was the last named who was mainly instrumental in bringing about the change from linework to pigment, which depressed the artistic value of illustration during the 70s and the 80s to almost absolute mediocrity. Several artists of great ability practiced illustration during this period. In addition to those graphic artists already mentioned, there were Luc Fildes, Frank Hall, S.P. Hall, Paul Renoir, and a few others of smaller merit. But the interest was for the time shifting from black and white work and turning to color. Kate Greenaway began to produce her charming idyllic renderings of children in mobcaps and long skirts. Walter Crane, on somewhat similar lines, designed his illustrated nursery rhymes, while Randolph Caldecott took the field with his fresh and breezy scenes of hunting life and carousal in the times, most typical of the English squirearchy, working with a broad outline suggestive of the brush by its easy freedom, and adding washes of conventional color for embellishment. He was one of the first in England to show the beginnings of Japanese influence, even more dependent upon color, were his illustrated books for children, while in black and white in his illustrations to Bracebridge Hall, 1876. For instance, pen and ink began to replace the pencil, and to produce a new and more independent style of draftsmanship. This style was taken up and followed by many artists of ability, by Harry Furness, Hugh Thompson, and others till the influence of E. A. Abbey's more mobile and more elaborate penmanship came to produce a still further development in the direction of fineness and illusion, and that of Phil May with Linley Sambourne for his teacher to simplify and make broad for those who aimed rather at a journalistic and shorthand method of illustration. See also caricature and cartoon. Under the absolutely liberating conditions of process reproduction, see process, the latest developments in illustration on its lighter and more popular side are full of French influences, or ready to follow the wind in any fresh direction, whether to America or Japan. But on the graver side, they show a strong leaning towards the older traditions of the 60s, and of pre-Raphaelitism, the founding by William Morris of the Kelmscott Press in 1891, through which were produced a series of decorated and illustrated books aimed frankly at a revival of medieval taste. In Morris books, decorative effect and sense of material claimed mastery over the whole scheme, and subdued the illustrations to a sort of glorious captivity, into which no breath of modern spirit could be breathed. The illustrations of Burne-Jones, filled with a happy touch of archaism, the decorative borders of William Morris, and only a little less happy apart from their imaginative inferiority, were the serious efforts of Walter Crane and one or two others directly under the Morris influence. Arose the Birmingham School, with an entire devotion to decorative methods, and still archaic effects, which 324 tended sometimes to rather inane, technical results. Among its leaders may be named Arthur Gaskin, Roman 100, Roman 1000 Gier, and E. H. New, while work not dissimilar, but more independent in spirit, had already been done by Selwyn Image and H. P. Horne in the Century Guild Hobbyhorse, but far greater originality and force belonged to the work of a group known for a time as the Neo-Pre-Raphaelites, which joined to an earnest study of the past, a scrupulously open mind towards more modern influences. Its earliest expression of existence was the publication of an occasional periodical, the Dial 18,891,897, but before long its influence became felt outside its first narrow limits. The technical influence of Abbey, but still more the emotional and intellectual teaching of Rossetti and Millet together, with side influences from the few great French symbolists, were apart from their own originality the forces which gave distinction to the work of Roman 100 S. Ricketts, Roman 100 H. Shannon R. Savage, and their immediate following beauty of line, languorous passion, symbolism full of literary allusions and a fondness for the life of any age. But the present are the characteristics of the school. Their influence fell very much in the same quarters, where Morris found a welcome, but an affinity for the Italian rather than the German masters shown especially in the Vale Press publications, and a studied note of world weariness kept them somewhat apart from the sturdy medievalism of Morris, and linked them intellectually with the decadent school, initiated by the wayward genius of Aubrey Beardsley. But though broadly men may be classed in groups, no grouping will supply a formula for all the noteworthy work produced when men are drawn this way, and that by current influences among artists resolutely independent of contemporary coteries may be named W. Strang, whose grave, rugged work shows him a pupil through Legros of Dürer, and others of the old masters T. Sturge Moore, an original engraver of designs, which have an equal affinity for Blake Calvert and Hokusai W. Nicholson, whose style shows a dignified return to the best part of the Rowlandson tradition, and E. J. Sullivan in the closing years of the 19th century. Aubrey Beardsley became the creator of an entirely novel style of decorative illustration drawing inspiration from all sources of European and Japanese art. He produced, by the force of a vivid personality, an extraordinary technical skill, a result which was highly original and impressive, to a genuine liking for analysis of repulsive and vicious types of humanity. He added an exquisite sense of line balance and mass, and partly by succès de scandale, partly by genuine artistic brilliance. He gathered round him a host of imitators to whom, for the most part, he was able to impart only his more mediocre qualities. In America, until a comparatively recent date, illustration bowed the knee to the superior excellence of the engraver over the artist. Not until the brilliant pen drawing of E. A. Abbey carried the day, with the black and white artists of England, did United Statesany work of real moment emanate from the United States, unless that of Elihu Vedder be regarded as an exception. Howard Pyle is a brilliant imitator of Dürer. He has also the ability to adapt himself to draftsmanship of a more modern tendency. Roman 100 S. Reinhardt was an artist of directness and force in a style based upon modern French and German examples, while of greater originality as a whole, though derivative in detail, is the fanciful penmanship of Alfred Brennan. Other artists who stand in the front rank of American illustrators and whose works appear chiefly in the pages of Scribner's Harper's and the Century magazine are W. T. Smedley, F. S. Church, R. Blum Wenzel, A. B. Frost, and in particular Roman 100 Dana Gibson, the last of whom gained a reputation in England as an American Du Maurier. The record of modern French illustration goes back to the day when political caricature and the Napoleonic legend divided between them. The triumphs of early lithography. The illustrators of France at that period were also her Francigreatist artists of the historical and romantic school, were Roman 500 Raffet, Nicholas J. Charlotte, Géricault Delacroix, J. B. Issaby, and Achille de Viria, many of whose works appeared in L'Artiste, a paper founded in 1831 as the official organ of the Romanticists, while the realists were led in the direction of caricature by two artists of such enormous force as Gavarni and Honor Daumier, whose works appearing in La Lithographie, Mensul, La Charivari, and La Caricature, ran the gauntlet of political interference and suppression during a troubled period of French politics which was the very cause of their prosperity. Behind these men lay the influence of the great Spanish realist Goya, following upon the harsh satire and venomous realism of this famous school of pictorial invective. The influence of the Barbizon school came as a milder force, but the power of its artists did not show in the direction of original lithography, and far more value attaches to the few woodcuts of J. F. Millett's studies of peasant life. In these, we see clearly the tendency of French illustrative art to keep as far as possible the authentic and sketch-like touch of the artist, and it was no doubt from this tendency that so many of the great French illustrators retain lithography rather than commit themselves to the middleman engraver. Nevertheless, from about the year 1830, many French artists produced illustrations which were interpreted upon the wood for the most part by English engravers. Cunier's editions of Paul et Virginie and La Chaumière Indian, illustrated by Hewitt Jack, Isby Johannot, and Meissonier, were followed by Meissonier's more famous illustrations to Comte's Remois. After Meissonier came J. B. E. Detail and Alphonse Roman 1000 de Neuville, and with a voluminous style of his own Roman 50 A. G. Dor. By the majority of these artists, the drawing for the engraver seems to have been done with the pen, and the tendency to penmanship was still more accentuated when from Spain came the influence of Roman 1000 J. Fortuny's brilliant technique, while after him again came Daniel Vierge to make, as it were, the point of the pen still more pointed. During the middle period of the 19th century, the best French illustration was serious in character, but among the later men, when we have recognized the grave beauty of Grasset's L'Esquadre Fils d'Iman, in spite of his vicious treatment of the page, by flooding washes of color through the type itself, and the delicate grace of Bautet de Monville's Jeanne d'Arc, also in colors, it is to the illustrators of the comic papers that we have to go for the most typical and most audacious specimens of French art in the pages of Gil Blas, Le Pierrot, L'Echo de Paris, Le Figaro Illustre, Le Courrier, Franchise, and similar publications, are to be found reproduced with a dexterity of process unsurpassed in England. The designs of J. Roman 54 and Roman 100, Roman 50 Linder, Roman 50 A. Willett, and T. A. Steinlen, the leaders of a school enterprising in technique, and with a mixture of subtlety and grossness in its humor. Karen Dieck also became celebrated as a draftsman of comic drama in outline. Among illustrators of Teutonic race, the one artist who seems worthy of comparison with the great Menzel is Hans Tegner, if indeed he be not in some respects his technical superior. But apart from these two, the illustrators respectively of Germany Kugler's, Frederick the Great and Hallberg's comedies, there is no German, Danish, or Dutch illustrator who can lay claim to first rank. Max Klinger, a Bocklin, W. Trubner, France Stuck, and Hans Thoma are all symbolists who combine in a singular degree force with brutality. The imaginative quality in their work is for the most part ruined by the hard braggart way in which it is driven home the achievements and tendency of the later school of illustration in Germany are best seen in the weekly illustrated journal Jugend of Munich, typical of an older German school, is the work of Adolf Oberländer, a solid scientific sort of caricaturist, whose illustrations are at times so monumental that the humor in them seems crushed out of life. Others who command high qualities of technique are W. Dietz, Roman 50, von Nagel, Hermann Vogel, H. Luders, and Robert Hogg. Behind all these men in greater or less degree lies the influence of Menzel's coldly balanced and dry-lighted realism. But wherever the influence of Menzel ceases, the merit of German illustration, for the most part, tends to disappear or become mediocre. Authorities: W. J. Linton, The Masters of Wood Engraving, London 1889, Roman 100 G. Harper, English Pen Artists of Today, London 1892, Joseph Pennell, Pen Drawing and Pen Draftsman, London 1894, Modern Illustration, London 1895, Walter Crane, The Decorative Illustration of Books, London 1896, Gleason White. English Illustration, The 60s, 18,551,870, Westminster, 1897, W. A. Chatto. A Treatise on Wood Engraving, London and Roman 500, Barl Duck, Les Illustrations du Siècle, Paris, 1882 T. Kutschmann, Jeskich, Der Deutschen Illustration, vom ersten Auftritt des Formschnitts bis auf die Gegenwart, Berlin, 1899. Roman 50 Ho. Technical developments. The history of illustration, apart from the merits of individual artists during the period since the year 1875, is mainly that of the development of what is called process. Roman 5, the term applied to methods of reproducing a drawing or photograph, which depend on the use of some mechanical agency in the making of the block, as distinguished from such products of manual skill as steel or wood engraving, lithography, and the like. There is good reason to believe that the art of stereotyping multiplication of an already existing block by means of molds and casts is as old as the 15th century, and the early processes were in a measure a refinement upon this, with the difference that they aimed at the making of a metal block by means of a cast of the lines of the drawing itself, the background of which had been cut away so as to leave the design in a definite relief. Experiments of this nature may be said to have assumed practical shape from the time of the invention of Palmer's process, called at first glyphography, about the year 1840, for this was afterwards perfected and used to a considerable extent under the name of Dawson's typographic etching, and its results were in many cases quite admirable, and often appear in books and periodicals of the first part of the period, with which we are now concerned. The Graphic, for instance, published its first process block in 1876, and the Illustrated London News also made similar experiments at about the same time. From this time begins the gradual application of photography to the uses of illustration, the first successful line blocks made by 325, its help being probably those of Gillot at Paris in the early 80s. The next stage was to be the invention of some means of reproducing wash drawings. To do this, it was necessary for the surface of the block to be so broken up that every tone of the drawing should be represented thereon by a grain holding ink enough to reproduce it. This was finally accomplished by the insertion of a screen in the camera between the lens and the plata, the effect of which was to break up the whole surface of the negative into dots, and so secure when printed on a zinc plate and etched an approximation to the desired result. Halftone blocks, as they were called of this nature, C process, were used in the Graphic from 1884 and the Illustrated London News from 1885 onwards, the methods at first in favor being those of Meisenbach and Bausad, Valadin and Koss, Phototype Lemercier and Petty of Paris, Angerer and Goschle of Vienna, and F. Ives of Philadelphia, also perfected processes giving a similar result, a block, by the latter appearing in the Century magazine. As early as 1882, processes of this description had however been used for some years before by Henry Blackburn, in his Academy notes. During the decade 18,751,885, however, the main body of illustration was accomplished by wood engraving, which a few years earlier had achieved such splendid results. Its artistic qualities were now at a rather low ebb, although good. Facsimile engravings of pen drawings were not infrequent. The two great illustrated periodicals, already referred to during that period, relied more upon pictorial than journalistic work, an increasing tendency towards the illustration of the events of the day was certainly shown, but the whole purpose of the journal was not as at present subordinated thereto. The chief illustrated magazines of the time, Harper's The Century, the English Illustrated, were also content with the older methods, and are filled with wood engravings, in which if the value of the simple line forming the chief quality of the earlier work has disappeared, a most astonishing delicacy and success were obtained in the reproduction of tone. Perhaps the most notable and most characteristic production of the time in England was color printing. The Graphic and the Illustrated London News published full-page supplements of high technical merit printed from woodblocks, in conjunction with metal plates, the latter sometimes having a relief, aquatant surface which produced an effective stipple upon the shading metal, was also used in preference to wood for the printing of certain colors. The children's books illustrated by Randolph Caldecott, Walter Crane, and Kate Greenaway at this time are among the finest specimens of color printing yet seen. Outside of Japan, in them, the use of flat masses of pleasant color, in connection with a bold and simple outline, was carried to a very high pitch of excellence. These plates were generally printed by Edmund Evans in 1887. The use of process was becoming still more general, but its future was by no means adequately foreseen, and the blocks of this and the next few years are anything but satisfactory. This, it soon appeared, was due to inefficient printing on the one hand, and on the other to a want of recognition by artists of the special qualities of drawing most suitable for photographic reproduction. The publication of Quevedo's Pablo de Segovia, with illustrations by Daniel Virge in 1882, although hardly noticed at the time, was to be a revelation of the possibilities of the new development, and a serious study of pen drawing from this point of view was soon inaugurated by the issue of Joseph Pennell's Pen Drawing and Pen Draftsman in 1889, followed in by Roman 100 G. Harper's English Pen Artists of Today, and in 1896 by Walter Crane's Decorative Illustration of Books. At this time, also the influence of Aubrey Beardsley made itself strongly felt, not merely as a matter of style, but by the use of simple line or mass of solid black as an almost perfect type of the work, most suitable to the needs of process. Wider experience of printing requirements and finer workmanship in the actual making of the blocks in Paris, Vienna, New York, and London soon brought the halftone process into great vogue. The spread of education has enormously increased the demand for ephemeral literature, more especially that which lends itself to pictorial illustration, and the photograph or drawing in wash reproduced in halftone has of late to a great extent ousted line work from the better class of both books and periodicals. Improvements in machinery have made it possible to print illustrations at a very high speed, and the facility with which photographs can now be taken of scenes, such as the public delight to see reproduced in pictures, has brought about an almost complete change in pictorial journalism. In addition, reference must be made to an extraordinary increase in the numbers and circulation of cheap periodical publications, depending to a very large extent for popularity on their illustrations. Several of these, printed on the coarsest paper from rotary machines, sell to the extent of hundreds of thousands of copies per week. It was inevitable that this cheapening process should not be permitted to develop without opposition, and the dial 18,891,897 must be looked on as a protest by the band of artists who promoted it against the unintelligent bookmaking now becoming prevalent. Much more effective and far-reaching in the same direction was the influence of William Morris, as shown in the publications of the Kelmscott Press dating from 1891. In these volumes, the aim was to produce illustrations and ornaments which were of their own nature akin to, and thus able to harmonize with the type, and to do this by pure handicraft work. As a result, a distinct improvement is to be found in the mere bookmaking of Great Britain. And although the main force of the movement soon spent itself in somewhat uninspired imitations, there can be no doubt of the survival of a taste for well-produced volumes, in which the relationship of type, paper, illustration, and binding has been a matter of careful and artistic consideration. Under this influence, a notable feature has been the reissue, in an excellent form of illustrated editions of the works of most of the famous writers. In France, the general movement has proceeded upon lines, on the whole, very similar, process especially. What was called guillotage was adopted earlier, and used at first with greater liberality than in England, although wood engraving has persisted effectively even up to our own time in the various types of periodicals, of which the Revue Illustre Figaro Illustre and Gil Blas Illustre may be taken as examples. The most noticeable feature is a use of color printing, which is far in advance of anything generally attempted in Great Britain. A favorite and effective process is that employed for the reproduction of chalk drawings, as by Steinlen, which consists of the application of a surface etant of color from a metal plate to a print from an ordinary process block. In Germany, Jugend Simplicissimus and other publications devoted to humor and caricature employ color printing to a great extent with success. The organ of the artists of the younger German schools, Pan 1895, makes use of every means of illustration and has especially cultivated lithography and woodcuts. Using these arts effectively, but with some eccentricity, Holland has also employed colored lithography for a remarkable series of children's books illustrated by Van Hoytema and others. The Viennese Kunst und Kunstenwerk is an art publication which is exceptionally well produced and printed. Illustration in the United States has some few characteristics which differentiate it from that of other countries. The later school of fine wood engraving is even yet in existence. American artists also introduced an effective use of the process block, namely the engraving or working over of the whole, or certain portions of it by hand. This is generally done by an engraver, but in certain cases it has been the work of the original draftsman, and its possibilities have been foreseen by him in making his drawing. The only other variant of note is the use of halftone blocks superimposed for various colors. FS illustres the Latin name given to the highest magistrates of the later Roman Empire. The designation was at first informal and not strictly differentiated from other marks of honor. From the time of Valentinian Roman I, it became an official title of the consuls, the chief prefecti or ministers, and of the commanders-in-chief of the army. Its usage was eventually extended to lower grades of the imperial service and to pensionaries from the order of the spectabiles. The illusters were privileged to be tried in criminal cases by none but the emperor or his deputy, and to delegate procurators to represent them in the courts. C.O. Hirschfeld in Sitzungsbericht der Berliner Akademie 1901 p. 594 SQQ, and T. Hodgkin, Italy, and her invaders, Oxford 1892, Roman 1617. Illyria, a name applied to part of the Balkan Peninsula, extending along the eastern shore of the Adriatic from Fiume to Durazzo and inland, as far as the Danube and the Servian Morava. This region comprises the modern provinces or states of Dalmatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina and Montenegro, with the southern half of Croatia, Slavonia, part of western Serbia, the Sanjak of Novibazar, and the extreme north of Albania. As the inhabitants of Illyria never attained complete political unity, its landward boundaries were never clearly defined. Indeed, the very name seems originally to have been an ethnological, rather than a geographical term. The older Greek historians usually wrote of the Illyrians, while the names Illyris, or less commonly Illyria, came subsequently to be used of the indeterminate area inhabited by the Illyrian tribes. Roman I, a region extending eastward from the Adriatic between Liburnia on the N and Epirus on the S, and gradually shading off into the territories of kindred peoples towards Thrace. The Latin name Illyricum was not unless at a very early period synonymous with Illyria. It also may originally have signified the land inhabited by the Illyrians, but it became a political expression and was applied to various divisions of the Roman Empire, the boundaries of which were frequently changed, and often included an area far larger than Illyria properly. So-called Vienna and Athens at different times formed part of Illyricum, but no geographer would ever have included these cities in Illyria. Ethnology. Little can be learned from written sources of the origin and character of the Illyrians. The Greek legend that Cadmus and Harmonia settled in Illyria and became the parents of Illyrius, the eponymous ancestor of the whole Illyrian people, has been interpreted as an indication that the Greeks recognized some affinity between themselves and the Illyrians. But this inference is based on insufficient data. Herodotus and other Greek historians represent the Illyrians as a barbarous people who resembled the ruder tribes of Thrace. Both are described as tattooing their persons and offering human sacrifices to their gods. The women of Illyria seem to have occupied a high position socially, and even to have exercised political power. Queens are mentioned among their rulers. Fuller and more trustworthy information can be obtained from archaeological evidence in Bosnia, the lake dwellings at Butmir, the cemeteries of Jezerine and Glasenac, and other sites have yielded numerous stone and horn implements, iron and bronze ornaments, weapons. Roman 100, and objects of more recent date fashioned in silver, tin, amber, and even glass. These illustrate various stages in the development of primitive Illyrian civilization from the Neolithic age. Onward, the Hallstatt and Latine cultures are especially well represented. C.W. Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, 1901, R. Munro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Dalmatia, Edinburgh, 1900, and W. Ray Dymski, Die Neolithische Station, von Butmir, Vienna, 18,951,898. Similar discoveries have been made in Dalmatia, as among the tumuli on the Sabiancello promontory, and in Croatia, Slavonia, H. Kiepert, Uber den Volkstem, Der Leliges in Monetsberburl Akad, 1861, p. 114, sought to prove that the Illyrians were akin to the Leliges. His theory was supported by E. Schrader, but is not generally accepted in Dalmatia. There appears to have been a large Celtic element, and Celtic place names are common. The ancient Illyrian languages fall into two groups, the northern closely connected with Venetic, and the southern perhaps allied to Messapian, and now probably represented by Albanian. C.K. Brugmann, Kurs Vergleichende Grammatik der Indogermanischen Sprachen, Strasbourg, 1904, and his larger Grundriss der Vergleichenden Grammatik, 2nd ed. Strasbourg, 1897, with the authorities there quoted, especially P. Kretschmer Einleitung in Die Geschichte der Griechischen Sprachen, Göttingen, 1896. See also Albania. History. Greek colonization on the Illyrian seaboard probably began late in the 7th century B. Roman 100, or early in the 6th century. The most important settlements appear to have been at Epidamnus de Ratzo, Tragurium Trau, Rhizon near Cataro Salona, near Spalato Epidorum Ragusavkia Zara, and on the islands of Curzola, Lesna, and Lissa. There is a collection of Greek coins from Illyria in the museum at Agram, and the researches of Professor F. Bewley and others at Salona C. Spalato have brought to light Greek inscriptions, Greek pottery Roman 100 dating from 600 B. Roman 100, but Greek influence seems never to have penetrated far into the interior, and even on the coast it was rapidly superseded by Latin civilization after the 3rd century B. Roman 100. Until then, the Illyrian tribes appear to have lived in a state of intermittent warfare with their neighbors, and one another. They are said by Herodotus Roman 9 to have attacked the temple of Delphi. Brasidas, with his small army of Spartans, was assaulted by them on his march 424 B. Roman 100 across Thessaly and Macedonia to attack the Athenian colonies in Thrace. The earlier history of the Macedonian kings is one constant struggle against the Illyrian tribes. The migrations of the Celts at the beginning of the 4th century disturbed the country between the Danube and the Adriatic. The Scordisci and other Celtic tribes settled there and forced the Illyrians towards the south. The necessities of defense seem to have united the Illyrians under a chief Bartales about 383 B. Roman 100, and his son Clitus Bartales nearly succeeded in destroying the rising kingdom of Macedonia. King Amyntas Roman II was defeated, and a few years later Perdiccas was defeated and slain 359. But the great Philip crushed the Illyrians completely and annexed part of their country. During the next century, we hear of them as pirates issuing from the secluded harbors of the coast. They ravaged the shores of Italy and Greece and preyed on the commerce of the Adriatic. The Greeks applied to Rome for help. Teuta, the Illyrian queen, rejected the Roman demands for redress and murdered the ambassadors. But the two Illyrian wars 229 and 219 B. Roman 100 ended in the submission of the Illyrians, a considerable part of their territory being annexed by the conquerors. Illyria, however, remained a powerful kingdom with its capital at Skadra Skutari in Albania until 180 B. Roman 100, when the Dalmatians declared themselves independent of Gentius or Genthius, the king of Illyria, and founded a republic with its capital at Dalminium. See Dalmatia history. On the site of Dalminium, in 168, Gentius came into conflict with the Romans who conquered and annexed his country. Dalmatia was invaded by a Roman army under Gaius Marcius Figulus in 156, but Figulus was driven back to the Roman frontier. And in Dalmatia, the Illyrians were not finally subdued until 165 years afterwards Publius Scipio Nasica, who succeeded Figulus captured Delminium, and in 119 Roman 50 Caecilius Metellus overran the country and received a triumph and the surname Dalmaticus. But in 51, a Dalmatian raid on Liburnia led to a renewal of hostilities. The Roman armies were often worsted. And although in 39, Asinius Pollio gained some successes, see Horace Odes Roman 2:15, these appear to have been exaggerated. And it was not until Octavian took the field in person that the Dalmatians submitted in 33 for an account of the war. See Appian Illyrica 24-28. Dio Cassius Roman 49 Livy Epit 130, 132, they again revolted in 16 and 11. And in A Roman 5009, joined the rebel Pannonian Suetonius Tiberius 16 declares that they were the most formidable enemies with whom the Romans had had to contend since the Punic Wars. In A Roman 500, however, Tiberius entirely subjugated them, for which he was awarded a triumph. In 12 Diocas Roman 55-29, Roman 56-17, Velpat Roman 21-15, thenceforward Dalmatia, Iapedia, and Liburnia were united as the province of Illyricum. Latin civilization spread rapidly. The cultivation of the vine was introduced. Gold mining was carried on in Bosnia, and flourishing commercial cities arose along the coast. Illyria became one of the best recruiting grounds for the Roman legions. And in troubled times, many Illyrian soldiers fought their way up from the ranks to the imperial purple. Claudius, Aurelian, Probus, Diocletian, and Maximian were all sons of Illyrian peasants. It is probable, however, that most of the highland tribes now represented by the Albanians remained almost unaffected by Roman influence. The importance of Illyricum caused its name to be extended to many neighboring districts. In the 2nd century A Roman 500, the Illyricus limes included Noricum, Pannonia, Moesia, Dacia, and Thrace. In the reorganization of the empire by Diocletian 285, the Diocese of Illyricum was created. It comprised Pannonia, Noricum, and Dalmatia, while Dacia and Macedonia, together called Eastern Illyricum, were added later, either Diocletian or after him. Constantine made Illyricum one of the 4 prefectures, each governed by a prefectus praetorio, into which the empire was divided. This prefecture included Pannonia, Noricum, Crete, and the entire Balkan peninsula, except Thrace, which was attached by Constantine to the prefecture of the east from the partition of the empire in 285. Until 379, Illyricum was included in the Western Empire, but thenceforward Eastern Illyricum was annexed to the Eastern Empire. Its frontier was almost identical with the line of demarcation between Latin-speaking and Greek-speaking peoples, and roughly corresponded to the boundary, which now severs Latin from Greek Christianity in the Balkan Peninsula. The whole peninsula except Thrace was still known as Illyricum, but was subdivided into Illyris Barbara or Romana, and Illyris Graeca. Eastern Illyricum with Greece and Crete, the Via Egnatia, the great line of road, which connected Rome with Constantinople, and the east led across Illyricum from Dyrrhachium to Thessalonica. In the 5th century began a series of invasions, which profoundly modified the ethnical character and the civilization of the Illyrians. In 441 and 447. Their country was ravaged by the Huns. In 480, one Dalmatia was added to the Ostrogothic kingdom, which already included the more northerly parts of Illyricum. 327, i.e. Pannonia, and Noricum. Dalmatia was partially reconquered by Justinian in 536, but after 565, it was devastated by the Avars, and throughout the century bands of Slavonic invaders had been gradually establishing themselves in Illyria, where, unlike the earlier barbarian conquerors, they formed permanent settlements. Between 600 and 650, the main body of the immigrants occupied Illyria. See Servia history, and Slavs. It consisted of Croats and Serbs, 2 groups of tribes who spoke a single language, and were so closely related that the origin of the distinction between them is obscure. The Croats settled in the western half of Illyria, the Serbs in the eastern. Thus the former came gradually under the influence of Italy and Roman Catholicism, the latter under the influence of Byzantium and the Greek Church. Hence, the distinction between them became a marked difference of civilization and creed, which has always tended to keep the Illyrian Slavs politically disunited. The Croats and Serbs rapidly absorbed most of the Latinized Illyrians, but the wealthy and powerful city-states on the coast were strong enough to maintain their independence and their distinctively Italian character. Other Roman provincials took refuge in the mountains of the interior These Mavrovlaci, as they were called, Dalmatia population and Vlachs preserved their language and nationality. For many centuries, the Illyrian tribes, which had withstood the attraction of Roman civilization, remained unconquered among the mountains of Albania, and were never Slavanized. With these exceptions, Illyria became entirely Serbo-Croatian in population, language, and culture. The name of Illyria had by this time disappeared from history and literature. It was preserved, and the scene of Shakespeare's comedy Twelfth Night is laid in Illyria. Politically, the name was revived in 1809, when the name Illyrian provinces was given to Carniola, Dalmatia, Istria, Fiume Gors, and Gradiska, and Trieste with parts of Carinthia and Croatia. These territories were ceded by Austria to Italy at the Peace of Schönbrunn 14th Oct 1809. The Illyrian provinces were occupied by French troops and governed in the interest of Napoleon. The Republic of Ragusa was annexed to them in 1811, but about the end of 1813, the French occupation ceased to be effective, and the provinces reverted to Austria. The Kingdom of Illyria, which was constituted in 1816 out of the crownlands of Carinthia, Carniola, Istria, Gors, and Gradiska, and Trieste, formed until 1849 a kingdom of the Austrian crown for the political propaganda known as Illyrism. See Croatia, Slavonia history. Bibliography. In addition to the authorities quoted above, C.G. Zippel die Römische Herrschaft in Illyrian bis, off Augustus Leipzig, 1877 p. O. Bahn der Ursprung, der Römischen Provinz Illyrian Grimme, 1876, J. Marquardt Römisch. Staatsverwaltung Roman 11880, 1 p. 295, E.A. Freeman, The Illyrian Emperors, and Their Land Historical Essays Series, 3 1879, Roman 100 patch in Pauli Wisła's Real Encyclopaedia, Roman 4 pt 21901 th Mommsen, The Provinces of the Roman Empire ed. F. Haverfield 1909. Ilmenau, a town and summer resort of Germany in the Grand Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, at the north foot of the Thuringian Forest, on the river Ilm 30 Roman 1000, by rail south of Erfurt Pop, 1905 11222. The town, which stands picturesquely among wooded hills, is much frequented by visitors in the summer. It was a favorite resort of Goethe, who wrote here his Iphigenie, and often stayed at Gabelbach. In the neighborhood, it has a grand ducal palace, a Roman Catholic, and 2 evangelical churches, a sanatorium for nervous disorders, and several educational establishments. Its chief manufactures are glass and porcelain toys, gloves, and chemicals. And the town has tanneries and sawmills. Formerly a part of the county of Henneberg. Ilmenau came in 1631 into the possession of Electoral Saxony, afterwards passing to Saxe-Weimar. C. R. Springer die Klassischen, Staten von Jena und Ilmenau, Berlin 1869, Passig Goethe und Ilmenau II, ed. Weimar 1902, and Fils Bad Ilmenau und Sen Umgebung Hilbergassen 1886. Ilmenite, a mineral known also as titanic iron, formerly regarded as an iron and titanium sesquioxide Fe-T2O3 isomorphous with hematite Fe2O3, but now generally considered to be an iron titanate Fe-Ti-O3 isomorphous with pyrophanite Mn-Ti-O3 and jaculite Mg-Ti-O3. It crystallizes in the parallel-faced hemihedral class of the rhombohedral system, thus having the same degree of symmetry as phenacite and pyrophanite, but differing from that of hematite. The angles between the faces are very nearly the same as between the corresponding faces of hematite, but it is to be noted that the rhombohedral angle 9429 of ilmenite is not intermediate between that of hematite 94.0 and of the artificially prepared crystals of titanium, sesquioxide 9240, which should be the case if the 3 substances were isomorphous. Analyses show wide variations in chemical composition, and there is a gradation from normal ilmenite Fe-Ti-O3 with titanium dioxide 52 and ferrous oxide 47 to titaniferous hematite and titaniferous magnetite. Frequently also magnesia and manganese oxide are present in small amounts, the former reaching 16. The formula Fe-Mg-Ti-O3 is then analogous to those of jaculite and pyrophanite. Many analyses show the presence of TO2 and Fe-MgO in this ratio of 11. Yet there is often an excess of ferric oxide to be accounted for. This may perhaps be explained by the regular intergrowth on a minute scale of ilmenite with hematite, like the intergrowth of such substances as calcite and sodium nitrate, which are similar crystallographically, but not chemically. In many of its external characters, ilmenite is very similar to hematite. The crystals often have the same tabular or lamellar habit. The twin laws are the same, giving rise to twin lamellae and planes of parting parallel to the basal plane. And the primitive rhombohedron, the color is iron black, with a submetallic luster. Finally, the conchoidal fracture is the same in both minerals. Ilmenite has a black streak, it is opaque, but in very thin scales, sometimes transparent with a clover-brown color. It is slightly magnetic, but without polarity. The hardness is 512, and the specific gravity varies with the chemical composition from 4 to 5. Owing to the wide variations in composition which even yet are not properly understood, several varieties of the mineral have been distinguished by special names. Crichtonite occurs as small and brilliant crystals of acute rhombohedral habit on quartz at Le Bourg des Oisons in Dauphine. It agrees closely in composition with the formula Phi-Ti-O3 and has a specific gravity of 4. Manicanite or menacanite is a black sandy material first found in 1791 in a stream at Manakin near Helston in Cornwall. Icerite from Iserwis in the Iser Mountains, Bohemia, is a similar sand but containing some octahedral crystals, possibly of titaniferous magnetite. Washingtonite is found as large tabular crystals at Washington, Connecticut. Uddivalite is from Uddevalla in Sweden. Picrotitanite or picromanite gr bitter is the name given to varieties containing a considerable amount of magnete. Other varieties are Kibdalophane histotite Roman 100. The name ilmenite, proposed by a teakupfer in 1827, is after the Ilmen Mountains in the southern Urals, whence come the best crystals of the mineral. The largest crystals, sometimes as much as 16 in weight, are from Kragero and Arendal in Norway. Ilmenite occurs often in association with magnetite in gneisses and schists, sometimes forming beds of considerable extent, but of little or no economic value. It is a common accessory constituent of igneous rocks of all kinds, more especially basic rocks such as gabbro diabase and basalt. In these rocks, it occurs as platyfish crystals and is frequently represented by a white opaque alteration product known as leucoxene. Roman 50 JS. Iloilo, a town port of entry, and the capital of the province of Iloilo, Panay, Philippine Islands, at the mouth of Iloilo River, on the SC coast. Pop. 1903-19,054. In 1903, after the census had been taken, the population of the town was more than doubled by the addition of the municipalities of La Paz. Pop 5724, Mandarao Pop 4482, Molo Pop 8551, and Jero Pop 10,681. In 1908, Jero again became a separate town. The town is built on low sandy ground, is irregularly laid out 328, and its streets are not paved. It has a good government house and a fine church. The harbor, suitable for ships of 15 ft draft, is well protected by the island of Gamaras, and ocean-going vessels can lie in the channel. The surrounding country, which is traversed by gravel roads leading to the principal towns of the province, is fertile and well cultivated, producing sugar, tobacco, and rice in abundance. In commercial importance, Iloilo ranks next to Manila. Among Philippine cities, it has manufactures of pina juicy, coconut oil, lime vinegar, and various articles made from palm wood. Much of the town was burned by Filipino insurgents soon after its capture by American troops in February 1899. Ilsenburg, a village and health resort of Germany in Prussian Saxony, romantically situated under the north foot of the Harz Mountains at the entrance to the Ilsethel 6 Roman 1000 and W, from Wernija Road by the railway to Goslar. Pop 1938-68. It has an evangelical church, a modern chateau of the Princes of Stahlberg with pretty grounds and a high-grade school, and manufactures metal wares machines and iron screws and bolts. Owing to its charming surroundings and its central position in the range, Ilsenburg is one of the most frequented tourist resorts in the Harz Mountains, being visited annually by some 6,000 persons. The old castle Schloss Ilsenburg, lying on a high crag above the town, was originally an imperial stronghold and was probably built by the German King Henry Roman I. The Emperor Otto Roman III resided here in 995. Henry Roman II bestowed it in 1003 upon the Bishop of Halberstadt, who converted it into a Benedictine monastery, and the school attached to it enjoyed a great reputation towards the end of the 11th century. After the Reformation, the castle passed to the Counts of Wernija Road, who restored it and made it their residence until 1710. Higher still on the edge of the plateau rises the Ilsenstein, a granite peak, standing about 500 ft above the valley, crowned by an iron cross erected by Count Anton von Stahlberg. Wernija Road, in memory of his friends who fell in the wars of 18,131,815. Around this rock cluster numerous legends. See Jacobs Erkendenbuch des Klosters Ilsenburg Halle, 1875 Brands, Ilsenberg als Sommerauffenthalt, were Nigerode 1885, and H. Herr Ilsenberger Annalen Leipzig 1890. Image, lat imago perhaps from the same root as imitare copy imitate in general, a copy representation, exact counterpart, of something else thus the reflection of a person in a mirror, is known as his image in popular usage. One person is similarly described as the very image of another, so in entomology, the term is applied. In its Latin form, imago to an insect, which having passed through its larval stages, has achieved its full typical development. The term is in fact susceptible of two opposite connotations. On the one hand, it implies that the thing to which it is applied is only a copy, on the other, that as a copy it is faithful and accurate. Psychology Q Roman 5 recognizes two uses of the term. The simplest is for the impression made by an observed object on the retina, the eye. In this connection, the term afterimage, better after sensation, is used for an image which remains when the eye is withdrawn from a brilliantly lighted object. It is called positive when the color remains. The same negative when the complementary colors are seen. The strict psychological use of the term image is by analogy from the physiological for a purely mental idea, which is taken as being observed by the eye of the mind. These images are created or produced not by an external stimulus, such as is necessary for a visual image. Even the afterimage is due to the continued excitement of the same organ, but by a mental act of reproduction. The simplest ideational image, which has been described as the primary memory image, is the peculiarly vivid and definite ideal representation of an object which we can maintain or recall by a suitable effort of attention immediately after. Perceiving it stout, for this no external stimulus is required, and as compared with the afterimage, it represents the objects in perspective, just as they might be seen in perception. This is characteristic of all mental images. The essential requisite for this primary image is that the attention should have been fixed upon the impressions. The relation between sense impressions and mental images is a highly complicated one. Difference in intensity is not a wholly satisfactory ground of distinction. Abnormal physical conditions apart an image may have an intensity far greater than that of a sense-given impression. On the other hand, Hume is certainly right in holding that the distinctive character of a percept as compared with an image is in all ordinary cases the force and liveliness with which it strikes the mind, the distinction, therefore being one of quality not of degree. A distinction of some importance is found in the superior steadiness ward of impressions. While looking at any set of surroundings, images of many different scenes may pass through the mind, each one of which is immediately distinguished from the impression of the actual scene before the eyes. This arises partly, no doubt, from the fact that the perception has clear localization, which the image has not in many cases. Indeed, an image, even of a most familiar scene, is exceedingly vague and inaccurate. In art, the term is used for a representation or likeness of an animate or inanimate object, particularly of the figure of a person in sculpture, or painting. The most general application of the word is to such a representation when used as an object of religious worship or adoration, or as a decorative or architectural ornament in places of religious worship. The worship of images or idolatry from the point of view of comparative religion is treated in the article image worship, and the history of the attitude of the Christian Church outside the post-Reformation Church of England towards the use of images as objects of worship and religion in the article iconoclasts. With regard to the pre-Reformation period in England, it is of interest to note that by the constitutions of Archbishop Winchelsea, 1305, it was the duty of the parish to provide for the parish church, among other objects, the images of Christ on the cross, of the saint to whom the church was dedicated, to be placed in the chancel, and of other saints. The injunctions of Edward Roman 6, 1547, ordered the destruction of all images that had been the objects of superstitious use, and the Act of 1549 3-4, Edward Roman 6 Roman 100, declared all such images illegal. This act, repealed in Mary's reign, was revived in 1604 1 James Roman 1 Roman 100, and is still in force. The present effect of this unrepealed act, as stated in Boyd Roman 5 Philpotts Roman 50 R 6 P Roman 100, is that it only referred to the images then subject to abuse, which had been ordered to be removed, and did not refer to the subsequent use or abuse of other images. In Article Roman 22 of the Articles of Religion, it is laid down that the Romish doctrine concerning worshipping and adoration, as well of images as of reliques, is a fond thing, mainly invented and grounded on no warranty of Scripture, but but rather repugnant to the word of God, the law in regard to images, which in this connection include pictures and stained-glass windows, but not sculptured effigies on monuments or merely ornamental work, is contained in various judicial decisions and is not defined by statute. The effect of these decisions is thus summarized in the report of the Royal Commission on Ecclesiastical Discipline, 1906. Such images are lawful as objects of decoration in a church, but are unlawful if they are made or are in danger of being made objects of superstitious reverence. Contrary to Article Roman 22, against the worshipping and adoration of images. In accordance with this view, crosses, if not placed on the holy table, and also crucifixes, if part only of a sculptured design or architectural decoration, have been declared lawful. The question whether a crucifix or rood, standing alone or combined with figures of the Blessed Virgin and St. John, can, in any circumstances, be regarded as merely decorative, has given rise to a difference of judicial opinion, and appears to be unsettled. Speaking generally, articles of decoration and embellishment, not used in the services, cannot lawfully be introduced into a church without the consent of the ordinary given by a faculty, the granting of which is subject to the judicial discretion of the chancellor or commissary sitting, as judge of the Bishop's Court 329 by Section 8 of the Public Worship Regulation Act, 1874. Complainants may take proceedings if it is considered that any alteration in or addition to the fabric, ornaments, or furniture has been made without legal authority, or that any decoration forbidden by law has been introduced into such church, provided that no proceedings shall be taken if such alteration or addition has been completed 5 years before the commencement of such proceedings. The following are the principal cases on the subject in Boyd Roman 5 Philpotts, 1874, Roman 50 R4 ad ec 297 6 P Roman 100. The Exeter Reredos case. The Privy Council, reversing the bishop's judgment, allowed the structure which contains sculptures in high relief of the Ascension, Transfiguration, and Descent of the Holy Ghost at Pentecost, together with a cross and angels in R Roman 5. The Bishop of London 1889 23 QB Roman 524, QB Roman 500. The St. Paul's Reredos case. The bishop refused further proceedings against the legality of a structure containing sculptured figures of Christ on the cross and the Virgin and Child in Clifton Roman 5 Ridsdale 1876, 1 P Roman 500 316. A metal crucifix on the center of the chancel screen was declared illegal as being in danger of being used superstitiously, and in the same case pictures, or rather colored reliefs representing the Stations of the Cross, were ordered to be removed on the ground that they had been erected without a faculty, and were also considered unlawful by Lord Penzance as connected with certain superstitious devotion authorized by the Roman Church. Image worship. It is obvious that two religious votaries kneeling together before a statue may entertain widely different conceptions of what the image is and signifies, although their outward attitude is the same. The one may regard it as a mere image picture or representation of the higher being void in itself of value. Power it is to him like the photograph hung on a wall of one we love, cherished as a picture, and no more, but the other may regard it as a little girl regards her doll, as an animated being, no mere picture, but as tenement and vehicle of the God, and fraught with divine influence. The former is the attitude which the Latin Church officially inculcates towards sacred pictures and statues. They are intended to convey to the eyes of the faithful, especially to the illiterate among them, the history of Jesus, of the Virgin, and of the saints. The other attitude, however, is that into which simple-minded Latin peasants actually lapse, as it is also that which characterizes other religions, ancient or modern, which use pictures or sculptures of gods, demons, men, brutes, or of particular parts and organs of the same. With the latter attitude alone does the present article deal, and it may conveniently be called idolatry or image worship. For the history of the use of images in Christian worship, see Iconoclasts. The image or idol differs from the fetish, charm, talisman, phylactery, or miraculous relic, only in this that either in the flat or the round it resembles the power adored, it has a prototype capable of being brought before the eye and visualized. This is not necessarily the case with the worshipper of aniconic or unshaped gods. The Semite or savage who sets up a sacred stone or Bethel believes indeed that a divine power or influence enters the stone and dwells in it, and he treats the stone as if it were the god, kisses it, anoints it with oil, feeds the god in it by pouring out over it the blood of victims slain. But he is not an idolater, for he has not made unto himself any graven image, nor the likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or in the water beneath, or in the water under the earth. The question arises, must the stage of aniconic gods historically precede and lead up to that of pictures and images? Are the latter a development of the former in the history of human religions? Can we trace, as it were, a law of transition from sacred stock and stone up to picture and image? Is it true to say that the latter is characteristic of a later and higher stage of religious development? It was perhaps the facility with which a pillar of stone or wood can be turned into an image by painting or sculpturing on it, eyes, ears, mouth marks of sex, and so on, which led anthropologists of an earlier generation to postulate such a law of development. But facts do not bear it out. In the first place, what we are accustomed to call higher religions deliberately attach greater sanctity to aniconic gods than to iconic ones, and that from no artistic incapacity, the Jews were as well able as their neighbors to fashion golden calves snakes, and the minor idols called teraphim, when their legislator, in the words we have just cited, forbade the ancillary use of all plastic and pictorial art for religious purposes. And of our own Christianity, Robertson Smith remarks as follows: the host in the Mass is artistically as much inferior to the Venus of Milo as a Semitic Maseba was, but no one will say that medieval Christianity is a lower form of religion than Aphrodite worship. Here then, in the most marked manner, the aniconic sacrament has ousted pictures and statues. It is the embodiment and home of divine personality and power, and not the equally contradictory of any such law of development is the circumstance that the Greeks of the 5th and 4th centuries B. Roman 100, although Pheidias and other artists were embodying their gods and goddesses in the most perfect of images, nevertheless, continued to cherish the rude aniconic stocks and stones of their ancestors. If any such law ever operated in human religious development, how can we explain the following facts? In the shadowy age, which preceded the Stone Age, and hardly ended later than 10,000 B. Roman 100, the cave dwellers of the Dordogne could draw elks, bisons, elephants, and other animals at rest, or in movement with a freshness and realism, which, today, only a Landseer can rival. And yet in the European Stone Age, which followed the age in which the great menhirs and cromlechs were erected, in which the domestication of animals began, and the first corn was sown, we find in the strata no image of man or beast, big or little. Whence this seeming blight and decay of art? Salomon Reinach, guided by the analogy of similar practices among the Aborigines of Australia, and noticing that these primitive pictures represent none but animals that formed the staple food of the age and place, and that they are usually found in the deepest and darkest recesses of the caves, where they could only be drawn and seen by torchlight, has argued that they were not intended for artistic gratification, a late motive in human art, but were magical representations destined to influence and perhaps attract the hunter's quarry. In a word, this earliest art was ancillary to the chase. It is a common practice in the magic of all ages and countries to acquire control and influence over men and animals by making images of them. The prototype is believed to suffer whatever is done to the image. Reinach, therefore, supposes that in the Stone Age which succeeded, pictorial art was banned because it had got into the hands of magicians and had come to be regarded as inevitably uncanny and malefic. This is certainly the secret of the ordinary Mohammedan prohibition of pictures and statues, which goes even to the length of denying to poor little Arab girls the enjoyment of having dolls. It is felt that if you have got a picture of anyone, you have some power of harming him through it. You can bind or loose him, just as you can a jinn, whose name you have somehow learned. It is as dangerous for your enemy to have a picture of you as for him to know your name. The old Hebrew prohibition of graven images was surely based on a like superstition, so far as it was not merely due to the physical impossibility for nomads of heavy statues that do not admit of being carried from camp to camp, and from pasture to pasture, possessing no images of Yahweh. The Jews were also not exposed to the same risk as were idolaters of having their gods stolen by their foes and used against them. Lastly, the restriction to aniconic worship saved them from much superstition, for there is nothing which so much stimulates the growth of a mythology as the manufacture of idols. The artist must indeed start with imaginative types revealed to him in visions or borrowed from current myths, but the tendency of his art is to give rise to new tales of the gods. There is perpetual action and reaction between picture and myth, and a legislator desiring to purify and raise his countrymen's religion must devote no less attention to their plastic art than to their hymnology. Motives drawn from homeopathic magic may thus explain the occasional disuse and prohibition of pictorial and plastic 330 art in cult. They may equally explain its genesis and rise in certain ages and countries. Prayer is much more hopeful and efficacious for a worshipper who has means of bringing near to himself and even coercing the god he worships an image fashioned like a god, and which has this advantage over a mere stock and stone that it declares itself and reveals at a glance to what god it is sacred must surely attract and influence the god to choose it as his home and tenement, and having the god thus at hand and imprisoned in matter, the simple-minded worshipper can punish him if his prayers are left unanswered. Dr. E. B. Tyler, accordingly, in his chapter on idolatry in primitive culture, Roman 2, reminds us of the Negro who feeds ancestral images and brings them a share of his trade profits, but will beat an idol or fling it into the fire if it cannot give him luck or preserve him from sickness. So Augustus Caesar, having lost some ships in a storm, punished Neptune by forbidding his image to be carried in procession at the Circensian Games Sueton Aug 16. In certain cases, the wish to carry elsewhere the cult of a favorite or ancestral cult may have dictated the manufacture of images that declare themselves and reveal at a glance whose they are. Thus, a Phoenician colonist might desire to carry abroad the cult of a certain Baal or Astarte who lived in a conical stone or pillar. Pilgrims visiting Paphos, the original home and temple of Astarte, could of course be in no doubt about which of the heavenly powers inhabited the cone of stone in which she was there held to be immanent, nor was any Semite ever ignorant as to which Baal he stood before. It was necessarily the Baal or lord of the region, but small portrait statues must surely have been made to be carried about or used in private worship. Meanwhile, the shapeless cone remained the object of public adoration and pilgrimage. The Egyptian writer Hermes Trismegistus, Roman 100, in a work called Asclepius, cited by Augustine de Civet de Roman 8, claims that his ancestors discovered the art of making gods, and since they could not create souls, they called up the souls of demons or angels, and introduced them into the holy images and divine mysteries, that through these souls, idols might possess powers of doing good and harm. This was the belief of the pagans, and the Christians for centuries shared it with them. Not a few Christian martyrs sought and won the palm by smashing the idols in order to dislodge the indwelling devil. Occasionally, their zeal was further gratified by beholding it pass away like smoke from its ruined home. Image worship, then, is a sort of animism. It is a continuance by adults of their childish games with dolls in the Roman religion. On a feast of Thanksgiving, for a great victory, couches were spread in the temples for the gods, whose images were taken down from their pedestals and laid on the couches, and tables set before them loaded with delicate viands. This was called a lectisternium. So Marco Polo, Roman 1 chap 53, relates how the Tatars had each a figure of Nadige, the god of the earth, who watched over their children, cattle, and crops. The image was made of felt and cloth, and similar images of his wife and children were set on his left hand and in front of him. And when they eat, they take the fat of the meat and grease the god's mouth withal, as well as the mouths of his wife and children. The old Greek statues moved of themselves, shook their spears, kneeled down, spoke, walked, wept, laughed, winked, and even bled and sweated. A mighty portent images of Christ, of the Virgin, and saints have achieved many a similar miraculous portent. A figure of Christ has been known even to give its shoes to a poor man, and a virgin to drop a ring off her finger to a suppliant in Umbrian villages on Easter Sunday. The images of Jesus and his mother are carried in rival processions from their respective chapels, and are made to bow when they meet face to face. The spectators applaud or hiss according as they make their bow well. Or Roman 99, in antiquity, it was a common ceremony to arrange a holy marriage between male and female images, and such unions acted on the earth as a fertility charm. Much of a priest's time was given up to the toilet of the god or goddess. Thus Isis was dressed and coiffed every day by her special attendants, according to Apuleius Met, Roman 11, like the statue of St. Agatha of Catania. Today her image was loaded with jewels, and an inscription of Cadiz, Roman 100, Roman 1, Roman 50, Roman 2, contains an inventory of the jewels with which Isis had been endowed by Spanish devotees. Idolatrous cults repose so largely on make-believe and credulity that the priests who administered them, perhaps oftener than we know, fell into the kind of imposture and trickery of which the legend of Bel and the dragon represents a classical example. Thinkest thou not, said King Astyages, that Bel is a living god, or seest thou not how much he eateth and drinketh every day? Then Daniel laughed and said, O king, be not deceived, for this is but clay within and brass without, and did never eat or drink anything in the sequel. Daniel proves to the king that the priests with their wives and children came in through privy doors and consumed the viands set before the god, and the king, angered at their trickery, slew them all and gave Bel over to Daniel for destruction. The invectives against idolatry of the early Jewish and Christian apologists of Philo Minucius Felix Tertullian, Arnobius Lactantius, and others are very good reading, and throw much light on the question how an ancient pagan conceived of his idols. One capital argument of the Christians was the absurdity of a man making an idol, and then being afraid of or adoring the work of his own hands. Lactantius preserves the answer of the pagans so attacked de origin erroris Roman 2. We do not, they said, fear the images themselves, but those beings after whose likeness they were fashioned, and by whose names they were consecrated. Few such rites of consecration remain, but they must have been similar to those used in India. Today there, the Brahmin invites the god to dwell within the image specially made hollow to contain him, performing the ceremony of adhivasa, or inhabitation, after which he puts in the eyes, and the prana Roman 1 breath life, or soul. One similarly Augustine de Roman, 104, de Roman 8, relates how according to Hermes the spirits entered by invitation spiritus invitatos, so that the images became bodies of the gods corpora diorum. Thus the invisible spirits by a certain art are so joined unto the visible objects of corporeal matter, that the latter become, as it were, animated bodies, images, dedicated to those spirits, and controlled by them. See consecration. Such statues were animated with sense, and full of spirit. They foresaw the future, and foretold it by lot through their priests in dreams and in other ways. C. E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, ed. 1903. List of authorities and sources, vol. p. 171, Roman 50 R. Farnell, The Evolution of Religion, London, 1905, Jacob, Grimm Teutonic Mythology Translation, by J. S. Stalabras. F. Roman, 100 Roman 100. 1 Tyler, Prim Culture, Roman 2. Imagination in general, the power or process of producing mental pictures or ideas. The term is technically used in psychology for the process of reviving, in the mind, percepts of objects formerly given in sense perception. Since this use of the term conflicts with that of ordinary language, some psychologists have preferred to describe this process as imaging or imagery, or to speak of it as reproductive as opposed to productive or constructive imagination. See Image and Psychology. The common use of the term is for the process of forming in the mind new images which have not been previously experienced, or at least only partially, or in different combinations. Thus the image of a centaur is the result of combining the common percepts of man and horse. Fairy tales and fiction, generally, are the result of this process of combination. Imagination, in this sense, not being limited to the acquisition of exact knowledge by the requirements of practical necessity, is up to a certain point free from objective restraints in various spheres. However, even imagination is in practice limited. Thus a man whose imaginations do violence to the elementary laws of thought, or to the necessary principles of practical possibility, or to the reasonable probabilities of a given case, is regarded as insane. The same limitations beset imagination in the field of scientific hypothesis. 331 Progress in scientific research is due largely to provisional explanations which are constructed by imagination, but such hypotheses must be framed in relation to previously ascertained facts, and in accordance with the principles of the particular science. In spite, however, of these broad practical considerations, imagination differs fundamentally from belief, in that the latter involves objective control of subjective activity. Stout the play of imagination apart from the obvious limitations, for example, of avoiding explicit self-contradiction, is conditioned only by the general trend of the mind at a given moment. Belief, on the other hand, is immediately related to practical activity. It is perfectly possible to imagine myself a millionaire, but unless I believe it, I do not therefore act as such. Belief always endeavors to conform to objective conditions. Though it is from one point of view subjective, it is also objectively conditioned, whereas imagination as such is specifically free. The dividing line between imagination and belief varies widely in different stages of mental development. Thus a savage who is ill frames an ideal reconstruction of the causes of his illness and attributes it to the hostile magic of an enemy. In ignorance of pathology, he is satisfied with this explanation and actually believes in it, whereas such a hypothesis in the mind of civilized man would be treated as a pure effort of imagination or even as a hallucination. It follows that the distinction between imagination and belief depends in practice on knowledge, social environment training, and the like. Although, however, the absence of objective restraint Roman 1e, a certain unreality is characteristic of imagination. Nonetheless, it has great practical importance as a purely ideational activity. Its very freedom from objective limitation makes it a source of pleasure and pain. A person of vivid imagination suffers acutely from the imagination of perils besetting a friend. In fact, in some cases, the ideal construction is so real that specific physical manifestations occur, as though imagination had passed into belief, or the events imagined were actually in progress. Imam, an Arabic word meaning leader or guide, in the sense of a pattern, whose example is followed whether for good or bad. Thus, it is applied to the Quran to a builder's level, and plumbline to a road to a schoolboy's daily task to a written record. It is used in several of these senses in the Quran, but specifically several times of leaders, and Roman 2 of Abraham. Lo, I make thee a pattern for mankind. Imam thus became the name of the head of the Moslem community, whose leadership and patternhood, as in the case of Mahomet himself, is to be regarded as of the widest description. His duty is to be the lieutenant, the Caliph Roman 5 of the Prophet, to guard the faith and maintain the government of the state round the origin and basis of his office. All controversies as to the Moslem state center, the Sunnites hold that it is for men to appoint, and that the basis is obedience to the general usage of the Moslem peoples. From the earliest times, the necessity for leaders has always been recognized, and a leader has always been appointed. The basis is thus agreement in the technical sense. See Mahometan law, not Quran, nor tradition from Mahomet, nor analogy. The Shiites in general hold that the appointment lies with God through the prophet or otherwise, and that he always has appointed the Kharijites. Theoretically, recognize no absolute need of an imam. He is convenient and allowable. The Mu'tazilites held that reason, not agreement, dictated the appointment. Another distinction between the Sunnites and the Shiites is that the Sunnites regard the imam as liable to err and to be obeyed even though he personally sins, provided he maintains the ordinances of Islam. Effective leadership is the essential point. But the Shiites believe that the divinely appointed imam is also divinely illumined and preserved. Masum from sin. The above is called the greater imamate. The lesser imamate is the leadership in the Friday prayers. This was originally performed by the imam in the first sense, who not only led in prayers, but delivered a sermon khutbah. But with the growth of the Moslem Empire and the retirement of the caliph from public life, it was necessarily given over to a deputy, part of a gradual process of putting the imamate or caliphate into commission. These deputy imams are in Turkey ministers of the state, each in charge of his own parish. They issue passports, Roman 100, and perform the rites of circumcision, marriage, and burial. In Persia, among Shiites, their position is more purely spiritual and they are independent of the state. A few of their leaders are called mujtahids. Roman 1, capable of giving an independent opinion on questions of religion. And canon law. A third use of the term imam is as an honorary title. It is thus applied to leading theologians, for example, to Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik ibn Anas, Ahmed ibn Hanbal. These are called the four imams. Ghazali. See Majid Deslane's Transl of Ibn Khaldun's Prolegomens, Roman 1 sec 402, sec 426, sec 445, Roman 358 sec Ostrorogs, Transl of Mawardi's Akam, Roman 1 sec Harburger's Transl of Sharastani, by Index Jeinbal's de Mohammedanish Wet 316, sec Sells, Faith of Islam 95, sec MacDonald's Development of Muslim Theology 56 sec. Roman 500 Bima. Imbecile through the French from Lat. Imbecilis, or imbeciles, weak, feeble, of unknown origin. Weak, or feeble, particularly in mind. The term imbecility is used conventionally of a condition of mental degeneration, less profound than idiocy. See insanity. Imbrex, Latin for tile in architecture, the term given to the covering tile of the ancient roof. The plain tile is turned up on each side, and the imbrex covers the joint in the simpler type of roof. The imbrex is semicircular, but in some of the Greek temples it has vertical sides and an angular top. In the temple of Apollo at Bassi, where the tiles were in Parian marble, the imbrex on one side of the tile, and the tile were worked in one piece out of the solid marble. Imbros, a Turkish island in the Aegean at the southern end of the Thracian Chersonese peninsula. It forms with Samothrace about 17 Roman 1000 distant Akaza, or Canton, in the Sanjak of Lemnos and province of the archipelago. Isles. Herodotus Roman 5 mentions it as an abode of the historic Pelasgians. Roman 5, it was like Samothrace, seat of the worship of the Cabiri. Roman 5, the island is now the seat of a Greek bishopric. there is communication with the mainland. By occasional vessels, the island is of great fertility wheat oats, barley, olives, sesame, and valonia, being the principal products, in addition to a variety of fruits pop, about 92,000 nearly all Turks. Imeretian or Ameritia, a district in Russian Transcaucasia, extends from the left bank of the river Tuskali to the Suram Range, which separates it from Georgia on the east, and is bounded on the south by Akultsik, and thus corresponds roughly to the eastern part of the modern government of Kutais, anciently a part of Colchis and included. In Lazia during the Roman Empire, Imeretian was nominally under the dominion of the Greek emperors in the early part of the 6th century. It became the theater of wars between the Byzantine Emperor Justinian and Chosroes, or Khosrau, king of Persia, between 750 and 985. It was ruled by a dynasty of native princes, but was devastated by hostile incursions, reviving only after it became united to Georgia. It flourished until the reign of Queen Thamur, but after her death 1212, the country became impoverished through strife and internal dissensions. It was reunited with Georgia from 1318 to 1346, and again in 1424, but the union only lasted 4 to 5 years from 1469 until 1810. It was governed by a Bagratid dynasty closely akin to that which ruled over Georgia in 1621. It made the earliest appeal to Russia for aid in 1650. It acknowledged Russian suzerainty. And in 1769, a Russian force expelled the Turks. In 1803, the monarch declared himself a vassal of Russia. And in 1810, the little kingdom was definitively annexed to that empire. See Georgia. Imidazoles or glyoxylines, organic chemical compounds containing the ring system. Imidazole itself was first prepared by H. Debus and 1858 107 p. 254 by the action of ammonia on glyoxyl 2C2H2O 2,NH3C3H4N2H2CO H2O. The compounds of this series may be prepared by the condensation of orthodictones with ammonia and aldehydes. From thiouimidazolones by oxidation with dilute nitric acid. W. Markwold Burr, 1892, 25 p. 2361, by distillation of hydrobenzamide and similarly constituted bodies, and by the action of phosphorus pentachloride on symmetrical dimethyloxamide, a methylchloroglyoxyline being formed. O. Wallach, and 1877, 184 p. 500. The glyoxylines are basic in character, and the imide hydrogen is replaceable by metals and alkyl groups. They are stable towards reducing agents, and acetyl groups are only introduced with difficulty. Imidazole glyoxyline C3H4N2 crystallizes in thick prisms which melt at 88-89 Roman 100 and boil at 253 Roman 100 and are readily soluble in alcohol, and in water it is unaffected by chromic acid, but potassium permanganate oxidizes it to formic acid. It forms salts with acids. Lawphene triphenylglyoxyline is formed by the dry distillation of hydrobenzamide or by saturating an alcoholic solution of benzyl and benzaldehyde at a temperature of 40 Roman 100. With ammonia, it crystallizes in needles which melt at 275 Roman 100. It is a weak base when heated to 300 Roman 100 with hydriodic acid and hydrochloric acid. In the presence of some red phosphorus, it yields benzoic acid. The ketaglyoxylines are known as imidazolones and are prepared by the action of acids on acetylylthioureas. W. Markwold Burr, 1892, 25 p. 2357. Benzimidazole is the simplest representative of the benzoglyoxylines and is prepared by the condensation of formic acid with orthophenylene diamine. It forms rhombic crystals which melt at 170 Roman 100. It is basic in character, and on oxidation with potassium permanganate, yields a small amount of glyoxyline dicarboxylic acid. E. Bamberger, N. 1893 273, p. 338. Imitation lat imitatio from imitare, to imitate the reproduction or repetition of an action, or thought as observed in another person, or in oneself, or the construction of one object in the likeness of another, by some writers, for example Prayer and Lloyd Morgan. The term imitation is limited to cases in which one person copies the action or thought of another. Others have preferred a wider use of the term Roman 1e, including self-imitation, and have attempted to classify imitative action into various groupings, for example, as cases of conscious imitation, imitative, suggestion, plastic imitation, as when the members of a crowd subconsciously reproduce one another's modes of thought and action, and the like. The main distinction is that which takes into account the question of attention. Q. Roman 5, In conscious imitation, the attention is fixed on the act, and its reproduction in unconscious. Imitation, the reproduction is entirely mechanical, and the agent does not attend to the action or thought which he is copying in subconscious imitation. The action is not deliberate, though the necessary train of thought would immediately follow if the attention were turned upon it under normal conditions. Imitation plays an extremely important part in human and animal development, and a clear understanding of its character is important both for the study of primitive peoples and also in the theories of education, art, and sociology. The child's early development is in large measure imitative, thus the first articulate sounds and the first movements are mainly reproductions of the words and actions of parents. And even in the later stages, that teacher is likely to achieve the best results who himself gives examples of how a word should be pronounced or an action done. The impulse to imitate is, however, not confined to children. There is among the majority of adults a tendency to assimilate themselves either to their society or to those whom they especially admire or respect. This tendency to shun the eccentric is rooted deeply in human psychology. Moreover, even among highly developed persons, the imitative impulse frequently overrides the reason, as when an audience, a crowd, or even practically whole community is carried away by a panic for which no adequate ground has been given, or when a cough or a yawn is imitated by a company of people. Such cases may be compared with those of persons in mesmeric trances, who mechanically copy a series of movements made by the mesmerist. The universality of the imitative impulse has led many psychologists to regard it as an instinct, so William James' Principles of Psychology, Roman 2 cf. Instinct, and in that large class of imitative actions, which have no obvious ulterior purpose, the impulse certainly appears to be instinctive in character. On the other hand, where the imitator recognizes the particular effect of a process and imitates with the deliberate intention of producing the same effect, his action can scarcely be classed as instinctive. A considerable number of psychologists have distinguished imitative from instinctive actions. For example, Baldwin and Sully. According to Darwin, the imitative impulse begins in infants at the age of 4 months. It is to be noted, however, that the child imitates not every action indiscriminately, but especially those towards which it has a congenital tendency. The same is true of animals, though different kinds of animals may live in close proximity. The young of each kind imitate primarily the actions of their own parents. Among primitive man, imitation plays a very important part. The savage believes that he can bring about events by imitating them. He makes, for instance, an image of his enemy and pierces it with darts or burns it, believing that by so doing he will cause his enemies death. Similarly, sailors would whistle, or farmers would pour water on the ground in the hope of producing wind or rain. This form of imitation is known as sympathetic magic. See magic. The sociological importance of imitation is elaborately investigated by Gabriel Tard Leslois Delimitation, 2nd ed. 1895, who bases all social evolution on the imitative impulse. He distinguishes custom imitations, Roman 1e imitations of ancient or even forgotten actions, and mode imitations, Roman 1e imitations of current fashions. New discoveries are in his scheme the product of the conflict of imitations. This theory, though of great value, seems to neglect original natural similarities, which by the law of causation produce similar consequences where imitation is geographically or chronologically impossible. The term imitation has also the following special uses. In art theory, according to Plato, all artistic production is a form of imitation. That which really exists is the idea or type created by God. Of this type, all concrete objects are representations, while the painter, the tragedian, the musician are merely imitators. Thrice removed from the truth. Rep. Roman 10 sex. Such persons are represented by Plato as a menace to the moral fiber of the community. Rep. Roman 3 as performing no useful function, drawing men away from reality and pandering to the irrational side of the soul. All art should aim at moral improvement. Plato clearly intends by imitation more than is connotated by the modern word, though in general he associates with it all that is bad and second-rate. He, in some passages, admits the value of the imitation of that which is good, and thus assigns to it a certain symbolic significance. Aristotle, likewise, regarding art as imitation, emphasizes its purely artistic value as purging the emotions and producing beautiful things as such. See aesthetics and fine arts. In biology, the term is sometimes applied to the assimilation by one species of certain external characteristics, especially color, which enable them to escape the notice of other species, which would otherwise prey upon them, it is a form of protective resemblance, and is generally known as mimicry. Roman 5, see also colors of animals. In music, the term imitation is applied in contrapuntal composition to the repetition of a passage in one or more of the other voices, or parts of a composition, when the repetition is note for note with all the intervals. The imitation is called strict, and becomes a canon. Roman 5, if not it is called free, the latter being much the more common. There are many varieties of imitation, known as imitation by inversion, and reversion by augmentation, by diminution. See Grove's Dictionary of Music S. Roman 5, and textbooks of musical theory. Imitation of Christ, the Imitatio Christi, the title of a famous medieval Christian devotional work, much used still by both Catholics and Protestants, and usually ascribed to Thomas à Kempis. The contestation over the author of the Imitation of Christ is probably the most considerable and famous controversy that has ever been carried on concerning a purely literary question. It has been going on almost without flagging for 3 centuries, and nearly 200 combatants have entered the lists in the present article. Nothing is said on the history of the controversy, but an attempt is made to summarize the results that may be looked on as definitely acquired. Until quite recently, there were 3 candidates in the field: Thomas à Kempis 13,801,471, a canon regular of Mount St. Agnes in Zwolle, in the Diocese of Utrecht, of the Windesheim congregation of Augustinian canons, John Gerson 13,630, 1,429, Chancellor of the University of Paris, and an abbot John Gerson said to have been abbot of a Benedictine monastery at Vercelli in the 12th century. Towards the end of the 15th century, the imitation circulated under the names of the first 2, but Gerson is an impossible author, and his claims have never found defenders, except in France, where they are no longer urged. The Benedictine abbot Gerson is an absolutely mythical personage, a mere double of the chancellor. Consequently, at the present day, the question is narrowed to the issue: Thomas à Kempis or an unknown author. The following is a statement of the facts that may be received as certain. The earliest known dated MS of the Imitation is of 1424. It contains only BK Roman 1. The earliest MSS of the whole work of certain date are of 1427. Probably some of the undated MSS are older, but it is the verdict of the most competent modern expert opinion that there is no paleographical reason for suspecting that any known MS is earlier than the first quarter of the 15th century. A Latin letter of a Dutch canon regular, named Johann van Schoonhoven, exhibits such a close connection with BK Roman 1 that plagiarism on the one side or the other is the only possible explanation. It is capable of demonstration that the author of the imitation was the borrower, and that the opposite hypothesis is inadmissible. Now, this letter can be shown to have been written after 1382, therefore BK Roman 1 was beyond controversy written between the years 1382 and 1424. It is not here assumed that the 4 treatises formed a single work, or even that they are all by the same author, and the date of the other 3 books cannot be fixed with the same certainty. But on the one hand, before the beginning of the 15th century, there is no trace whatever of their existency, a strong argument that they did not yet exist, and, on the other hand, after 1424, nearly each year, produces its quota of MSS, and other signs of the existence of these books become frequent. Moreover, as a matter of fact, the 4 treatises did commonly circulate together. The presumption is strong that BKS Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, like BK Roman 1, were composed shortly before they were put into circulation. It may then be taken as proved that the imitation was composed between 1380 and 1425, and probably towards the end, rather than the beginning of that period. Having ascertained the date, we must consider the birthplace. A number of idioms and turns of expression throughout the book show that its author belonged to some branch of the Teutonic race. Further than this, the argument does not lead, for when the dialects of the early 15th century are considered, it cannot be said that the expressions in question are Netherlandic, rather than Germanas. A matter of fact, they have all been paralleled out of High German dialects. Of the 400 MSS of the imitation, 340 come from the Teutonic Contrasanother argument, in favor of its Teutonic origin. Again, 100 of them, including the earliest, come from the Netherlands. This number is quite disproportionate to the relative size of the Netherlands, and so points to Holland as the country in which the imitation was first, most widely circulated, and presumably composed. There is a considerable body of early evidence traceable before 1450 that the author was a canon regular. Several of the MSS were written in houses belonging to the Windesheim congregation of canons regular, or in close touch with it. Moreover, there is a specially intimate literary and spiritual relationship between the imitation and writings that emanated from what has been called the Windesheim circle. To sum up, the indirect evidence points clearly to the conclusion that the imitation was written by a Teutonic canon, regular, probably a Dutch canon regular of the Windesheim congregation, in the first quarter of the 15th century. These data are satisfied by Thomas à Kempis. We pass to the direct evidence, neglecting that of witnesses who had no special sources of information. There can be no question that, in the Windesheim congregation itself, there was already during Thomas à Kempis' lifetime a fixed tradition that he was the author of the imitation. The most important witness to this tradition is Johann Busch. It is true that the crucial words are missing in one copy of his chronicle, but it is clear there were two redactions of the work, and there are no grounds whatever for doubting that the second, with its various enlargements, came from the hands of Busch himself. A copy of it containing the passage exists written in 1464, while both Busch and Thomas à Kempis were still alive. Busch passed a great part of his life in Windesheim, only a few miles from Mount St. Agnes. Where Thomas lived, it would be hard to find a more authentic witness. Another witness is Hermann Ridd, a German member of the Windesheim congregation, who also had personally known Thomas, besides 2 or 3 MSS, originating in the Windesheim congregation, state or imply the same tradition. More than this, the tradition existed in Thomas à Kempis' own monastery, shortly after his death, for John Mauborgne became a canon in Mount St. Agnes within a few years of Thomas' death, and he states more than once that Thomas wrote the imitation. The earliest biographer of Thomas à Kempis was an anonymous contemporary. The life was printed in 1494, but it exists in a MS of 1488. The biographer says he got his information from the brethren at Mount St. Agnes, and he states in passing that BK Roman 3 was written by Thomas. Moreover, he appends a list of Thomas' writings, 38 in number, and 58 are the 4 books of the imitation. It is needless to point out that such a list must be of vastly greater authority than those given by St. Jerome or Gennadius in their De Viris Illustribus, and its rejection must in consistency involve methods of criticism that would work havoc in the history of early literature, of what Kingswever, the domestic tradition in the Windesheim congregation, and in Mount St. Agnes itself, has a weight that cannot be legitimately avoided or evaded. Indeed, the external authority for Thomas' authorship is stronger than that for the authorship of most really anonymous books, such, that is, as neither themselves claim to be by a given author, nor have been claimed by anyone as his own. A large proportion of ancient writings, both ecclesiastical and secular, are unquestioningly assigned to writers on far less evidence than that for Thomas' authorship of the imitation. Internal arguments have been urged against Thomas' authorship. It has been said that his certainly authentic writings are so inferior that the imitation could not have been written by the same author, but only if they were of the most cert and peremptory nature could such internal arguments be allowed to weigh against the clear array of facts that make up the external argument in favor of à Kempis. And it cannot be said that the internal difficulties are such as this. Let it be granted that Thomas was a prolific writer, and that his writings vary very much in quality. Let it be granted also that the imitation surpasses all the rest, and that some are on a level very far below it still, when at their best some of the other works are not unworthy of the author of the imitation. In conclusion, it is the belief of the present writer that 334 the contestation is over, and that Thomas à Kempis' claims to the authorship of the imitation have been solidly established. The best account in English of the controversy is that given by F.R. Crews in his Thomas à Kempis' 1887 works produced before 1880 are in general, with the exception of those of Eusebius Amort, superannuated and deal, in large measure, with points no longer of any living interest. A pamphlet by Crews, who was the author of The Imitation, 1898, contains sufficient information on the subject for all ordinary needs. It has been translated into French and German, and may be regarded as the standard handbook. It has been said that The Imitation of Christ has had a wider religious influence than any book except the Bible, and if the statement be limited to Christendom, it is probably true. The Imitation has been translated into over 50 languages and is said to have run through more than 6,000 editions. The other statement often made that it sums up all that is best of earlier Western mysticism that, in it was gathered and concentered all that was elevating, passionate, profoundly pious, in all the older mystics Milman, is an exaggeration that is, but partially true, for it depreciates unduly the elder mystics, and fails to do justice to the originality of the imitation for its spiritual teaching, is something quite different from the mysticism of Augustine in the Confessions, or of Bernard in the Sermons on the Song of Songs. It is different from the scholastic mysticism of the St. Victors or Bonaventure. Above all, it is different from the obscure mysticism, saturated with the pseudo-Dionysian Neoplatonism of the German school of Eckhart Suso Thaler and Riesbroek. Again, it is quite different from the later school of St. Teresa and St. John of the Cross, and from the introspective methods of what may be called the modern school of spirituality. The imitation stands apart unique, as the principal and most representative utterance of a special phase of religious thought in scholastic non-Platonic positive, and merely religious in its scoparine, reflecting faithfully the spirit of the movement initiated by Gerhard Groot Kuroman V, and carried forward by the circles in which Thomas à Kempis lived. In contrast with more mystical writings, it is of limpid clearness, every sentence being easily understandable by all whose spiritual sense is in any degree awakened. No doubt, it owes its universal power to this simplicity, to its freedom from intellectualism, and its direct appeal to the religious sense, and to the extraordinary religious genius of its author. Professor Harnack, in his book What is Christianity, counts the imitation as one of the chief spiritual forces in Catholicism. It kindles independent religious life, and a fire which burns with a flame of its own. P. 266. The best Latin edition of the imitation is that of Hirsch, 1874, which follows closely the autograph of 1441, and reproduces the rhythmical character of the Book of English Translations. The most interesting is that by John Wesley under the title The Christian's Pattern 1735. Roman 100b. Immaculate Conception, this dogma of the Roman Catholic Church, was defined as of faith by Pope Pius Roman IX on the 8th of December 1854. In the following terms, the doctrine which holds that the Blessed Virgin Mary from the first instant of her conception was by a most singular grace and privilege of Almighty God in view of the merits of Jesus, Christ the Redeemer of the human race preserved from all stain of original sin, is a doctrine revealed by God and therefore to be firmly and steadfastly believed by all the faithful. When these words presuppose the distinction between original or racial and actual or personally incurred sin, there is no dispute that the Church has always held the Blessed Virgin to be sinless. In the sense of actual or personal sin, the question of the Immaculate Conception regards original or racial sin. Only it is admitted that the doctrine as defined by Pius Roman IX was not explicitly mooted before the 12th century, but it is claimed that it is implicitly contained in the teaching of the Fathers. Their expressions on the subject of the sinlessness of Mary are, it is pointed out, so ample and so absolute that they must be taken to include original sin as well as actual. Thus we have in the first 5 centuries such epithets applied to her as in every respect holy, in all things unstained, super-innocent, and singularly holy. She is compared to Eve before the fall as ancestress of a redeemed people. She is the earth before it was accursed too. The well-known words of St. Augustine, Roman 500, may be cited as regards the Mother of God. He says, I will not allow any question whatever of sin. 3. It is true that he is here speaking directly of actual or personal sin, but his argument is that all men are sinners, that they are so through original depravity, that this original depravity may be overcome by the grace of God. And he adds that he does not know, but that Mary may have had sufficient grace to overcome sin of every sort omni ex parte. It seems to have been St. Bernard who, in the 12th century, explicitly raised the question of the Immaculate Conception. A feast of the Conception of the Blessed Virgin had already begun to be celebrated in some churches of the West. St. Bernard blames the canons of the Metropolitan Church of Lyon for instituting such a festival without the permission of the Holy See. In doing so, he takes occasion to repudiate altogether the view that the conception of Mary was sinless. It is doubtful, however, whether he was using the term conception in the same sense in which it is used in the definition of Pius Roman IX. In speaking of conception, one of 3 things may be meant: 1, the mother's cooperation; 2, the formation of the body; or 3, the completion of the human being by the infusion of the rational or spiritual soul. In early times, conception was very commonly used in the first sensitive conception, as it was called, but it is in the second or rather the third sense that the word is employed. In modern usage, and in the definition of Pope Pius Roman IX, but St. Bernard would seem to have been speaking of conception in the first sense, for in his argument, he says, how can there be absence of sin, where there is concupiscence, libido, and stronger expressions, follow showing that he is speaking of the mother and not of the child. St. Thomas Aquinas, the greatest of the medieval scholastics, refused to admit the Immaculate Conception on the ground that, unless the Blessed Virgin had at one time or other been one of the sinful, she could not justly be said to have been redeemed by Christ. St. Bonaventura Roman 502, only to St. Thomas in his influence on the Christian schools of his age hesitated to accept it for a similar reason. The celebrated John Duns Scotus Roman 500, a Franciscan like St. Bonaventura, argued, on the contrary, that from a rational point of view, it was certainly as little derogatory to the merits of Christ to assert that Mary was by him preserved from all taint of sin as to say that she first contracted it, and then was delivered. His arguments combined with a better acquaintance with the language of the early fathers gradually prevailed in the schools of the Western Church. In 1387, the University of Paris strongly condemned the opposite view. In 1483, Pope Sixtus Roman IV, who had already 1476 emphatically approved of the Feast of the Conception, condemned those who ventured to assert that the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception was heretical and forbade either side to claim a decisive victory, until further action on the part of the Holy See. The Council of Trent, after declaring that in its decrees on the subject of original sin, it did not include the Blessed and Immaculate Virgin Mary, Mother of God, renewed this prohibition. Pope Paul Roman 500 ordered that no one under severe penalties should dare to assent in public acts or disputations that the Blessed Virgin was conceived in original sin. Pope Gregory Roman 15 shortly afterwards extended this prohibition to private discussions, allowing, however, the Dominicans to argue on the subjects among themselves. Clement Roman 11, in 1708, extended the Feast of the Conception to the whole Church as a holy day of obligation. Long before the middle of the 19th century, the doctrine was universally taught in the Roman Catholic Church. During the reign of Gregory Roman 16, the bishops in various countries began to press for a definition. Pius Roman 9, at the beginning of his pontificate and again, after 1851, appointed commissions to investigate the whole subject, and he was advised that the doctrine was one 335 which could be defined, and that the time for a definition was opportune. On the 8th of December 1854, in a great assembly of bishops in the Basilica of St. Peter's at Rome, he promulgated the bull Ineffabilis Deus, in which the history of the doctrine is summarily traced, and which contains the definition as given above. The festival of the conception of the Blessed Virgin, as distinct from her nativity, was certainly celebrated in the Greek Church in the 7th century, as we learn from one of the canons of St. Andrew of Crete, or of Jerusalem, who died about A. Roman 5009. There is some evidence that it was kept in Spain in the time of St. Ildefonsus of Toledo Roman 500, and in southern Italy before A. Roman 500 in England. It was known in the 12th century. A council of the province of Canterbury in 1328 ascribes its introduction to St. Anselm. It spread to France and Germany in the same century. It was extended to the whole church. As stated above in 1708, it is kept in the Western Church on the 8th of December. The Greeks have always kept it one day later. The chief repertoire of patristic passages both on the doctrine and on the festival is Father Charles Passaglia's great collection, entitled De Immaculato Deperi Semper Virginis Conceptu Passaglia, Sac S.J. Commentarius 3 vols Rami, 18,540, 1855. A useful statement of the doctrine, with numerous references to the Fathers and Scholastics, is found in Herter's Theologia Dogmatica, 5th ed. Tom Roman 1, Tract Roman 7 cap. 6p 438. The state of Catholic belief in the middle of the 19th century is well brought out in La Croyance Generale, El Constante de l'Église, touchant l'Immaculée Conception de la Bienheureuse Vierge Marie, published in 1855 by Thomas Roman 1000 J. Gausset, 17,921,866, professor of moral theology at the Grand Seminary of Besançon, and successively Archbishop of Besançon and Cardinal Archbishop of Reims. For English readers, the doctrine and the history of its definition is clearly stated by Archbishop Ullathorne in the Immaculate Conception of the Mother of God, 2nd ed. London 1904, Dr. F. G. Lee, in the Sinless Conception of the Mother of God, a Theological Essay, London 1891, argued that the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception is a legitimate development of early church teaching. J. Roman 100h. 1. From the bull Ineffabilis Deus. 2. See Passaglia's work referred to below. 3. De Natura, et Gratia Cap, Roman 36's Bernardi Epist Roman 174. 5. Summa Theologia Part 3, Quis 27 Art 3. 6. In Librum Roman 3 Sententiarum, Distinct 3 Quist Roman 1 Art 2. 7. In Librum Roman 3 Sententiarum, Dist 3 Quist Roman 1 N4 CFR, Distinct 18 N15. Also the Summa Theologia of Scotus, compiled by a disciple Part 3 Quist 27 Art 2. 8. Ses Roman 5 De Peccato Originale. 9. Pg. Tom Roman 117 p. 1305. Immanence from lat in manner, to dwell in remain in philosophy and theology, a term applied in contradistinction to transcendence to the fact or condition of being entirely within something its most important use, is for the theological conception of God as existing in and throughout the created world, as opposed, for example, to deism Q. Roman 5, which conceives him as separate from and above the universe. This conception has been expressed in a great variety of forms. See theism. Pantheism. It should be observed that the immanence doctrine need not preclude the belief in the transcendence of God, thus God may be regarded as above the world transcendent, and at the same time as present in, and pervading it immanent. The immanence doctrine has arisen from two main causes, the one metaphysical, the other religious. Metaphysical speculation on the relation of matter and mind has naturally led to a conviction of an underlying unity of all existence, and so to a metaphysical identification of God and the universe, when this identification proceeds to the length of expressing the universe as merely a mode or form of deity. The result is pantheism. Cf. the Eleatics. When it regards the deity as simply the sum of the forces of nature. Cf. John Toland. The result is naturalism in either case, but especially in the former, it frequently becomes pure mysticism. Q. Roman 5 religious thinkers are faced by the problem of the creator and the created and the necessity for formulating a close relationship between God and man, the infinite and perfect with the finite, and imperfect, the conception of God as wholly external to man. A purely mechanical theory of the creation is throughout Christendom regarded as false to the teaching of the New Testament, as also to Christian experience. The contrary view has gained ground in some quarters. Cf. the so-called New Theology of Rev. R. J. Campbell, so far as to postulate a divine element in human beings, so definitely bridging over the gap between finite and infinite, which was to some extent admitted by the bulk of early Christian teachers in support of such a view, are adduced not only the metaphysical difficulty of postulating any relationship between the infinite and the purely finite, but also the ethical problems of the nature of human goodness. Roman 1. How a merely human being could appreciate the nature of or display divine goodness, and the epistemological problem of explaining how finite mind can cognize the infinite. The development of the immanence theory of God has coincided with the deeper recognition of the essentially spiritual nature of deity, as contrasted with the older semi-pagan conception, found very largely in the Old Testament of God, as primarily a mighty ruler obedience to whom is comparable with that of a subject to an absolute monarch. The idea of the dignity of man, in virtue of his immediate relation with God, may be traced in great measure to the humanist movement of the 14th and 15th centuries. Cf. the inner light doctrine of Johann Tauler. In later times, the conception of conscience as an inward monitor is symptomatic of the same movement of thought in pure metaphysics. The term immanencephilosophy is given to a doctrine held largely by German philosophers Rimke Leclerc Schupp and others, according to which all reality is reduced to elements immanent in consciousness. This doctrine is derived from Berkeley and Hume on the one hand, and from Kantianism on the other, and embodies the principle that nothing can exist for the mind save itself. The natural consequence of this theory is that the individual consciousness alone exists. Solipsism. This position is, however, open to the obvious criticism that in some cases individual consciousnesses agree in their content. Schupp therefore postulates a general consciousness, Bewusstsein überhaupt. Emanuel ben Solomon Roman 100 Hebrew poet was born in Rome. He was a contemporary and friend of Dante, and his verse shows the influence of the divine poet. Emanuel's early studies included science, mathematics, and philosophy, and his commentaries on Proverbs, Psalms, Job, and other biblical books are good examples of the current symbolical methods, which Dante so supremely used. Emanuel's fame chiefly rests on his poems, especially the collection in the manner of Harizi Q. Roman 5, entitled Mehabarath, a series of 27 good-natured satires on Jewish life, religious and secular topics are indiscriminately interwoven, and severe pietists were offended by Emmanuel's erotic style. Most popular is an additional section, numbered 28, often printed by itself, called Hell and Paradise HaTophet. Eden the poet is conducted by a certain Daniel, doubtfully identified with Dante, through the realms of torture and bliss, and Emmanuel's pictures and comments are at once vivid and witty. C.J. Chotzner, Hebrew Humorland, 1905 pp. 80, 2102. Roman 1a. Immermann Karl Leberecht, 17,961,800, 40, German dramatist and novelist, was born on the 24th of April 1796, at Magdeburg, the son of a government official in 1813. He went to study law at Halle, where he remained after the suppression of the university by Napoleon in the same year, until King Frederick William's summons to my people on March 17th. He responded with alacrity, but was prevented by illness from taking part in the earlier campaign. He fought, however, in 1815 at Ligny and Waterloo, and marched into Paris with Blücher. At the conclusion of the war, he resumed his studies at Halle, and after being referendar in Magdeburg, was appointed in 1819 assessor at Munster in Westphalia. Here, he made the acquaintance of Elise von Lutzow, Countess von Ahlefeldt, wife of the leader of the famous Free Corps Lutzow. This lady first inspired his pen, and their relationship is reflected in several dramas written about this time. In 1823, Immermann was appointed judge at Magdeburg, and in 1827 was transferred to Dusseldorf as Landgerichtsrat, or district judge thither. The countess, whose marriage had in the meantime been dissolved, followed him, and though refusing his hand, shared his home until his marriage in 1839 with a granddaughter of August Hermann Niemeyer, 17,540,1828 Chancellor and Rector Perpetuus of Halle University. In 1834, Immermann undertook the management of the Dusseldorf Theatre, and although his resources were small, succeeded for 2 years in raising it to a high level of excellence. The theatre, however, was insufficiently endowed to allow of him carrying on the work, and 336 in 1836, he returned to his official duties and literary pursuits. He died at Dusseldorf on the 25th of August 1840. Immermann had considerable aptitude for the drama, but it was long before he found a congenial field for his talents. His early plays are imitations partly of Kotzebue's, partly of the romantic dramas of Tieck and Mullner, and are now forgotten. In 1826, however, appeared Cardenio Unselland, a love tragedy of more promise. This, as well as the earlier productions, awakened the ill will of Platon, who made Immermann the subject of his wittiest satire Der romantische Oedipus. Between 1827 and 1832, Immermann redeemed his good name by a series of historical tragedies: Das Trauerspiel, in Tyrol 1827, Kaiser Friedrich Roman 21828, and a trilogy from Russian history, Alexis 1832. His masterpiece is The Poetic Mystery, Merlin 1831, a noble poem which, like its model, Faust, deals with the deeper problems of modern spiritual life. Immermann's important dramaturgic experiments in Dusseldorf are described in detail in Dusseldorfer Anfänge 1840. More significant is his position as a novelist. Here he clearly stands on the boundary line between Romanticism and modern literature. His Epigonen 1836 might be described as one of the last romantic imitations of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister, while the satire and realism of his second novel Munchausen, 1838, form a complete break with the older literature. As a prosewriter, Immermann is perhaps best remembered today by the admirable story of village life Der Oberhof, which is embedded in the formless mass of Munchausen. His last work was an unfinished epic, Tristan und Isolde 1840. Immermann's Gesammelte Schriften were published in 14 vols in 18,351,843, a new edition with biography and introduction by R. Boxberger, in 20 vols, Berlin 1883. Selected works, edited by Roman 1000 Koch, 4 vols, 18,871,888, and F. Munker, 6 vols, 1897. C. G. Zu Putlitz. Karl Immermann Sein, Leben und Sein Werk, 2 vols, 1870. F. Freiligrath Karl Immermann Blatter, Der Erinnerung an Eichen, 1842. W. Muller K. Immermann und sein Kreis, 1860. R. Fellner Geschichte einer deutschen Musterbühne, 1888. K. Immermann ein Gedächtnisschrift, 1896. Immersion, lat immersio, dipping, the act of being plunged into a fluid, or being overwhelmed by anything. In astronomy, the disappearance of a heavenly body in the shadow of another, especially of a satellite in the shadow of its primary. Immigration from Latin into and migrare, to depart the movement of population, other than that of casual visitors or travelers into one country from another sea migration. Immortality lat in not mortalis mortal from mors death, the condition or quality of being exempt from death or annihilation. This condition has been predicated of man both body and soul in many senses, and the term is used by analogy of those whose deeds or writings have made a lasting impression on the memory of man. The belief in human immortality in some form is almost universal. Even in early animistic cults, the germ of the idea is present, and in all the higher religions, it is an important feature. This article is confined to summarizing the philosophical or scientific arguments for and objections to the doctrine of the persistence of the human soul after death. For the Christian doctrine, see eschatology, and for other religions, see the separate articles. In the Orphic Mysteries, the soul was regarded as a part of the divine, a particula ori divini, for which the body in its limited and perishable condition was no fit organ, but a grave or prison. The existence of the soul in the body was its punishment for sins in a previous condition, and the doom of its sins in the body was its descent into other bodies, and the postponement of its deliverance. Salmon's Christian Doctrine of Immortality, p. 109. This deliverance was what the Mysteries promised. A remarkable passage in Pindar Thren 2 is thus rendered by J. W. Donaldson. Pindar's Epinition, or Triumphal Odes, p. 372. By a happy lot, all persons travel to an end free of toil, and the body indeed is subject to the powerful influence of death, but a shadow of vitality is still left alive, and this alone is of divine origin. While our limbs are in activity, it sleeps. But when we sleep, it discloses to the mind, in many dreams, the future judgment with regard to happiness and misery. The belief of Socrates is uncertain in the Apology. He is represented as sure that no evil can happen to a good man either in life or after death, but as not knowing whether death be a state of nothingness, an utter unconsciousness, or a change or migration of the soul from this world to the next. Roman 141 in the Phaedo. Confident expectation is ascribed to him. He is not the body to be buried. He will not remain with his friends after he has drunk the poison, but he will go away to the happiness of the blessed. The silence of the memorabilia of Xenophon must be admitted as an argument to the contrary, but the probability seems to be that Plato did not, in the Phaedo altogether, misrepresent the master. In Plato's thought, the belief held a prominent position. It is noteworthy, says Professor Roman 500 G. Ritchie, that in the various dialogues in which Plato speaks of immortality, the arguments seem to be of different kinds, and most of them quite unconnected with one another. In the Phaedrus 245 c, the argument is that the soul is self-moving and therefore immortal, and this argument is repeated in the Laws Roman 10 895. It is an argument that Plato probably inherited from Alcmaeon, the physician of Croton Arist, during Roman 117 405, a 29 whose views were closely connected with those of the Pythagoreans. In the Phaedo, the main argument up to which all the others lead is that the soul participates in the idea of life. Recollection anamnesis alone would prove pre-existence, but not existence after death. In the 10th book of the Republic, we find the curious argument that the soul does not perish like the body, because its characteristic, evil, sin, or wickedness, does not kill it as the diseases of the body wear out the bodily life. In the Timaeus 40, 1, the immortality even of the gods is made dependent on the will of the supreme creator. Souls are not in their own nature indestructible, but persist, because of his goodness. In the Laws Roman 12, the notion of a future life seems to be treated as a salutary doctrine, which is to be believed, because the legislator enacts it. Plato p. 146. The estimate to be formed of this reasoning has been well stated by Dr. A. Roman 1000 Fairbairn. Plato's arguments for immortality, isolated, modernized, may be feeble, even valueless, but allowed to stand where and as he himself puts them, they have an altogether different worth. The ratiocinative parts of the Phaedo thrown into syllogisms may be easily demolished by a hostile logician, but in the dialogue as a whole, there is a subtle spirit and cumulative force, which logic can neither seize nor answer. Studies in the Philosophy of Religion, p. 226, 1876. Aristotle held that the or active intelligence alone is immortal. The Stoics were not agreed upon the question. Cleans is said to have held that all survive to the great conflagration, which closes the cycle. Chrysippus, that only the wise will. Marcus Aurelius teaches that even if the spirit survive for a time, it is at last absorbed in the generative principle of the universe. Epicureanism thought that the wise man fears not death, before which most men tremble, for if we are, it is not If it is we are not death is extinction, Augustine adopts a Platonic thought when he teaches that the immortality of the soul follows from its participation in the eternal truths the apologists themselves welcomed, and commended to others the Christian revelation as affording a certainty of immortality such as reason, could not give the Aristotelian school in Islam, did not speak with one voice upon the question Avicenna, declared the soul immortal, but Averroes assumes only the eternity of the universal intellect Albertus Magnus, argued that the soul is immortal as ex se ipsa causa, and as independent of the body Pietro Pomponazzi, maintained that the soul's immortality could be neither proved nor disproved by any natural reason. Spinoza, while consistently with his pantheism, denying personal immortality, affirms that the human mind cannot be absolutely destroyed with the body, but there remains of it something which is eternal, eth Roman 5 Prop Roman 23. The reason he gives is that as this something appertains to the 337 essence of the mind, it is conceived by a certain eternal necessity, through the very essence of God. Leibniz, in accord with the distinctive principle of his philosophy, affirmed the absolute independence of mind and body as distinct monads, the parallelism of their functions in life being due to the pre-established harmony, for the soul, by its nature as a single monad indestructible and therefore immortal death, meant only the loss of the monads constituting the body, and its return to the pre-existent state, the argument of Ernst Plattner Philos, After Roman 1 1178, is similar if the human soul is a force in the narrower sense, substance and not a combination of substances, then, as in the nature of things, there is no transition from existence to non-existence. We cannot naturally conceive the end of its existence, any more than we can anticipate a gradual annihilation of its existence, he adds. A reason that recalls one of Plato's as manifestly as the human soul is by means of the senses linked to the present life, so manifestly, it attaches itself by reason, and the conceptions, conclusions, anticipations, and efforts to which reason leads it to God and eternity. Against the first kind of argument as formulated by Moses Mendelssohn, Kant advances the objection that, although we may deny the sole extensive quantity division into parts, yet we cannot refuse to it intensive quantity degrees of reality, and consequently its existence may be terminated not by decomposition, but by gradual diminution of its powers, or to use the term he coined for the purpose by a Langson's this denial of any reasonable ground for belief in immortality. In the Critique of Pure Reason Transcendental Dialectic BK Roman 2 ch Roman 1, is however not his last word on the subject. In the Critique of the Practical Reason Dialectic ch Roman 1 sec, Roman for the immortality of the soul, is shown to be a postulate holiness. The perfect accordance of the will with the moral law demands an endless progress, and this endless progress is only possible on the supposition of an endless duration of the existence and personality of the same rational being, which is called the immortality of the soul, not demonstrable as a theoretical proposition. The immortality of the soul is an inseparable result of an unconditional a priori practical law. The moral interest which is so decisive on this question, in the case of Kant, dominates Bishop Butler. Also, a future life for him is important, because our happiness in it may depend on our present conduct, and therefore our action here should take into account the reward or punishment that it may bring on us hereafter. As he maintains that probability may and ought to be our guide in life, he is content with proving in the first chapter of the Analogy that a future life is probable from similar changes, as death already undergone in ourselves and in others and from our present powers which are likely to continue unless death destroy them. While we may fear this, there is no proof that it will either from the nature of death of the effect of which on our powers we are altogether ignorant, or from the analogy of nature, which shows only that the sensible proof of our powers, not the powers themselves, may be destroyed. The imagination that death will destroy these powers is unfounded, because 1. This supposes we are compounded and so discernible, but the contrary is probable on metaphysical grounds, the indivisibility of the subject, in which consciousness as indivisible inheres, and its distinction from the body, and also experimental the persistence of the living being in spite of changes in the body, or even losses of parts of the body too. This also assumes that our present living powers of reflection must be affected in the same way by death as those of sensation, but this is disproved by their relative independence even in this life. 3. Even the suspension of our present powers of reflection is not involved in the idea of death, which is simply dissolution of the body, and which may even be like birth, a continuation and perfecting of our powers. Even if suspension were involved, we cannot infer destruction from it. Analysis of chapter Roman 1 in Angus edition. He recognizes that reason did, as it well might conclude that it should finally, and upon the whole be well with the righteous and ill with the wicked. But only revelation teaches us that the next state of things after the present is appointed for the execution of this justice. Ch. Roman 2 note 10. He does not use this general anticipation of future judgment, as he might have done as a positive argument for immortality. Adam Ferguson Institutes of Moral Philosophy, p. 119, New ed. 1800, argues that the desire for immortality is an instinct, and can reasonably be regarded as an indication of that which the author of this desire wills to do from the standpoint of modern science. John Fiske confirms the validity of such an argument, for what he affirms in regard to belief in the divine is equally applicable to this belief in a future life. If the relation thus established in the morning twilight of man's existence between the human soul and a world invisible and immaterial is a relation of which only the subjective term is real, and the objective term is non-existent, then I say it is something utterly without precedent in the whole history of creation. Through Nature to God, 1899 p. 188, 189, whatever may have been Hegel's own belief in regard to personal immortality, the logical issue of his absolute idealism has been well stated by W. Windelband History of Philosophy, p. 633. It became clear that in the system of perpetual becoming, and of the dialectical passing over of all forms into one another, the finite personality could scarcely raise a plausible claim to the character of a substance, and to immortality in the religious sense. F. Roman 500 Schleiermacher applies the phrase the immortality of religion to the religious emotion of oneness amid finitude with the infinite and amid time with the eternal, denies any necessary connection between the belief in the continuance of personal existence and the consciousness of God, and rests his faith on immortality altogether on Christ's promise of living fellowship with his followers as presupposing their, as well as his personal immortality. A Schopenhauer assigns immortality to the universal will to live, and Feuerbach declares spirit consciousness eternal, but not any individual subject. R. H. Lotze, for the decision of the question, lays down the broad principle, all that has once come to be will eternally continue so soon. As for the organic unity of the world, it has an unchangeable value, but it will obviously again cease to be, when that is not the case. Gr. Dersai p. 74. Objections to the belief in immortality have been advanced from the standpoints of materialism, naturalism, pessimism, and pantheism. Materialism argues that, as life depends on a material organism, thought is a function of the brain, and the soul is but the sum of mental states to which, according to the theory of psychophysical parallelism, physical changes always correspond. Therefore, the dissolution of the body carries with it necessarily the cessation of consciousness. That as now constituted mind does depend on brain, life on body must be conceded, but that this dependence is so absolute that the function must cease with the organ has not been scientifically demonstrated. The connection of the soul with the body is as yet too obscure to justify any such dogmatism. But against this inference, the following considerations may be advanced. 1. Man does distinguish himself from his body. 2. He is conscious of his personal identity through all the changes of his body. 3. In the exercise of his will, he knows himself not controlled by, but controlling his body, for his consciousness warrants his denying the absolute identification of himself and his body. It may further be added that materialism can be shown to be an inadequate philosophy in its attempts to account even for the physical universe, for this is inexplicable without the assumption of mind distinct from and directive of matter. The theory of psychophysical parallelism has been subjected to a rigorous examination in James Ward's Naturalism and Agnosticism, Part 3, in which the argument that mind cannot be derived from matter is convincingly presented. Sir Oliver Lodge, in his reply to E. Haeckel's Riddle of the Universe, maintains that life may be something not only ultra-terrestrial, but even immaterial, something outside our present categories of matter and energy, as real as they are but different, and utilizing them for its own purpose. Life and Matter, 1906 p. 198. He rejects the attempt to explain human personality as generated by 338, the material molecular aggregate of its own unaided latent power, and affirms that the universe where the human spirit is more at home than it is among these temporary collocations of matter is a universe capable of infinite development of noble contemplation, and of lofty joy long after this planet nay, the whole solar system shall have fulfilled its present spire of destiny and retired cold and lifeless upon its endless way pp. 199,200. In his lecture on human immortality, 3rd ed., 1906, Professor William James deals with two supposed objections to the doctrine. The first is the law that thought is a function of the brain. Accepting the law, he distinguishes productive from permissive or transmissive function p32. And rejecting the view that brain produces thought, he recognizes that in our present condition, brain transmits thought, thought needs brain for its organ of expression. But this does not exclude the possibility of a condition in which thought will be no longer so dependent on brain. He quotes p57, with approval Kant's words, "The death of the body may indeed be the end of the sensational use of our mind, but only the beginning of the intellectual use. The body would thus be not the cause of our thinking, but merely a condition restrictive thereof, and although essential to our sensuous and animal consciousness, it may be regarded as an impter of our pure spiritual life." Critic der Reinen Vernunft, 2nd ed. p. 809. Further arguments in the same direction are derived from the modern school of psychical research. See especially F. W. H. Myers' Human Personality, 1903. Another objection is advanced from the standpoint of naturalism, which, whether it issues in materialism or not, seeks to explain man as but a product of the process of nature. The universe is so immeasurably vast in extension and duration, and man is so small, his home but a speck in space, and his history a span in time, that it seems an arrogant assumption for him to claim exemption from the universal law of evolution and dissolution. This view ignores that man has ideals of absolute value, truth, beauty, goodness, that he consciously communes with the God, who is in all and through all and over all, that it is his mind which recognizes the vastness of the universe, and thinks its universal law, and that the mind which perceives and conceives cannot be less but must be greater than the object of its knowledge and thought. Pessimism suggests a third objection: the present life is so little worth living that its continuance is not to be desired. James Thomson B. Roman 5 speaks of the restful rapture of the inviolate grave, and sings the praises of death and of oblivion. We cannot admit that the history of mankind justifies his conclusion, for the great majority of men life is a good, and its continuance an object of hope. For pantheism, personal immortality appears a lesser good than reabsorption in the universal life. But against this objection, we may confidently maintain that worthier of God and more blessed for man is the hope of a conscious communion in an eternal life of the Father of all with his whole family. Lastly, positivism teaches a corporate, instead of an individual immortality. Man should desire to live on as a beneficent influence in the race. This conception is expressed in George Eliot's lines: "Oh, may I join the choir invisible of those immortal dead who live again, in minds made better by their presence live, in pulses stirred to generosity, in deeds of daring, rectitude, and scorn, for miserable aims that end with self, in thoughts sublime that pierce the night like stars, and with their mild persistence urge man's search to vaster issues." But these possibilities are not mutually exclusive alternatives. A man may live on in the world by his teaching and example as a power for good, a factor of human progress, and he may also be continuing and completing his course under conditions still more favorable to all. Most worthy in him consciously to participate as a person in the progress of the race is surely a worthier hope than unconsciously to contribute to it as an influence, ultimately to share the triumph as well as the struggle, is a more inspiring anticipation. In stating constructively the doctrine of immortality, we must assign altogether secondary importance to the metaphysical arguments from the nature of the soul. It is sufficient to show, as has already been done, that the soul is not so absolutely dependent on the body, that the dissolution of the one must necessarily involve the cessation of the other. Such arguments, as the indivisibility of the soul and its persistence, can at most indicate the possibility of immortality. The juridical argument has some force. The present life does not show that harmony of condition and character, which our sense of justice leads us to expect the wicked prosper, and the righteous suffer. There is ground for the expectation that in the future life, the anomalies of this life will be corrected. Although this argument has the support of such great names as Butler and Kant, yet it will repel many minds as an appeal to the motive of self-interest. The ethical argument has greater value. Man's life here is incomplete, And the more lofty his aims, the more worthy his labors, the more incomplete will it appear to be the man who lives for fame, wealth, power, may be satisfied in this life. But he who lives for the ideals of truth, beauty, goodness lives not for time, but for eternity, for his ideals cannot be realized. And so his life fulfilled on this side of the grave, unless these ideals are mocking visions, man has a right to expect the continuance of his life for its completion. This is the line of argument developed by Professor Hugo Munsterberg in his lecture on the Eternal Life 1905. Although he states it in the terms peculiar to his psychology, in which personality is conceived as primarily will no endless duration is our goal, but complete repose in the perfect satisfaction, which the will finds when it has reached the significance, the influence, and the value at which it is aiming. P. 83. More general in its appeal still is the argument from the affections, which has been beautifully developed in Tennyson's In Memoriam. The heart protests against the severance of death, and claims the continuance of love's communion after death. And as man feels that love is what is most godlike in his nature, love's claim has supreme authority. There is a religious argument for immortality. The saints of the Hebrew nation were sure that as God had entered into fellowship with them, death could not sever them from his presence. This is the argument in Psalms Romans 16 and Romans 17, if as is probable the closing verses do express the hope of a glorious and blessed immortality. This too is the proof Jesus himself offers when he declares God to be the God of the living, and not of the dead. Matt Roman 22. God's companions cannot become death's victims. Josiah Royce, in his lecture on the conception of immortality 1900, combines this argument of the soul's union with God with the argument of the incompleteness of man's life here. Just because God is one, all our lives have various and unique places in the harmony of the divine life. And just because God attains and wins and finds this uniqueness, all our lives win in our union with Him, the individuality which is essential to their true meaning. And just because individuals whose lives have uniqueness of meaning are here only objects of pursuit, the attainment of this very individuality, since it is indeed real, occurs not in our present form of consciousness, but in a life that now we see, not yet in a life whose genuine meaning is continuous with our own human life, however far from our present flickering form of disappointed human consciousness. That life of the final individuality may be of this our true individual life. Our present life is a glimpse, a fragment, hint, and in its best moments, a visible beginning that this individual life of all of us is not something limited in its temporal expression to the life that now we experience follows from the very fact that here nothing final or individual is found, expressed. pp. 144,146. R. W. Emerson declares that the impulse to seek proof of immortality is itself the strongest proof of all we expect immortality, not merely because we desire it, but because the desire itself arises from all that is best and truest and worthiest in ourselves. The desire is reasonable, moral, social, religious. It has the same worth as the loftiest ideals and worthiest aspirations. 339. Of the soul of man, the loss of the belief casts a dark shadow over the present life. No sooner do we try to get rid of the idea of immortality than pessimism raises its head. Human griefs seem little worth, assuaging human happiness too paltry at the best to be worth increasing. The whole moral world is reduced to a point. Good and evil, right and wrong become infinitesimal ephemeral matters. The affections die weighty of their own conscious feebleness and uselessness. A moral paralysis creeps over us. Natural religion. Postscript. The belief exercises a potent moral influence. The day, says Ernest Renan, in which the belief in an afterlife shall vanish from the earth, will witness a terrific moral and spiritual decadence. Some of us perhaps might do without it, provided only that others held it fast, but there is no lever capable of raising an entire people if once they have lost their faith in the immortality of the soul, quoted by a W. Momery. Immortality. P9. To this belief, many and good as are the arguments which can be advanced for it, a confident certainty is given by Christian faith in the risen Lord, and the life and immortality which he has brought to light in his gospel. In addition to the works referred to above, see R.K. Gay, The Platonic Conception of Immortality, and its connection with the Theory of Ideas, 1904. R.H. Charles, A Critical History of the Doctrine of a Future Life in Israel, in Judaism, and in Christianity, 1899. E. Petevel, The Problem of Immortality and Trans, by F. A. Freer, 1892. J. Fisk, The Destiny of Man Viewed in the Light of His Origin, 1884. G. A. Gordon, Immortality and the New Theodicy, 1897. Henry Buckle, The Afterlife, 1907. E.g., immunity from lat immunis not subject to a munus or public service, a general term for exemption from liability, principally used in the legal sense discussed below, but also in recent times in pathology, for which see bacteriology in international law. The term not serving not subject implies exemption from the jurisdiction of the state, which otherwise exercises jurisdiction. Where the immunity arises, it is thus applied to the exceptional position granted to sovereigns and chiefs of states generally, and their direct representatives in the states to which they are accredited. Under exterritoriality is treated the inviolability of embassies and legations, and the application of the material side of the doctrine of immunity as a right appurtening to the persons of those who enjoy it. The doctrine has grown out of the necessity for sovereigns of respecting each other's persons in their common interest to be able to negotiate without danger of arrest or interference of any kind with their persons, was the only condition upon which sovereigns would have been able to meet and discuss their joint interests. With the development of states as independent entities and of intercourse between them and their nationals, the work of diplomatic missions increased to such an extent that instead of having merely occasional ambassadors, as at the beginning states, found it expedient to have resident representatives with a permanent residence. Hence, the sovereign's inviolability becomes vested in the person of the sovereign's delegate, and with it, as a necessary corollary, the exterritoriality of his residence. Out of the further expansion of the work of diplomatic missions came duplication of the personnel and classes of diplomatic secretaries, who, as forming part of the embassy or legation, also had to be covered by the diplomatic immunity. In no branch of international intercourse have states shown so laudable a respect for tradition as in the case of this immunity, and this in spite of the hardship which frequently arises for private citizens through unavoidable dealings with members of embassies and legations. The Institute of International Law Peace, at their Cambridge session in 1895, drew up the following rules: 1, which may be taken to be the only precise statement of theory on the subject, for the guidance of foreign offices in dealing with it. Art 1. Public ministers are inviolable. They also enjoy exterritoriality in the sense, and to the extent hereinafter mentioned, and a certain number of immunities. Art 2. The privilege of inviolability extends 1 to all classes of public ministers, who regularly represent their sovereign, or their country. 2. To all persons forming part of the official staff of a diplomatic mission. 3. To all persons forming part of its non-official staff under reserve, that if they belong to the country where the mission resides, they only enjoy it within the official residence. Art 3. The government to which the minister is accredited must abstain from all offense, insult, or violence against the persons entitled to the privilege, must set an example in the respect which is due to them, and protect them by specially rigorous penalties from all offense, insult, or violence on the part of the inhabitants of the country, so that they may devote themselves to their duties in perfect freedom. Art 4. Immunity applies to everything necessary for the fulfillment by ministers of their duties, especially to personal effects, papers, archives, and correspondence. Art 5. It lasts during the whole time which the minister or diplomatic official spends in his official capacity in the country to which he has been sent. It continues even in time of war between the two powers during the period necessary to enable the minister to leave the country with his staff and effects. Art 6. Inviolability cannot be claimed 1 in case of legitimate defense on the part of private persons against acts committed by the persons who enjoy the privilege. 2 in case of risks incurred by any of the persons in question voluntarily or needlessly. 3 in case of improper acts committed by them provoking on the part of the state to which the minister is accredited measures of defense or precaution, but except in a case of extreme urgency, this state should confine itself to reporting the facts to the minister's government, requesting the punishment or the recall of the guilty agent, and if necessary to surrounding the official residence to prevent unlawful communications or manifestations. Immunity with respect to taxes. Art 11. A public minister in a foreign country functionaries, officially attached to his mission, and the members of their families residing with them, are exempt from paying 1 personal direct taxes and sumptuary taxes, 2 general taxes on property, whether on capital or income, 3 war contributions, 4 customs duties, in respect of articles for their personal use. Each government shall indicate the grounds justifications to which these exemptions from taxation shall be subordinated. Immunity from jurisdiction. Art 12, a public minister in a foreign country functionaries, officially attached to his mission, and the members of their families residing with them, are exempt from all jurisdiction, civil or criminal of the state, to which they are accredited in principle. They are only subject to the civil and criminal jurisdiction of their own country. A claimant may apply to the courts of the capital of the country of the minister subject, to the right of the minister, to prove that he has a different domicile in his country. Art 13, with respect to crimes persons, indicated in the preceding article remain subject to the penal laws of their own country, as if they had committed the acts in their own country. Art 14, the immunity attaches to the function, in respect of acts connected with the function. As regards acts done not in connection with the function, immunity can only be claimed so long as the function lasts. Art 15, persons of the nationality of the country, to the government of which they are accredited, cannot claim the privilege of immunity. Art 16, immunity from jurisdiction, cannot be invoked one in case of proceedings taken by reason of engagements entered into by the exempt person not in his official or private capacity, but in the exercise of a profession carried on by him in the country, concurrently with his diplomatic functions. 2. In respect of real actions, including possessory actions, relating to anything movable or immovable in the country. It exists even in case of a breach of the law which may endanger public order or safety, or of crime against the safety of the state, without prejudice to such steps as the territorial government may take for its own protection. Art 17, persons entitled to immunity from jurisdiction may refuse to appear as witnesses before a territorial court on condition that if required by diplomatic intervention, they shall give their testimony in the official residence to a magistrate of the country appointed for the purpose. Further questions connected with immunity and exterritoriality, Q Roman 5, arise out of the different industrial enterprises undertaken by states such as posts, telegraphs, telephones, railways, steamships, Roman 100, which require regulation to prevent conflicts of interest between the state owners and the private interests involved in these enterprises. Stiba 1. The rules were drawn up in French. The author of this article is responsible for the translation of them. Imola Anc Forum Cornale, a town and episcopal see of Emilia, Italy in the province of Bologna, from which it is 21 Roman 1000 SE, by rail 140 FT, above sea level Pop 1901 12,058, town 33,144 commune. The Cathedral of Escasiano has been 340 modernized. It possesses interesting reliquaries and contains the tomb of Petrus Chrysologus, Archbishop of Ravenna, Rome in 500. A native of Imola S. Domnico has a fine Gothic portal. And S. Maria in Regola, an old campanile. The town also contains some fine palaces. The communal library has some MSS, including a psalter, with miniatures that once belonged to Sir Thomas More. The citadel is square with round towers at the angles. It dates from 1304 and is now used as a prison. Imola has a large lunatic asylum with over 1,200 inmates. Innocenzo Francucci Innocenzo de Mola, a painter of the Bolognese school 14,940,1549, was a native of Imola, and 2 of his works are preserved in the Palazzo del Comune, the Madonna del Paratolo, 2 Roman 1000 outside, the town to the NW, is in the early Renaissance style 1488. The campanile was probably built from Bramante's plans in 1506. The ancient Forum Cornale, a station on the Via Emilia, is said by Prudentius writing, in the 5th century A Roman 500, to have been founded by Sulla. But the fact that it belonged to the Tribus Pallia shows that it already possessed Roman citizenship before the social war. In later times, we hear little of it. Martial published his 3rd book of epigrams. While he was there in the Lombard period, the name Imolas begins to appear in 1480 after a checkered history. The town came into the possession of Girolamo Riario, lord of Forli, as the dowry of his wife Caterina Sforza, and was incorporated with the states of the church by Caesar Borgia in 1500. Imp o engimpa, a graft shoot. The verb impian is cognate with jur imphen, to graft, inoculate, and the fr enter. The ultimate origin is probably the gr, to implant. Cf. Engrafted, originally a slip or shoot of a plant or tree used for grafting. This use is seen in Chaucer Prologue 2. The Monk's Tale 68 of feeble trees, their commend rect imps. The verb to imp, in the sense of to graft, was especially used of the grafting of feathers, onto the wing of a falcon or hawk to replace broken or damaged plumage, and is frequently used metaphorically like scion imp, was till the 17th century used of a member of a family, especially of high rank hence, often used as equivalent to child. The New English Dictionary quotes an epitaph 1584 in the Beauchamp Chapel at Warwick here, resteth the body of the noble Impere Robert of Dudley son of Robert Earl of Leicester. The current use of the word for a small devil or mischievous sprite is due to the expressions imp of Satan, or of the devil, or of hell in the sense of child of evil. It was thus particularly applied to the demons, supposed to be the familiar spirits of witches. Impatiens in botany, a genus of annual or biennial herbs, sometimes becoming shrubby, chiefly natives of the mountains of tropical Asia and Africa, but also found widely distributed in the North Temperate Zone and in South Africa. The flowers, which are purple, yellow, pink, or white, and often showy, are spurred and irregular in form. And borne in the leaf axils, the name is derived from the fact that the seed pod, when ripe, discharges the seeds by the elastic separation and coiling of the valves impatiens nolime tanger. Touchmanot, an annual succulent herb with yellow flowers, is probably wild in moist mountainous districts in North Wales, Lancashire, and Westmoreland. Roman, one royle, a tall, hardy succulent annual with rose-purple flowers. A Himalayan species is common in England. As a self-sown garden plant, or garden escape. Roman 1 balsamina, the common balsam of gardens. Well-known annual is a native of India. It is one of the showiest of summer and autumn flowers, and of comparatively easy cultivation. Roman 1 sultani, a handsome plant with scarlet flowers. A native of Zanzibar, is easily grown in a greenhouse throughout the summer, but requires warmth in winter. Impeachment, ofr impechment from impecher, or impescher, to hinder late lat impedicare, to entangle pedica fetter peas. Foot, the English form of judicial parliamentary procedure against criminals, in which the House of Commons are the prosecutors, and the House of Lords the judges. It differs from bills of attainder. Roman 5, in being strictly judicial, when the House of Commons has accepted a motion for impeachment, the mover is ordered to proceed to the bar of the House of Lords, and there impeach the accused in the name of the House of Commons, and of all the Commons of the United Kingdom. The charges are formulated in articles to each of which the accused may deliver a written answer. The prosecution must confine itself to the charges contained in the articles, though further articles may be adhibited from time to time. The Commons appoint managers to conduct the prosecution, but the whole House in committee attends the trial. The defendant may appear by counsel. The President of the House of Lords is the Lord High Steward in the case of peers impeached for high treason. In other cases, the Lord Chancellor. The hearing takes place, as in an ordinary trial, the defense being allowed to call witnesses, if necessary, and the prosecution having a right of reply at the end of the case. The President puts to each peer, beginning with the junior baron, the questions upon the first article, whether the accused be guilty of the crimes charged therein. Each peer, in succession, rises in his place when the question is put, and standing uncovered and laying his right hand upon his breast, answers guilty or not guilty as the case may be. Upon my honor, each article is proceeded with separately in the same manner, the Lord High Steward giving his own opinion. The last May's parliamentary practice. Roman 100 Roman 23, should the accused be found guilty, judgment follows if the Commons move for it, but not otherwise. The Commons thus retain the power of pardon in their own hands, and this right they have in several cases expressly claimed by resolution, declaring that it is not parliamentary for their lordships to give judgment until the same be first demanded by this House. Spiritual peers occupy an anomalous position in the trial of peers, as not being themselves ennobled in blood. On the impeachment of Danby, it was declared by the Lords that spiritual peers have the right to stay and sit during proceedings for impeachment, but it is customary for them to withdraw before judgment is given, entering a protest, saving to themselves and their successors all such rights in judicature as they have by law and by right. Ought to have an impeachment, unlike other parliamentary proceedings, is not interrupted by prorogation, nor even by dissolution. Proceedings in the House of Commons preliminary to an impeachment are subject to the ordinary rules, and in the Warren Hastings case, an act was passed to prevent the preliminary proceedings from discontinuance by prorogation and dissolution. A royal pardon cannot be pleaded in bar of an impeachment, though it is within the royal prerogative to pardon, after the Lords have pronounced judgment. The point was raised in the case of the Earl of Danby in 1679, and the rule was finally settled by the Act of Settlement. Persons found guilty on impeachment may be reprieved or pardoned like other convicts. Impeachment will lie against all kinds of crimes and misdemeanors, and against offenders of all ranks. In the case of Simon de Beresford tried before the House of Lords in 1330, the House declared that the judgment be not drawn into example or consequence in time to come, whereby the said peers may be charged hereafter to judge others than their peers, from which Blackstone and others have inferred that a commoner cannot be impeached before the Lords for any capital offence, but only for high misdemeanors. In the case of Edward Fitzharris, in 1681, the House of Commons, in answer to a resolution of the Lords suspending the impeachment, declared it to be their undoubted right to impeach any peer or commoner for treason or any other crime or misdemeanor. And the House of Lords has in practice recognized the right of the Commons to impeach whomsoever they will. The procedure has, however, been reserved for great political offenders, whom the ordinary powers of the law might fail to reach. It has now fallen into desuetude. The last impeachments were those of Warren Hastings, 17,880,1795, and Lord Melville, 1806. But an unsuccessful attempt was made by Thomas Roman 100 Anstey to impeach Lord Palmerston in 1848. The earliest recorded instances of impeachment are those of Lord Latimer in 1376 and of Pole, Earl of Suffolk, in 1386. From the time of Edward Roman IV to Elizabeth, it fell into disuse, partly, says Hallam, from the loss 340, one of that control which the Commons had obtained under Richard Roman II and the Lancastrian kings, and partly from the preference the Tudor princes had given to bills of attainder or pains and penalties when they wished to turn the arm of Parliament against an obnoxious subject. Revived in the reign of James Roman I, it became an instrument of parliamentary resistance to the crown, and it was not unfrequently resorted to in the first 3 reigns after the Revolution. In the United States, the procedure of impeachment, both in the national and in almost all of the state governments, is very similar to that described above. The national constitution prescribes that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. The House appoints managers to conduct the prosecution at the bar of the Senate, and the vote of the Senate is taken by putting the questions separately to each member, who during the trial must be on oath or affirmation. In ordinary cases, the President or President pro tempore of the Senate presides. But when the President of the United States is on trial, the presiding officer must be the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. A 2/3 vote is necessary for conviction. The President, Vice President, or any civil officer of the United States may be impeached for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, and if convicted is removed from office and may be disqualified for holding any office under the government in future. The officer after removal is also liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment. According to law, the term civil officers of the United States has been construed as being inapplicable to members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The President's pardoning power does not extend to officers convicted on impeachment of offenses against the United States. Since the organization of the federal government, there have been only 8 impeachment trials before the United States Senate, and of these only 2 trials of Judge John Pickering, a federal district judge for the District of New Hampshire, in 1803 on a charge of making decisions contrary to law and of drunkenness and profanity on the bench, and of Judge W. H. Humphreys, judge of the Federal District Court of Tennessee, in 1863 on a charge of making a secession speech, and of accepting a judicial position under the Confederate government. Resulted in convictions. The 2 most famous cases are those of Justice Samuel Chase of the United States Supreme Court in 1805 and of President Andrew Johnson, the only chief of the executive who has been impeached, in 1868. There is a conflict of opinion with regard to the power of the House to impeach a federal officer who has resigned his office, and also with regard to the kind of offenses for which an officer can be impeached. Some authorities maintaining that only indictable offenses warrant impeachment, and others that impeachment is warranted by any act highly prejudicial to the public welfare or subversive of any essential principle of government. The latter view was adopted by the House of Representatives when it impeached President Johnson. Imperial Chamber, Reichskammergericht, the Supreme Judicial Court of the Holy Roman Empire during the period between 1495 and the dissolution of the empire in 1806. From the early Middle Ages, there had been a Supreme Court of Justice for the Empire, the Hofgericht, or Curia Imperatoris, as it were, in which the emperor himself presided. By his side sat a body of assessors Urthelsfinder, who must be at least 7 in number, and who might in solemn cases be far more numerous when the assessors who acted varying from time to time, and from case to case. The Hofdruck was connected with the person of the emperor. It ceased to act when he was abroad. It died with his death upon him. It depended for its efficiency. And when in the 15th century the emperor ceased to command respect, his court lost the confidence of his subjects. The dreary reign of Frederick Roman III administered its death blow, and after 1450 it ceased to sit. Its place was taken by the Kammergericht, which appeared side by side with the Hofdruck from 1415, and after 1450 replaced it altogether. The king or his deputy still presided in the Kammergericht, and it was still his personal court, but the members of the court were now officials conciliarii of the imperial aula or Kammer, whence the name of the court. It was generally the legal members of the council, who sat in the Kammergericht see under Aulic council, and as they were generally doctors of civil law, the court, which they composed, tended to act according to that law, and thus contributed to the reception of Roman law into Germany. Towards the end of the 15th century, the old Hofdruck had been filled, as it were, by amateurs, provided they knew some law, and were peers of the person under trial, and it had acted by old customary law. The Kammergericht, on the contrary, was composed of lawyers, and it acted by the written law of Rome. Even the Kammergericht, however, fell into disuse in the later years of the reign of Frederick Roman III, and the creation of a new and efficient court became a matter of pressing necessity, and was one of the most urgent of the reforms which were mooted in the reign of Maximilian Roman I. This new court was eventually created in 1495, and it bore the name of Reichskammergericht or Imperial Chamber. It was distinguished from the old Kammergericht by the essential fact that it was not the personal court of the emperor, but the official court of the empire, or Reich. Whence its name. This change was a natural result of the peculiar character of the movement of reform, which was at this time attempted by the electors under the guidance of Berthold, Elector of Mainz. Their aim was to substitute for the old and personal council and court, appointed and controlled by the emperor, a new and official council, and a new and official court, appointed and controlled by the Diet, or rather, in the ultimate resort, by the electors, the members of the imperial chamber, which was created by the Diet in 1495. In order to serve as such a court too, were therefore the agents of the empire, and not of the emperor. The emperor appointed the president, the empire nominated the assessors or judges. There were originally 16 assessors afterwards. As a rule, 18 half of these were to be doctors of Roman law, while half were to be knights. But after 1555, it became necessary that the latter should be learned in Roman law, even if they had not actually taken their doctorate. Thus the empire at last was possessed of a court resting on the enactment of the Diet, and not on the emperor's will, a court paid by the empire, and not by the emperor, a court resident in a fixed place, until 1693 Spires, and afterwards, from 1693 to 1806 Wetzlar, and not attached to the emperor's person. The original intention of the court was that it should repress private warfare and maintain the public peace. Lanford. The great result which the issue it served to achieve was the final reception of Roman law as the common law of Germany. That the imperial chamber should itself administer Roman law was an inevitable result of its composition, and it was equally inevitable that the composition and procedure of the Supreme Imperial Court should be imitated in the various states which composed the empire, and that Roman law should thus become the local, as it was already the central law of the land. The province of the imperial chamber, as it came to be gradually defined by statute and use, extended to breaches of the public peace, cases of arbitrary distraint or imprisonment pleas, which concerned the treasury, violations of the emperor's decrees, or the laws passed by the Diet, disputes about property between immediate tenants of the empire, or the subjects of different rulers, and finally suits against immediate tenants of the empire, with the exception of criminal charges and matters relating to imperial fiefs, which went to the Aulic Council. It 342 had also cognizance in cases of refusal to do justice, and it acted as a court of appeal from territorial courts in civil, and to a small extent in criminal cases, though it lost its competence as a court of appeal in all territories which enjoyed a privilegium de non appellando, such as, for example, the territories of the electors. The business of the court was, however badly done, the delay was interminable, thanks in large measure to the want of funds, which prevented the maintenance of the proper number of judges in all its business. It suffered from the competition of the Aulic Council Roman V, for that body, having lost all executive competence after the 16th century, had also devoted itself exclusively to judicial work, composed of the personal advisors of the emperor. the Aulic Council did justice on his behalf. The erection of a court to do justice for the empire having left the emperor, still possessed of the right to do justice for himself through his conciliary, and it may thus be said to be the descendant of the old Camerdric. The competition between the Aulic Council and the imperial chamber was finally regulated by the Treaty of Westphalia, which laid it down that the court which first dealt with a case should alone have competence to pursue it. C. R. Schroeder Lehrbuch der deutschen Rechtsgeschichte Leipzig 1904 J. N. Harprecht Staatsarchiv des Reichskammergerichts 17.571.785 and G. Stab Reichsschriftgericht und Reichskammergericht Leipzig 1878. ZBR 1. For instance, all the members of the Diet might serve as Urteilsfinder in a case like the condemnation of Henry, the Lion Duke of Saxony, in the 12th century. 2. The attempt to create a new and official council ultimately failed. 3. More exactly, the emperor nominates, according to the regular usage of later times, a certain number of members partly as emperor, and partly as the sovereign of his hereditary estates, while the rest who form the majority are nominated partly by the electors and partly by the 6 ancient circles. Imperial cities or towns, the usual English translation of Reichsstadt, an expression of frequent occurrence in German history. These were cities and towns, subject to no authority, except that of the emperor or German king. In other words, they were immediate. The earliest of them stood on the domain land of their sovereign, and they often grew up around his palaces. A distinction was thus made between a Reichsstadt and a Landstadt, the latter being dependent upon some prince, not upon the emperor. Direct, the term Frei Reichsstadt, which is sometimes used in the same sense as Reichsstadt, is rightly only applicable to 7 cities: Basel, Strasbourg, Spires, Worms, Mainz, Cologne, and Regensburg. Having freed themselves from the domination of their ecclesiastical lords, these called themselves Freistadt, and in practice their position was indistinguishable from that of the Reichsstadt. In the Middle Ages, many other places won the coveted position of a Reichsstadt. Some gained it by gift, and others by purchase. Some won it by force of arms, others usurped it during times of anarchy, while a number secured it through the extinction of dominant families, like the Hohenstaufen. There were many more free towns in southern than in northern Germany, but their number was continually fluctuating, for their liberties were lost much more quickly than they were gained. Mainz was conquered and subjected to the archbishop in 1462. Some free towns fell into the hands of various princes of the empire, and others placed themselves voluntarily under such protection. Some, like Donauworth in 1607, were deprived of their privileges by the emperor on account of real or supposed offenses, while others were separated from the empire by conquest. In 1648, Besançon passed into the possession of Spain. Basel had already thrown in its lot with the Swiss Confederation, while Strasbourg, Calmer, Haguenau, and others were seized by Louis Roman XIV. Meanwhile, the free towns had been winning valuable privileges in addition to those which they already possessed, and the wealthier among them, like Lübeck and Augsburg, were practically imperia in imperio, waging war and making peace and ruling their people without any outside interference. But they had also learned that union is strength. They formed alliances among themselves both for offense and for defense, and these Stadtbund had an important influence on the course of German history. In the 14th and 15th centuries, these leagues were frequently at war with the ecclesiastical and secular potentates of their district, and in general, they were quite able to hold their own in these quarrels. The right of the free towns to be represented in the imperial diet was formally recognized in 1489, and about the same time they divided themselves into 2 groups or benches, the Rhenish and the Swabian, by the Peace of Westphalia. In 1648, they were formally constituted as the 3rd College of the Diet. A list drawn up in 1422 mentions 75 free cities, another drawn up in 1521 mentions 84. But at the time of the French Revolution, the number had decreased to 51. At this time, the Rhenish free cities were Cologne, Aix-la-Chapelle, Lübeck, Worms, Spires, Frankfurt-Hahn, Main, Goslar, Bremen, Hamburg, Mulhausen, Nordhausen, Dortmund, Friedberg, and Wetzlar. The Swabian free cities were Regensburg, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Ulm, Esslingen, Reutlingen, Nordlingen, Rothenburg on the Tauber, Schwabisch Hall, Rottweil, Uberlingen, Heilbronn, Memmingen, Gemund, Dinkelspool, Lindau. By Burech, Ravensburg, Schweinfurt, Kempten, Winsheim, Kaufbeuren-Weil, Wangen, Isny, Fullendorf, Offenburg, Lütkirch, Wimpfen, Weissenberg, Gingen, Gengenbach, Zell, Buchorn, Aalen, Buchow, and Bopfingen. But a large proportion of them had as little claim to their exceptional positions as the pocket boroughs of Great Britain and Ireland had before the passing of the Reform Bill of 1832. By the Peace of Luneville in 1801, Cologne, Aix-la-Chapelle worms and spires were taken by France, and by the decision of the Imperial Deputation of 1803 six cities, only Hamburg, Lübeck, Bremen, Augsburg, Frankfurt am Main, and Nuremberg were allowed to keep their Reichsfreiheit, or in other words, to hold directly of the empire. This number was soon further reduced on the dissolution of the empire. In 1806, Augsburg and Nuremberg passed under the sovereignty of Bavaria, and Frankfurt was made the seat of a duchy for Karl Theodor von Dalberg Elector and Archbishop of Mainz, who was appointed Prince Primate of the Confederation of the Rhine when the German Confederation was established in 1815. Hamburg-Lübeck, Bremen, and Frankfurt were recognized as free cities, and the first three hold that position in the modern German Empire, but Frankfurt, in consequence of the part it took in the War of 1866, lost its independence and was annexed by Prussia. In the earlier years of their existence, the free cities were under the jurisdiction of an imperial officer, who was called the Reichsvogt or imperial advocate, or sometimes the Reichsschultheiss or imperial procurator, as time, when on many of the cities purchased the right of filling these offices with their own nominees, and in several instances, the imperial authority fell practically into desuetude, except when it was stirred into action by peculiar circumstances. The internal constitution of the free cities was organized after no common model, although several of them had a constitution drawn up in imitation of that of Cologne, which was one of the first to assert its independence. For the history of the free cities, see J. J. Moser Reichsstatisches, Handbuch Tübingen 1732, Roman 500 Handlein Amerkungen, Über die Geschichte der Reichsstadt Ulm 1775. Awent Beschreibung der Kaiserlichen Freien Reichsstadt Leipzig 1804 GW Hugo die Mediatisierung der Deutschen Reichsstadt Karlsruhe 1838 G. Waits Deutsche Verfassungsgeschichte Kiel 1844 Fall G. Roman 50 von Mora Geschichte der Stadtverfassung in Deutschland Erlangen 18,690 1871 W. Arnold Verfassungsgeschichte der Deutschen Freistadt Gotha 1854 P. Brulk die Entwicklung der Reichsstadt der Stadt Hamburg 1881, a Roman 1000 Ehrentraut Untersuchungen über die Frage der Frei und Reichsstadt Leipzig 1902, and S. Riechel Untersuchungen zur Geschichte der Deutschen Stadtverfassung Leipzig 1905, see also the article Commune. A W.H. Impai Sir Elijah 17,321,809, Chief Justice of Bengal, was born on the 13th of June 1732, and educated at Westminster with Warren Hastings, who was his intimate friend throughout life. In 1773, he was appointed the first Chief Justice of the new Supreme Court at Calcutta, and in 1775, presided at the trial of newcomer Kiroman V for forgery, with which his name has been chiefly connected in history. His impeachment was unsuccessfully attempted in the House of Commons in 1787, and he is accused by Macaulay of conspiring with Hastings to commit a judicial murder. But the whole question of the trial of newcomer has been examined in detail by Sir James Fitzjames Stephen, who states that no man ever had or could have a fairer trial than newcomer, and Impai in particular behaved 343 with absolute fairness, and as much indulgence as was compatible with his duty. See E.B. Impai Sir Elijah Impai 1846, and Sir James Stephen The Story of Newcomer, and the Impeachment of Sir Elijah Impai 1885. Impul, the capital of the state of Manipur Kiroman V in eastern Bengal, and Assam on the northeast frontier of India, situated at the confluence of three rivers Pop 1901 67,903, it is really only a collection of villages buried amid trees, with a clearing containing the palace of the Raja, the cantonments, and the houses of the few European residents. Implement lat implementum, a filling up from impler to fill in ordinary usage a tool, especially in the plural, for the set of tools necessary for a particular trade, or for completing a particular piece of work. See tools. It is also the most general term applied to the weapons and tools that remain of those used by primitive man. The late lat implementum, more usually in the plural implementa, was used for all the objects necessary to stock or fill up a house. Farm Roman 100. It was thus applied to furniture of a house, the vestments and sacred vessels of a church, and to articles of clothing. Roman 100. The transition to the necessary outfit of a trade. Roman 100 is easy in its original Latin sense of filling up. The term survives in Scots law, meaning full performance or fulfillment of a contract agreement. Roman 100. To implement is thus also used in Scots law for to carry out, perform. Impluvium, the Latin term for the sunk part of the floor in the atrium of a Greek or Roman house, which was contrived to receive the water passing through the compluvium Roman 5 of the roof. The impluvium was generally in marble and sunk about a foot below the floor of the atrium. Imposition from lat imponer to place or lay, upon an ecclesiastical usage, the laying on of hands by a bishop at the services of confirmation and ordination, as a sign that some special spiritual gift is conferred, or that the recipient is set apart for some special service, or work. The word is also used of the levying of a burdensome, or unfair tax or duty, and of a penalty, and hence is applied to a punishment task given to a schoolboy. From impose in the sense of to pass off on someone imposition, means also a trick or deception in the printing trade. The term is used of the arrangement of pages of type, in the form being one of the stages between composing and printing. Impost through the OFR from lat impositum, a thing laid upon another. The modern French is impôt, a tax or tribute, and particularly a duty levied on imported or exported merchandise. See taxation, customs duties. Excise Roman 100 in architecture. Impost in German Kiempfer is a term applied in Italian to the doorpost, but in English restricted to the upper member of the same from which the arch springs. This may either be in the same plane as the arch mold, or projecting and forming a plain band, or elaborately molded, in which case the moldings are known as impost moldings. Sometimes the complete entablature of a smaller order is employed, as in the case of the Venetian or Palladian window, where the central opening has an arch resting on the entablature of the pilasters, which flank the smaller window on each side. In Romanesque and Gothic work, the capitals with their abaci take the place of the impost moldings. Impotence, lat impotentia, want of power. The term, used in law for the inability of a husband or wife to have marital intercourse in English matrimonial law, if impotence exists in either of the parties to a marriage at the time of its solemnization, the marriage is voidable ab initio. A suit for nullity on the ground of impotence can only be brought by the party who suffers the injury. Third person, however great their interest, cannot sue for a decree on this ground, nor can a marriage be impeached after the death of one of the parties. The old rule of the ecclesiastical courts was to require a triennial cohabitation between the parties prior to the institution of the suit, but this has been practically abrogated. G Roman 5 G, 1871, Roman 50 R2, P Roman 100 Roman 500. In suits for nullity on the ground of impotence, medical evidence as to the condition of the parties is necessary, and a commission of 2 medical inspectors is usually appointed by the registrar of the court for the purpose of examining the parties. Such cases are heard in camera. In the United States, impotence is a ground for nullity. In most states in Germany, it is recognized as a ground for annulment, but not so in France. Impressionism, the word impressionist has come to have a more general application in England than in France, where it took currency as the nickname of a definite group of painters exhibiting together, and was adopted by themselves during the conflict of opinion, which the novelty of their art excited. The word therefore belongs to the class of nicknames or battle names like romanticist, naturalist, realist, which preceded it. Words into which the acuteness of controversy infuses more of theoretical purport than the work of the artists denoted suggests. To later times, the painters included in such a school differ so much among themselves, and so little from their predecessors compared with the points of likeness, that we may well see in these recurring effervescences of official and popular distaste rather the shock of individual force in the artist, measured against contemporary mediocrity, than the disturbance of a new doctrine. The Olympia of Manet hooted at the Salon of 1865, as subversive of all tradition, decency, and beauty, strikes the visitor to the Luxembourg, rather as the reversion to a theme of Titian by an artist of ruder vision, than as the demonstration of a revolutionary in painting. Later developments of the school do appear to us revolutionary. With this warning in a matter still too near us for final judgment, we may give some account of the Impressionists proper, and then turn to the wider significance sometimes given to the name. The words impressioniste, impressionisme are said to have arisen from a phrase in the preface to Manet's catalogue of his pictures exhibited in 1867 during the Exposition Universelle, from which he was excluded. It is the effect he wrote of sincerity to give to a painter's works a character that makes them resemble a protest, whereas the painter has only thought of rendering his impression an alternative origin. Is a catalogue in which Claude Monet entitled A Picture of Sunrise at Sea une Impression. The word was probably much used in the discussions of the group, and was caught up by the critics as characteristic at the earlier date, The only meaning of the word was a claim for individual liberty of subject and treatment so far as subject went most, though not all of Manet's pictures were modern and actual of his Paris, for his power lay in the representation of the thing before his eye, and not in fanciful invention. His simplicity in this respect brought him into collision with popular prejudice. When in the De Junior sur l'Herbe 1863, he painted a modern fate. Champeter, the actual characters of his painting at this period, so fancifully reproached and praised, may be grouped under two heads. One, the expression of the object by a few carefully chosen values in flattish patches. Those patches are placed side by side, with little attenuation of their sharp collision. This simplification of color and tone recalls by its broad effects of light and silhouette on the one hand, Velázquez on the other, the extreme simplification made by the Japanese, for the purposes of color printing. Manet, like the other painters of his group, was influenced by these newly discovered works of art. The image, thus treated, has remarkable hardiness and vigor, and also great decorative breadth. Its vivacity and intensity of aspect is gained by the sacrifice of many minor gradations, and by the judgment with which the leading values have been determined. This matching of values produces technically a solid painting, without glazing or elaborate transparency in shadows too. During this period, Manet makes constant progress towards a fair clear color in his early work. The patches of blonde color are relieved against black shadows. Later these shadows clear up, and in place of an indeterminate brown sauce, we find 344 shadows that are colors. A typical picture of this period is the Musique aux Tuileries refused by the Salon of 1863. In this, we have an actual out-of-doors scene, rendered with a frankness and sharp taste of contemporary life, surprising to contemporaries with an elision of detail in the treatment of a crowd and a seizing on the chief color note and patch that characterize each figure, equally surprising in effort, finally, to render the total high-pitched gaiety of the spectacle as a banquet of sunlight and color, rather than a collection of separate dramatic groups. For Life of Edouard Manet 18,321,883, see Edmond Bazar Manet Paris, 1884. An idea of the state of popular feeling may be gained by reading Zola's eloquent defense in Mon Salon, which appeared in L'Événement 1866 and Edouard Manet 1867, both reprinted in Mies Haynes Paris 1880. The same author has embodied many of the impressionist ideals in Claude Lantier, the fictitious hero of Lover. Other writers belonging to Manet's group are Theodore Duret, author of Les Painters Franchise N 1867, and Critique d'Avant-Garde articles and catalogue prefaces, reprinted 1885. See also for Manet and others J. K. Huysmans' L'Art Moderne 1883, and certain summaries of the literature of the whole period will be found in Our Mother, The History of Modern Painting, T.R. London, 1896, not always trustworthy in detail, and Miss R. G. Kingsley, A History of French Art, 1899. For an interesting critical account, C. W. Roman 100 Brownell French Art, 1892. The second period, to which the name is sometimes limited, is complicated by the emergence of new figures, and it is difficult as yet, and perhaps will always remain difficult, to say how much of originality belongs to each artist in the group. The main features are an intenser study of illumination, a greater variety of illuminations, and a revolution in facture, with a view to pressing closer to a high pitch of light. Manet plays his part in this development, but we shall not be wrong probably in giving to Claude Monet b. 1840 the chief role as the instinctive artist of the period, and to Camille Pissarro b. 1830 a very large part as a painter curious in theory and experiment. Monet, at the early date of 1866, had painted a picture as daring in its naive brutality of out-of-door illumination as the De Junior sur l'Herbe, but this picture has the breadth of patch, solidity, and suavity of paste of Manet's practice. During the Siege of Paris, 187,071 Monet and Pissarro were in London, and there, the study of Turner's pictures enlarged their ideas of the pitch in lighting and range of effect possible in painting, and also suggested a new handling of color by small broken touches in place of the large flowing touches. Characteristic of Manet, this method of painting occupied much of the discussion of the group that centered round Manet at the Café Gerbois, in the Batignolles quarter, hence called L'École de Batignolles. The ideas were one, abolition of conventional brown tonality, but all browns in the fervor of this revolt went the way of conventional brown, and all ready-made mixtures like the umbers, ochres, siennas were banished. From the palette, black itself was condemned too. The idea of the spectrum, as exhibiting the series of primary or pure colors, directed the reformed palette 6 colors besides white were admitted to represent the chief hues of the spectrum 3. These colors were laid on the canvas with as little previous mixture on the palette as possible to maintain a maximum of luminosity, and were fused by touch on the canvas as little as possible for the same reason, hence the broken character of the touch in this painting, and the subordination of delicacies of form and suave continuity of texture to the one aim of glittering light and color notation. Justification of these procedures was sought in occasional features of the practice of E. Delacroix of Watteau of J. B. Chardin in the hatchings of Pastel the stipple of watercolor with the ferment of theory, when a party pris for translating all effects into the upper registers of tone cf. Ruskin's chapter on Turner's practice in modern painters, and for emphasizing the color of shadows at the expense of their tone. The characteristic work of this period is landscape, as the subject of illumination strictly observed and followed through the round of the day and of the seasons. Other pictorial motives were subordinated to this research of effect, and Monet, with a haystack group of poplars or church front, has demonstrated the variety of lighting that the day and the season bring to a single scene. Besides Pissarro, Alfred Sisley, 18,401,899, is a member of the group, and Manet continues his progress influenced by the new ideas in pictures like Lelinge and Chez Lapierre Lathuel. Edmond de Gaspé, 1834, a severe and learned draftsman, is associated with this landscape group by his curiosity in the expression of momentary action and the effects of artificial illumination, and by his experiments in broken color, more particularly in pastel. The novelty of his matter taken from unexplored corners of modern life, still more the daring and irony of his observation and points of view, and the strangeness of his composition strongly influenced by Japanese art, enriched the associations now gathering about the word impressionist. Another name, that of Auguste Renoir b. 1841, completes the leading figures of the group. Any school program would be strained to breaking point to admit this painter, unless on the very general grounds of love of bright color, sunlit places, and independence of vision. He has no science of drawing or of tone, but wins a precarious charm of color and expression. The landscape autofters line, which unites in this period with Manet's line, may be represented by these names: J. B. Corot, J. B. Jonkund Boudin. Monet's real teacher was Eugene Boudin, 18,241,890, 8 C. Gustave Cahen's Eugene Boudin, Paris, 1900. They and others of the group worked together in a painter's colony at Saint Simeon near Honfleur. It is usual to date the origin of plein air painting Roman 1 e painting autofters in an autofters key of tone from a picture Manet painted in the Garden of Dinities just before the outbreak of war in 1870. This dates only Manet's change to the lighter key and looser handling. It was Monet who carried the practice to a logical extreme, working on his canvas only during the effect. And in its presence, the method of Degas is altogether different, viz. A combination in the studio from innumerable notes and observations. It will be evident from what has been said above that impressionistic painting is an artistic ferment corresponding to the scientific research into the principles of light and color, just as earlier movements in painting coincided with the scientific study of perspective and anatomy. Chevreul's famous book, already referred to, De la loi du contraste, simultané des couleurs, 1838, established certain laws of interaction for colors adjacent to one another. He still, however, referred the sensations of color to the three impossible primaries of Brustard blue and yellow. The young Helmholtz theory affected the palette of the Impressionists, and the work of Ogden Rude Color Internat Scientific Series, 18,791,881, published in English, French, and German, furnished the theorists with formulae measuring the degradation of pitch suffered by pigments in mixture. The Impressionist group, with the exception of Manet, who still fought for his place in the Salon, exhibited together for the first time as L'Exposition des Impressionists at Nadar's Boulevard des Capucines in 1874. They were then taken up by the dealer Duran Ruel, and the succeeding exhibitions in 1876, 1877, 1879, 1880, 1881, 1882, and 1886 were held by him in various galleries. The full history of these exhibitions with the names of the painters will be found in two works: Félix Fénien Les Impressionists, and 1886 Paris, 1886, and G. Geoffroy La Vie Artistique Histoire de l'Impressionnisme, in Vol for 1894 c. Also G. Lecomte L'Art Impressionists d'après La Collection Privée de Roman, 1000 Duran Ruel, Paris, 1892, Durant la Peinture Nouvelle, 1876. Besides the names already cited, some others may be added: Madame Berthe Morisot, sister-in-law of Manet, Paul Cézanne, belonging to the Manet-Pissarro group, and later Gauguin J.F. Raffly applied a characteristic drawing to use his word. To scenes in the dismal suburbs of Paris, Forain, the satiric draftsman, was a disciple of Degas, as also Zandome Neghi, Miss Mary Cassatt, was his pupil Caillebotte, who bequeathed the collection of Impressionist paintings now in the Luxembourg, was also an exhibitor, and Boudin, who linked the movement to the earlier schools. The first exhibitions of the Impressionists in London were in 1882 and 1883, but their fortunes there cannot be pursued in the present article, nor the history of the movement beyond its originators. This excludes notable figures of which Roman 1000 Besnard may be chosen as a type. In Manet's painting, even in the final steps he took towards La Peinture Claire, there is nothing of the decomposition of tones that logically followed from the theories of his followers. He recognized the existence in certain illuminations of the violet shadow, and he adopted in open-air work a looser and more broken touch the nature of his. Subjects encouraged such a handling, for the painter who attempts to note from nature the color values of an elusive effect must treat form in a summary fashion, still more so when the material is in constant movement, like water. Moreover, in the riverside subjects, 345 near Paris, there was a great deal that was only pictorially tolerable when its tone was subtracted from the details of its form. Monet's painting carries the shorthand of form and broken color to extremity. The flowing touch of Manet is chopped up into harsher, smaller notes of tone, and the pitch pushed up till all values approach the iridescent end of the register. It was in 1886 that the doctrinaire ferment came to a head, and what was supposed to be a scientific method of color was formulated. This was pointillismy, the resolution of the colors of nature back into 6 bands of the rainbow or spectrum, and their representation on the canvas by dots of unmixed pigment. These dots, at a sufficient distance, combine their hues in the eye with the effect of a mixture of colored lights, not of pigments, so that the result is an increase, instead of a loss of luminosity. There are several fallacies, however theoretical and practical, in this spectral palette and pointillist method. If we depart from the 3 primaries of the Helmholtz hypothesis, there is no reason why we should stop at 6 hues instead of 600, but pigments follow the spectrum series so imperfectly that the 3 primaries, even if we could exactly locate them, limit the palette considerably in its upper range. The sacrifice of black is quite illogical, and the lower ranges suffer accordingly. Moreover, it is doubtful whether many painters have followed the laws of mixture of lights in their dotting. For example, dotting green and red together to produce yellow. It may be added that dotting with oil pigment is in practice too coarse and inaccurate a method. This innovation of pointillismy is generally ascribed to George Seurat Roman 500, whose picture La Grande Jatte was exhibited at the Rue Laffitte in 1886. Pissarro experimented in the new method, but abandoned it, and other names among the pointillists are Paul Signac, Vincent van Gogh, and Van Rysselberg. The theory opened the way for endless casuistries, and its extravagances died out in the later exhibition of the Independents, or were domesticated in the salon by painters like Roman 1000 Henry Martin. The first modern painter to concern himself scientifically with the reactions of complementary colors appears to have been Delacroix. J. Leonardo, it should be remembered, left some notes on the subject. It is claimed for Delacroix that as early as 1825 he observed and made use of these reactions, anticipating the complete exposition of Chevreul. He certainly studied the treatise, and his biographers describe a dial face he constructed for reference. He had quantities of little wafers of each color with which he tried color. Affects a curious anticipation of pointillist technique. The pointillists claim him as their grandfather. See Paul Signac d'Eugène Delacroix, Au Neo-Impressionisme Revue Blanche, 1898. For a fuller discussion of the spectral palette, see the Saturday Review 2nd, 9th, and 23rd February, and 23rd March 1901. In England, the ideas connected with the word impressionism have been refracted through the circumstances of the British schools. The questions of pitch of light and iridescent color had already arisen over the work of Turner of the pre-Raphaelites, and also of G. F. Watts, but less isolated and narrowed, because the art of none of these limited itself to the pursuit of light. Pointillism, after a fashion, existed in British watercolor practice, but the pre-Raphaelite school had accustomed the English eye to extreme definition in painting, and to elaboration of detail, and it happened that the painting of James M. Neil Whistler Grosvenor Gallery, 1878, brought the battle name Impressionism into England, and gave it a different color. Whistler's method of painting was in no way revolutionary, and he preferred to transpose values into a lower key rather than compete with natural pitch. But his vision, like that of Manet under the same influences, Spanish and Japanese, simplified tone, and subordinated detail, these characteristics raise the whole question of the science and art of aspect in modern painting, and the field of controversy was extended backwards to Velázquez, as the chief master of the moderns. Impressionism at first had meant individualism of vision, later the notation of fugitive aspects of light, and of movement. Now it came to mean breadth in pictorial vision, all the simplifications that arise from the modern analysis of aspect, and especially the effect produced upon the parts of a picture field. By attending to the impression of the whole ancient painting analyses aspect into three separate acts, as form, tone, and color, all forms are made out with equal clearness, by a conventional outline over the system of outlines. A second system of light and shade is passed, and over this again, a system of colors. Tone is conceived as a difference of black or white added to the tints, and the colors are the definite local tints of the objects, a blue, a red, a yellow, and so forth in fully developed modern painting. Instead of an object analyzed into sharp outlines, covered with a uniform color darkened or lightened in places, we find an object analyzed into a number of surfaces or planes set at different angles on each of these facets. The character of the object and of the illumination with accidents of reflection produces a patch called by modern painters a value, because it is color of a particular value or tone with each difference of tone value, implies a difference of hue also, so that when we speak of a different tone of the same color, we are using the word same in a loose or approximate sense. These planes or facets define themselves one against another with greater or less sharpness. Modern technique follows this modern analysis of vision, and in one act instead of three renders, by a touch of paint, the shape and value of these facets, and instead of imposing a uniform ideal outline at all their junctions, allows these patches to define themselves against one another with variable sharpness. Blurred definition, then, as it exists in our natural view of things, is admitted into painting. A blurring that may arise from distance, from vapor or smoke, from brilliant light, from obscurity, or simply from the nearness in value of adjacent objects. Similarly, much detail that in primitive art is elaborated is absorbed by rendering the aspect, instead of the facts known to make up that aspect. Thus hair and fur, the texture of stuffs, the blades of grass at a little distance become patches of tone, showing only their larger constructive markings. But the blurring of definitions and the elimination of detail that we find in modern pictorial art are not all of this ready-made character. We have so far only the scientific analysis of a field of view. If the painter were a scientific reporter, he would have to pursue the systems of planes with their shapes and values to infinity. Impressionism is the art that surveys the field and determines which of the shapes and tones are of chief importance to the interested eye, enforces these, and sacrifices the rest. Construction, the logic of the object rendered, determines partly this action of the eye, and also decoration, the effects of rhythm in line and harmony. In fields of color, these motives belong to all art, but the specially impressionist motive is the act of attention, as it affects the aspect of the field we are familiar in the ordinary use of the eye, with two features of its structure that limit clearness of vision. There is first the spot of clear vision on the retina outside, of which all falls away into blur. There is secondly the action of focus, as the former limits clear definition to one spot in the field extended vertically, and laterally so focus limits clear definition to one plane in the third dimension, viz. Depth. If three objects of B and C stand at different depths before the eye, we cannot will fix a whereupon B and C must fall out of focus, or B whereupon A and C must be blurred, or C sacrificing the clearness of A and B. All this apparatus makes it impossible to see everything at once with equal clearness, enables us, and forces us for the uses of real life to frame and limit our picture, according to the immediate interest of the eye. Whatever it may be, the painter instinctively uses these means to arrive at the emphasis and neglect that his choice requires. If he is engaged on a face, he will now screw his attention to part, and now relax it, distributing the attention over the whole, so as to restore the bigger relations of aspect. Sir Joshua Reynolds describes this process as seeing the whole with the dilated eye. The commoner precept of the studios is to look with the eyes half closed. A third way is to throw the whole voluntarily out of focus. In any case, the result is that minor planes are swamped in bigger, that smaller patches of color are swept up into broader, that markings are blurred. The final result of these tentative reviews records in what is blurred and what is clear the attention that has been distributed 346 to different parts, and to parts measured against the whole. The impressionist painter does not allot so much detail to a face in a full-length portrait as to a head alone, nor to 20 figures on a canvas as to one. Again, he indicates by his treatment of planes and definitions whether the main subject of his picture is in the foreground, or the distance he persuades the eye to slip over hosts of near objects, so that as in life it may hit a distant target, or concentrate its attack on what is near, while the distance falls away into a dim curtain, all those devices by which attention is directed and distributed, and the importance in space of an object established affect impressionistic composition. It is an inevitable misunderstanding of painting, which plays the game of art so closely up to the real aspects of nature, that its aim is that of mere exact copying painting, like Manet's accused of being realistic in this sense, sufficiently disproves the accusation when examined. Never did painting show a party pris, more pronounced, even more violent, the elisions and assertions, by which Manet selects what he finds significant and beautiful in the complete natural image, are startling to the stupid realist, and the impressionist may best be described as the painter who, out of the completed contents of vision, constructs an image molded upon his own interest in the thing seen, and not on that of any imaginary schoolmaster. Accepting the most complex terms of nature with their special emotions, he uses the same freedom of sacrifice as the man who, at the other end of the scale, expresses his interest in things by a few scratches of outline. The perpetual enemy of both is the eclectic who works for possible interests not his own. Some of the points touched on above will be found amplified in articles by the writer in the Albemarle September 1892, the Fortnightly Review June 1894, and the Artist March-July 1896, an admirable exposition of Impressionism in this sense is R. A Roman 1000 Stevenson's The Art of Velázquez 1895. Mr. Stevenson was trained in the school of Carolus Duran where Impressionist painting was reduced to a system. Mr. Sargent's painting is a brilliant example of the system. Roman 500 S. Roman 1000. One Mr. H. P. Hayne Friswell has pointed out that the word impression occurs frequently in Chevreul's book on color, but it is also current among the critics. See Ruskin's chapter on Turner's composition impression on the mind. Impressment, the name given in English to the exercise of the authority of the state, to press one, or compel the service of the subject for the defense of the realm, every sovereign state must claim, and at times exercise this power. The drafting of men for service in the American Civil War was a form of impressment. All the monarchical or republican governments of Europe have employed the press at one time or another. All forms of conscription, including the English ballot for the militia, are but regulations of this sovereign right. In England, impressment may be looked upon as an erratic and often oppressive way of enforcing the common obligation to serve in the host, or in the posse comitatus power of the county in Scotland, where the feudal organization was very complete in the lowlands, and the tribal organization no less complete in the highlands, and where the state was weak. Impressment was originally little known. After the union of the two parliaments in 1707, no distinction was made between the two divisions of Great Britain in England. The kings of the Plantagenet dynasty caused Welshmen to be pressed by the Lords Marchers and Irish kerns to be pressed by the Lords Deputy for their wars in France. Complaints were made by Parliament of the oppressive use of this power as early as the reign of Edward Roman III, but it continued to be exercised. Readers of Shakespeare will remember Sir John Falstaff's commission to press soldiers, and the manner justified no doubt by many and familiar examples of the way in which the duty was performed. A small, some called impressed money or coat and conduct money, was given to the men when pressed to enable them to reach the appointed rendezvous. Soldiers were secured in this way by Queen Elizabeth, by King Charles Roman I, and by the Parliament itself in the Civil War. The famous New Model Army of Cromwell was largely raised by impressment. Parliament ordered the county committees to select recruits of years meet for their employment, and well-clothed. After the Revolution of 1688, Parliament occasionally made use of this resource. In 1779, a general press of all rogues and vagabonds in London to be drafted into the regiments was ordered. It is said that all who were not too lame to run away or too destitute to bribe the parish constable were swept into the net, as they were encouraged to desert by the undisguised connivance of the officers and men who were disgusted with their company. No further attempt to use the press for the army was made. A distinction between the liability of sailors and of other men dates from the 16th century, from an act of Philip and Mary, 1556. It appears that the watermen of the Thames claimed exemption from the press. As a privileged body, they were declared liable, and the liability was clearly meant to extend to service as a soldier on shore in the 5th year of Queen Elizabeth, 1563, An act was passed to define the liability of the sailors. It is known as an act touching politic considerations for the maintenance of the navy. By its term, all fishermen and mariners were protected from being compelled to serve as any soldiers upon the land or upon the sea otherwise than as a mariner, except it shall be to serve under any captain of some ship or vessel, for landing to do some special exploit, which mariners have been used to do. The operation of the act was limited to 10 years, but it was renewed repeatedly, and was at last indefinitely prolonged in the 16th year of the reign of Charles Roman 11,631, by the Vagrancy Act of the close of Queen Elizabeth's reign 1597. Disorderly serving men, and other disreputable characters, of whom a formidable list is given, were declared to be liable to be impressed for service in the fleet. The takers, as they were called in early times, the press gang of later days, were ordered to present their commission to 2 justices of the peace, who were bound to pick out such sufficient number of able men as in the said commission shall be contained to serve her majesty, as aforesaid. The justices of the peace in the coast districts, who were often themselves concerned in the shipping trade, were not always zealous in enforcing the press. The pressed sailors, often deserted with the impressed money given them. Loud complaints were made by the naval officers of the bad quality of the men sent up to serve in the king's ships. On the other hand, the press gangs were accused of extorting money and of making illegal arrests. In the reign of Queen Anne 1703, an act was passed for the increase of seamen and the better encouragement of navigation and the protection of the coal trade. The act, which gave parish authorities power to apprentice boys to the sea, exempted the apprentices from the press for 3 years, and until the age of 18, it especially reaffirmed the part of the Vagrancy Act of Elizabeth's reign, which left rogues and vagabonds subject to be pressed for the sea service, by the Act for the increase of mariners and seamen to navigate merchant ships and other trading ships or vessels. Passed in the reign of George Roman 21,740, all men over 55 were exempted from the press, together with lads under 18 foreigners serving in British ships, always numerous in wartime, and landsmen who had gone to sea during their first 2 years. The Act for the better supplying of the cities of London and Westminster with fish gave exemption to all masters of fishing boats to 4 apprentices and 1 mariner to each boat, and all landsmen for 2 years, except in case of actual invasion. By the Act for the encouragement of insurance, passed in 1774, the fire insurance companies in London were entitled to secure exemption for 30 watermen each in their employment, masters and mates of merchant vessels, and a proportion of men per ship in the colliers trading from the north to London were also exempt. Subject to such limitations as these, all seafaring men and 347 watermen on rivers were liable to be pressed between the ages of 18 and 55, and might be pressed repeatedly for so long as their liability lasted. The rogue and vagabond element were at the mercy of the justices of the peace. The frightful epidemics of fever which desolated the navy till late in the 18th century were largely due to the infection brought by the prisoners drafted from the ill-kept jails of the time, as service in the fleet was most unpopular with the sailors. The press could often only be enforced by making a parade of strength and employing troops. The men had many friends who were always willing to conceal them, and they themselves became expert in avoiding capture. There was, however, one way of procuring them, which gave them no chance of evasion. The merchant ships were stopped at sea, and the sailors taken out. This was done to a great extent, more especially in the case of homeward-bound vessels. On one occasion in 1802, an East Indiaman on her way home was deprived of so many of her crew by a man of war in the Bay of Biscay that she was unable to resist a small French privateer, and was carried off as a prize with a valuable cargo. The press and the jails failed to supply the number of men required. In 1795, it was found necessary to impose on the counties the obligation to provide a quota of men at their own expense. The local authorities provided the recruits by offering high bounties, often to debtors confined in the prisons. These desperate men were a very bad element in the navy. In 1797, they combined with the United Irishmen, of whom large numbers had been drafted into the fleet as vagabonds, to give a very dangerous political character to the mutinies at the Nore and on the south of Ireland. After the conclusion of the great Napoleonic Wars in 1815, the power of the press was not again exercised. In 1835, an act was passed during Sir James Graham's tenure of office as First Lord of the Admiralty, by which men who had once been pressed and had served for a period of 5 years were to be exempt from impressment in future. Sir James, however, emphatically reaffirmed the right of the Crown to enforce the service of the subject, and therefore to impress the seamen the introduction of engagements for a term of 5 years in 1853, and then of long service has produced so large a body of voluntary recruits, and service in the Navy is so popular that the question has no longer any interest save an historical one. If compulsory service in the fleet should again become necessary, it will not be in the form of the old system of impressment, which left the sailor subject to compulsory service from the age of 18 to 55, and flooded the Navy with the scum of the jails and the workhouse. Authorities Gros's Military Antiquities for the general subject of impressment vol Roman 2, p. 73, et sec. S.R. Gardiner, gives many details in his History of James Roman 1 and Charles Roman 1. And in the Civil War, the acts relating to the Navy are quoted in a collection of the statutes relating to the Admiralty Roman 100, published in 1810. Some curious information is in the papers relating to the Brest blockade, edited by John Leyland. For the Navy Records Society, Sir James Graham's speech is in Hansard for 1835. Roman 500H. When it is now accepted generally that to press is a corruption of pressed as impress is of impressed. But the word was quite early connected with press, to squeeze, crush, hence, to compel or force the pressed, was a sum of money advanced ofr prester modern praetor to lend lat priester, to stand before provide become surety for Roman 100, to a person, to enable him to perform some undertaking hence, used of earnest money given to soldiers on enlistment, or as the coat and conduct money alluded to in this article, the methods of compulsion used to get men for military service, naturally connected the word with to press lat presser frequentative of premier to force, and all reference to the money advanced, was lost see Skeet Edem Dict 1898, and the quotation from H. Wedgwood Dict of Eng Edem. Impromptu from impromptu on the spur of the moment, a short literary composition which has not been, or is not supposed to have been prepared beforehand, but owes its merit to the ready skill which produces it without premeditation. The word seems to have been introduced from the French language in the middle of the 17th century. Without question, the poets have from earliest ages made impromptus, and the very art of poetry in its lyric form is of the nature of a modified improvisation. It is supposed that many of the epigrams of the Greeks, and still more probably those of the Roman satirists, particularly Martial, were delivered on the moment, and gained a great part at least of their success from the evidence which they gave of rapidity of invention. But it must have been difficult then, as it has been since, to be convinced of the value of that evidence, who is to be sure that, like Mascaril in less precise ridicules, the impromptu writer has not employed his leisure in sharpening his arrows. James Smith received the highest praise for his compliment to Miss Tree the cantatress. On this tree when a nightingale settles and sings, the tree will return him as good as he brings. This was extremely neat, but who is to say that James Smith had not polished it? As he dressed for dinner, one writer owed all his fame, and a seat among the 40 immortals of the French Academy, to the reputation of his impromptus. This was the Marquis Francois Joseph de Saint-Aulaire, 16,430,1742. The piece which threw open the doors of the Academy to him, in 1706, was composed at Sceaux, where he was staying with the Duchess of Maine, who was guessing secrets, and who called him Apollo. Saint-Aulaire instantly responded, La divinite qui s'amuse. A me demander mon secret. Si jedis Apollon ni serait pas m'amuse. El serait the tisset le jour finirate. This is undoubtedly as neat as it is impertinent, and if the Duchess had given him no ground for preparation, this is typical of the impromptu at its best. Voltaire was celebrated for the savage wit of his impromptus, and was himself the subject of a famous one by young less well known, but more certainly extemporaneous, is the couplet by the last-mentioned poet, who being asked to put something amusing in an album, and being obliged to borrow from Lord Chesterfield a pencil for the purpose, wrote, "Accept a miracle instead of wit." See two dull lines with Stanhope's pencil writ. The word impromptu is sometimes used to designate a short dramatic sketch, the type of which is Molière's famous Impromptu, du Versailles 1663, a miniature comedy in prose. Improvisator, a word used to describe a poet who recites verses which he composes on the spur of the moment, without previous preparation. The term is purely Italian, although in that language it would be more correctly spelt improvisator. It became recognized as an English word in the middle of the 18th century, and is so used by Smollett in his Travels, 1766. He defines an improvisator as an individual who has the surprising talent of reciting verses extempore on any subject you propose in speaking of a woman. The female form improvisatrice is sometimes used in English. Improvisation is a gift which properly belongs to those languages, in which a great variety of grammatical inflections, wedded to simplicity of rhythm and abundance of rhyme, enable a poet to slur over difficulties, in such a way as to satisfy the ear of his audience. In ancient times, the greater part of the popular poetry with which the leisure of listeners was beguiled was of this rhapsodical nature. But in modern Europe, it was the troubadours. Owing to the extreme flexibility of the languages of Provence, who distinguished themselves above all others as improvisators, it is difficult to believe, however, that the elaborate compositions of these poets, which have come down to us, in which every exquisite artifice of versification is taken advantage of, can have been poured forth without premeditation. These poets, we must rather suppose, took a pride in the ostentation of a prodigious memory, most carefully trained, and poured forth in public what they had laboriously learned by heart. In private, the Italians, however, in the 16th century, cultivated what seems to have been a genuine improvisation, in which the bards rhapsodized not as they themselves pleased, but on subjects which were unexpected by them, and which were chosen on the spot by their patrons. Of these the most extraordinary is said to have been Silvio Antoniano, 15,401,603, who, from the age of 10, was able to pour out melodious verse on any subject which was suggested to him. He was brought to Rome, where successive popes so delighted in his talent that in 1598 he was made a cardinal. In the 17th century, the celebrated Metastasio first attracted attention by his skill as an improvisator, but he was excelled by Bernardino Perfetti, 16,811,747, who was perhaps the most extraordinary genius of this class who has ever lived. He was seized in his moments of composition with a transport which transfigured his whole person, and under this excitement, he poured forth verses in a miraculous flow. It was his custom to be attended by a guitarist, who played a recitative accompaniment. In this way, Perfetti made a triumphal procession through the cities of Italy, ending 340, ate up with the capital of Rome, where Pope Benedict Roman XIII crowned him with laurel and created him a Roman citizen. One of the most remarkable improvisators of modern times appeared in Sweden in the person of Carl Michael Bellman, 17,401,795, who used to take up a position in the public gardens and parks of Stockholm, accompanying himself on a guitar and treating meter and rhythm with a virtuosity and originality which place him among the leading poets of Swedish literature in England. Somewhat later, Theodore Hook, 17,880,1841, developed a surprising talent for this kind, but his verses were rarely of the serious or sentimental character, of which we have hitherto spoken. Hook's animal spirits were unfortunately mingled with vulgarity, and his clever jeu d'esprit had little but their smartness to recommend them. A similar talent, exercised in a somewhat more literary direction, made Joseph Murray, 17,980,1865, a delightful companion in the Parisian society of his day. It is rare indeed that the productions of the improvisator, taken down in shorthand and read in the cold light of criticism, are found to justify the impression which the author produced on his original audience. Imperfections of every kind become patent when we read these transcripts, and the reader cannot avoid perceiving weaknesses of style and grammar. The eye and voice of the improvisator so hypnotize his auditors as to make them incapable of forming a sober judgment on matters of mere literature. Enanta is the architectural term given to those temples, the entrance part of which consisted of two columns placed between the ante or pilasters. See temple. Einaudi Jacques, 1867, Italian calculating prodigy, was born at Onorato, Piedmont, on the 15th of October 1867, when between 7 and 8 years old, at which time he was employed in herding sheep. He already exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for mental calculation. His powers attracted the notice of various showmen, and he commenced to give exhibitions. He was carefully examined by leading French scientists, including Charcot, from the physiological, psychological, and mathematical point of view. The secret of his arithmetical powers appeared to reside in his extraordinary memory, improved by continuous practice. It appeared to depend upon hearing, rather than sight, more remarkable results being achieved when figures were read out than when they were written. Incantation, the use of words spoken, sung, or chanted, usually as a set formula, for the purpose of obtaining a result by their supposed magical power. The word is derived from the Latin incantare, To chant a magical formula, cf. The use of Carmen for such a formula of words. The Latin use is very early, thus it appears in a fragment of the Roman 12 tables, quoted in Pliny NH Roman 28 417 qui. Malum Carmen incantasset from the OFR derivative of incantere enchanter, comes enchantment Roman 100. Properly of the exercise of magical powers, hence to charm, to fascinate words, which also by origin are of magical significance. The early magi of Assyria and Babylonia were adepts at this art, as is evident from the examples of Akkadian spells that have been discovered. Daniel Roman 5 is spoken of as master of the enchanters of Babylon in Egypt and in India. Many formulas of religious magic were in use, witness especially the Vedic mantras, which are closely akin to the Marikarakyas and the North American Mathemanic among the holy men, presented by the King of Korea to the Mikado of Japan in A Roman 500, was a reciter of mantras who would find himself at home with the maginahi or incantation, practiced by the ancient Japanese for dissipating evil influences. One of the most common, widespread, and persistent uses of incantation was in healing wounds, instances of which are found in the Odyssey and the Kalevala, and in the traditional folklore of almost every European country. Similar songs were sung to win back a faithless lover, cf. The second idol of Theocritus. See further magic. In C. William English, 18th century furniture designer and cabinet maker, he was one of the most successful imitators of Chippendale, although his work was in many respects lighter. He helped indeed to build the bridge between the massive and often florid style of Chippendale and the more boudoir-like forms of Hepplewhite. Although many of his designs were poor and extravagant, his best work was very good indeed. His chairs are sometimes mistaken for those of Chippendale, to which, however, they are much inferior. He greatly affected the Chinese and Gothic tastes of the second half of the 18th century. He was for many years in partnership in Broad Street, Golden Square, London, with Thomas Mayhew Curoman 5, in collaboration with whom he published a folio volume of 9 to 5 plates with letterpress in English and French, under the title of The Universal System of Household Furniture, undated, but probably about 1762. In C. Makerfield, an urban district in the NC Parliamentary Division of Lancashire, England, adjoining the borough of Wigan Pop, 1901 21262, the Leeds and Liverpool Canal intersects the township. There are large collieries, ironworks, forges, railway wagon works, and cotton mills. There is preserved here the Old Hall, a beautiful example of half-timbered architecture. Incendiarism, lat. Incendiar, to set on fire, burn, in law, the willful or malicious burning of the house or property of another, and punishable, as arson. Curoman 5. It may be noted that in North Carolina, it is provided in case of fires that there is to be a preliminary investigation by local authorities. All towns and cities have to make an annual inspection of buildings and a quarterly inspection within fire limits and report to the state insurance commissioner. All expenses so incurred are met by a tax of 15 on the gross receipts of the insurance companies. Roman 50 ch 719. Incense 1. The perfume fumigation arising from certain resins and gumresins, barks, woods, dried flowers, fruits, and seeds, when burnt, and also the substances so burnt in its literal meaning. The word incense is one with the word perfume, the aroma given off with the smoke. Perfumum 2. Of any odoriferous substance when burnt, but in use, while the meaning of the word perfume has been extended so as to include everything sweet in smell, from smoking incense to the invisible fresh fragrance of fruits and exquisite scent of flowers. That of the word incense in all the languages of modern Europe in which it occurs has, by an opposite process of limitation, been gradually restricted almost exclusively to frankincense. See frankincense. Frankincense has always been obtainable in Europe in greater quantity than any other of the aromatics imported from the East. It has therefore gradually come to be the only incense used in the religious rites and domestic fumigations of many countries of the West, and at last to be properly regarded as the only true or genuine Roman 1 frank incense. See litters, Fr. Dict, and Skeets Edem Dict of Engel Lang 3. The following is probably an exhaustive list of the substances available for incense or perfume mentioned in the Hebrew Scriptures. Algum, or almug, wood almug, in 1 Kings Roman 10:12, algum 349, in 2 Chron Roman 2, and Roman 9:11, generally identified with sandalwood. Santalum album, a native of Malabar and Malaya. Aloes or line aloes. Heb ahalim ahaloth, produced by the Aloxylon agalachum, Lerero, a native of Cochin China, and Aquilaria agalacha Roxburgh, a native of India, beyond the Ganges balm, heb sorry the oleoresin of Balsamodendron apibalsamum, and B. gillidense bdellium heb bdala, the resin produced by Balsamodendron roxburghae B. mucul and B. pubescens. All natives of Upper India Lassen, however, identifies bdala with musk calamus heb cane, sweet calamus cane bosum, ex Roman 30, Ezek Roman 27 sweet cane, Hatub jur Roman 6 Issa Roman 43, identified by Royal with the andropogon Calamus aromaticus, or Rusa grass of India Cassia heb kidda, the Cinnamomum cassia of China. Cinnamon heb cinnamon, the Cinnamomum zalanicum of the Somali country, but cultivated largely in Ceylon, where also it runs wild, and in Java Costus heb ketsiath, the root of the Aucklandia Costus falconer, native of Kashmir frankincense heb lebana, the gumricin of Boswellia frerina, and B. baudagiana of the Somali country and of B. carteri of the Somali country and the opposite coast of Arabia. See the genus Boswellia, by Sir George Birdwood Transactions, of the Linnean Society Roman 21 Galbanum heb helbina, yielded by Apoidea galbanifera royal of Chorasan and Galbanum officinale, Don of Syria and other ferulas Latinum heblot, translated myrrh in gen. Roman 37 Roman 43, the resinous exudation of Cistus creticus Roman 100 ladaniferus, and other species of rock rose, or rose of Sharon myrrh, heb more the gumricin of the Balsamodendron mirha, of the Somali country and opposite shore of Arabia Onycha heb shehelith, the celebrated odoriferous shell of the ancients, the operculum or nail, of a species of strombus or wing shell formerly well known in Europe, under the name of Blatta byzantina. It is still imported into Bombay to burn with frankincense, and other incense to bring out their odors more strongly. Saffron heb, carcum the stigmata of Crocus sativus, a native originally of Kashmir spikenard heb nerd, the root of the Nardistachys jadamancy of Nepal and Bhutan stacti heb nadef, generally referred to the Styrax officinales of the Levant, but Hanbury has shown that no stacti or storax is now derived from S. officinales, and that all that is found in modern commerce is the product of the liquidambar orientalis of Cyprus and Anatolia. Besides these aromatic substances named in the Bible, the following must also be enumerated on account of their common use as incense in the East benzoin or gum benjamin, first mentioned among Western writers by Ibn Battuta, 13,251,349, under the name of Luban di Javi, Roman 1, Eolibanum of Java, corrupted in the parlance of Europe into Benjamin and benzoin camphor, produced by Cinnamomum camphora, the camphor laurel of China and Japan, and by Dryobalanops aromatica, a native of the Indian archipelago, and widely used as incense throughout the East, particularly in China elemi. The resin of an unknown tree of the Philippine Islands, the elemi of old writers being the resin of Boswellia frerina gumdragon, or dragon's blood, obtained from Calamus draco, one of the rattan palms of the Indian archipelago. Dracaena, Draco, a liliaceous plant of the Canary Island, and Pterocarpus draco, a leguminous tree of the island of Socotra. Rose mallows, a corruption of the Javanese racemala, or liquid storax, the resinous exudation of Liquidambar altingia, a native of the Indian archipelago, an American liquidambar, also produces a rosemulse-like exudation. Star anise, the star-like fruit of the Alicum anisatum of Yunnan and southwestern China, burnt as incense in the temples of Japan. Sweet flag, the root of Acorus calamus, the bach of the Hindus, much used for incense in India, an aromatic earth found on the coast of Kutch, is used as incense in the temples of Western India. The animal excreta musk and civet also enter into the composition of modern European pastils, and clues fumants, balsam of Toulouse, produced by Myroxylon toluiferum, a native of Venezuela and New Granada, balsam of Peru derived from Myroxylon pereri, a native of San Salvador. In Central America, Mexican and Brazilian elemi produced by various species of Isica, or incense trees, and the liquid exudation of an American species of liquidambar, are all used as incense in America. Hanbury quotes a faculty granted by Pope Pius Roman 5 August 2, 1571, to the bishops of the West Indies, permitting the substitution of balsam of Peru for the balsam of the East in the preparation of the chrism, to be used by the Catholic Church in America. The Sangre del Drago of the Mexicans is a resin resembling dragon's blood, obtained from a euphorbiaceous tree, Croton draco. Probably nowhere can the actual historical progress from the primitive use of animal sacrifices to the later refinement of burning incense be more clearly traced than in the pages of the Old Testament, where no mention of the latter rite occurs before the period of the Mosaic legislation, but in the monuments of ancient Egypt. The authentic traces of the use of incense that still exist carry us back to a much earlier date, from Meroe to Memphis. The commonest subject carved or painted in the interiors of the temples is that of some contemporary pharaoh or pharaoh worshipping the presiding deity, with oblations of gold and silver vessels, rich vestments, gems, the firstlings of the flock, and herd, cakes, fruits, flowers, wine, anointing oil, and incense. Generally, he holds in one hand the censer, and with the other casts the pastils or oscillats of incense into it. Sometimes he offers incense in one hand, and makes the libation of wine with the other. One of the best known of these representations is that carved on the memorial stone, placed by Thutmose Thothmes Roman 40, 1533 B Roman 100, on the breast of the Sphinx at Giza. The tablet represents Thutmose before his guardian deity, the sun god Re, pouring a libation of wine on one side and offering incense on the other. The ancient Egyptians used various substances. As incense, they worshipped Re at sunrise with resin, at midday with myrrh, and at sunset with an elaborate confection called kufi, compounded of no fewer than 16 ingredients, among which were honey, wine, raisins, resin, myrrh, and sweet calamus. While it was being mixed, holy writings were read to those engaged in the operation. According to Plutarch, apart from its mystic virtues, arising from the magical combination of 4,4, its sweet odor had a benign physiological effect. On those who offered it, the censer used was a hemispherical cup or bowl of bronze supported by a long handle, fashioned at one end like an open hand, in which the bowl was, as it were, held, while the other end, within which the pastils of incense were kept, was shaped into the hawk's head crowned with a disc, as the symbol of Re in embalming their dead. The Egyptians filled the cavity of the belly with every sort of spicery, except frankincense. Herod Roman 2, for it was regarded as specially consecrated to the worship of the gods. In the burnt offerings of male kine, to Isis the carcass of the steer, after evisceration, was filled with fine bread, honey, raisins, figs, frankincense, myrrh, and other aromatics, and thus stuffed was roasted, being basted all the while by pouring over it large quantities of sweet oil, and then eaten with great festivity. How important the consumption of frankincense in the worship of the gods became in Egypt is shown by two of its monuments, both of the greatest interest and value for the light they throw on the early history of the commerce of the Indian Ocean. One is an inscription in the rocky valley of Hammamet, through which the desert road from the Red Sea to the Valley of Egypt opens on the green fields and palm groves of the River Nile, near Coptos. It was cut on the rocks by an Egyptian nobleman named Hanu, who states that he was sent by Pharaoh Senker-Menthop Roman 4, with a force gathered out of the Thebaid from Coptos to the Red Sea there, to take command of a naval expedition to the holy land of Punt Puoni, to bring back odoriferous gums. Punt is identified with the Somali country now known to be the native country of the trees that yield the bulk of the frankincense of commerce. The other bears the record of a second expedition to the same land of Punt, undertaken by command of Queen Hatshepsut 1600 B Roman 100. It is preserved in the vividly chiseled and richly colored decorations, portraying the history of the reign of this famous pharaoh, on the walls of the stage temple at Thebes. The temple is now in ruins, but the entire series of gorgeous pictures recording the expedition to the balsam land of Punt, from its leaving to its returning to Thebes, still remains intact and undefaced. These are the only authenticated instances of the export of incense trees from the Somali country. Until Colonel Playfair, then political agent at Aden, in 18,621,864, collected and sent to Bombay the specimens from which Sir George Birdwood prepared his descriptions of them for the Linnean Society. In 1868, King Antigonus is said to have had a branch of the true frankincense tree sent to him. Homer tells us that the Egyptians of his time were emphatically a nation of druggists. Odd Roman for 230. This characteristic, in which as in many others, they so remarkably resemble the 350 Hindus, the Egyptians have maintained to the present day. And although they have changed their religion, the use of incense among them continues to be as familiar and formal as ever. The coal or black powder with which the modern, like the ancient Egyptian ladies, paint their languishing eyelids is nothing but the smeeth of charred frankincense or other odoriferous resin, brought with frankincense and phials of water from the well of Zemzem by the pilgrims. Returning from Mecca, they also melt frankincense as a depilatory, and smear their hands with a paste into the composition of which frankincense enters for the purpose of communicating to them an attractive perfume. Herodotus Roman 4 describes a similar artifice, as practiced by the women of Scythia. Compare also Judith Roman. 10 and cold, whether the Egyptians warm their rooms by placing in them a brazier chafing dish or standing dish filled with charcoal, whereon incense is burnt, and in hot whether they refresh them by occasionally swinging a hand censer, by a chain, through them frankincense benzoin, and aloe wood being chiefly used for the purpose. In the authorized version of the Bible, the word incense translates two wholly distinct Hebrew words in various passages, in the latter portion of Isaiah Roman 40 Romans 66 in Jeremiah, and in Chronicles it represents the Hebrew Lebana, more usually rendered frankincense elsewhere. The original word is ketereth ex Roman 39, Lev Roman 10 num Roman 7 Roman 100, a derivative of the verb kiterpai or hiktir hif, which verb is used not only in ex Roman 30, but also in Lev Roman 1 Roman 3 Roman 9, and many other passages to denote the process by which the savor of satisfaction in any burnt offering, whether of flesh or of incense, is produced, sometimes in the authorized version, as in 1 Kings Roman 3 1 Sam Roman 2, it is made to mean explicitly the burning of incense with only doubtful propriety, the expression incense ketereth of rains. In PS Roman 66, and the allusion in PS Roman 140, one ought both to be understood most probably of ordinary burnt offerings, the incense ketereth, or incense of sweet scents ketereth, samum, called in ex Roman 30 a confection after the art of the apothecary, or rather a perfume after the art of the perfumer, which was to be regarded as most holy, and the imitation of which was prohibited under the severest penalties, was compounded of 4 sweet scents, samum namely stacti nataf, onycha, sheheleth galbanum helbena, and pure or fine frankincense lebanazaka, pounded together in equal proportions with perhaps an admixture of salt memela. It was then to be put before the testimony in the tent of meeting. It was burnt on the altar of incense by the priest every morning, when the lamps were trimmed in the holy place, and every evening when they were lighted or set up ex Roman 30, a handful of it was also burnt once a year in the Holy of Holies, by the high priest on a pan of burning coals, taken from the altar of burnt offering. Lev Roman 16:13, pure frankincense lebana, formed part of the meat offering Lev Roman 2. Roman 6, and was also presented along with the show bread, Lev Roman 24, every Sabbath day probably on 2 golden saucers, see Jos Ant Roman 3:7. The religious significance of the use of incense, or at least of its use in the Holy of Holies, is distinctly set forth in Lev Roman 16:13. The Jews were also in the habit of using odoriferous substances in connection with the funeral obsequies of distinguished persons. C2, Cron Roman 16 Roman 21, Jur Roman 34 in Amos Roman 6. He that burneth him probably means he that burns perfumes in his honor. References to the domestic use of incense occur in Cant Roman 3 Prov Roman 27, cf. Roman 7. The marbles of Nineveh furnish frequent examples of the offering of incense to the sun god, and his consort 2 Kings Roman 23, the kings of Assyria united in themselves the royal and priestly offices, and on the monuments they erected they are generally represented as offering incense and pouring out wine to the tree of life. They probably carried the incense in the sacred bag, so frequently seen in their hands, and in those also of the common priests, according to Herodotus Roman 1 frankincense, to the amount of 1,000 talents weight, was offered every year during the Feast of Bel, on the great altar of his temple in Babylon. The monuments of Persepolis and the coins of the Sasanians show that the religious use of incense was as common in ancient Persia as in Babylonia and Assyria 5 times a day. The priests of the Persian Zoroastrians burnt incense on their sacred fire altars in the Avesta, Vendidad Fargard Roman 1940. The incense they used is named Vohugayano. It has been identified with benzoin, but was probably frankincense. Herodotus Roman 3 states that the Arabs brought every year to Darius as tribute 1,000 talents of frankincense. The Parsis still preserve in Western India the pure tradition of the ritual of incense, as followed by their race from probably the most ancient times. The Ramayana and Mahabharata afford evidence of the employment of incense by the Hindus in the worship of the gods and the burning of the dead from the remotest antiquity. Its use was obviously continued by the Buddhists during the prevalence of their religion in India, for it is still used by them in Nepal, Tibet, Ceylon, Burma, China, and Japan. These countries all received Buddhism from India, and a large proportion of the porcelain and earthenware articles imported from China and Japan into Europe consists of innumerable forms of censers, the Jains all over. India burned sticks of incense before their jinnah. The commonest incense in ancient India was probably frankincense, the Indian frankincense tree, Boswellia thurifera colebrook, which certainly includes B. glabra Roxburgh, is a doubtful native of India. It is found chiefly where the Buddhist religion prevailed in ancient times in Bihar and along the foot of the Himalayas, and in western India, where it particularly flourishes in the neighborhood of the Buddhist caves at Ajanta. It is quite possible, therefore, that in the course of their widely extended commerce, during the 1,000 years of their ascendancy, the Buddhists imported the true frankincense trees from Africa and Arabia into India, and that the accepted Indian species are merely varieties of them. Now, however, the incense in commonest use in India is benzoin, but the consumption of all manner of odoriferous resins, gum resins, roots, woods, dried leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds in India in social, as well as religious observances, is enormous. The grateful perfumed powder abir, or randa, is composed either of rice flower, mango bark, or deodar wood, camphor, and aniseed, or of sandalwood, or wood aloes and zarambit zeduary, rose, flowers, camphor, and civet, the incense sticks, and pastils known all over India under the names of Ud Beauty benzoin light or Agartha Beauty wood aloes light, are composed of benzoin, wood aloes, sandalwood, rock lichen, patchouli, rose mallows, talisbat, the leaf of Flacwortia cataphracta of Roxburgh mastic, and sugar candy, or gum, the abir and agar beauties, made at the Mohammedan city of Bijapur in the Maratha country, are celebrated all over Western India. The Indian Mussulmans, indeed, were rapidly degenerating into a mere sect of Hindus before the Wahhabi revival and the more recent political propaganda in support of the false caliphate of the sultans of Turkey, and we therefore find the religious use of incense among them more general than among the Mohammedans of any other country. They use it at the ceremonies of circumcision, Bismillah, teaching the child the name of God, virginity, and marriage. At marriage, they burn benzoin with nim, seeds, Melia azadirachta Roxburgh, to keep off evil spirits, and prepare the bride cakes by putting a quantity of benzoin between layers of wheaten dough closed all round and frying them in clarified butter. For days the bride is fed on little else in their funeral ceremonies. The moment the spirit has fled, incense is burnt before the corpse, until it is carried out to be buried. The begging fakirs also go 351 about with a lighted stick of incense in one hand, and holding out with the other an incense holder, literally incense chariot, into which the coins of the pious are thrown. Large incense trees, resembling our Christmas trees, formed of incense sticks and pastils and ocellates, and a light, all over, are borne by the Shia Mussulmans in the solennial procession of the Moharram, in commemoration of the martyrdom of the sons of Ali. The worship of the tulsi plant, or holy basil ocimum sanctum, donned by the Hindus, is popularly explained by its consecration to Vishnu and Krishna. It grows on the four-horned altar before the house, or in a pot placed in one of the front windows, and is worshipped every morning by all the female members of every Hindu household. It is possible that its adoration has survived from the times when the Hindus buried their dead in their houses beneath the family hearth. When they came into a hot climate, the fire of the sacrifices and domestic cookery was removed out of the house. But the dead were probably still for a while buried in or near it, and the tulsi was planted over their graves at once for the salubrious fragrance it diffuses, and to represent the burning of incense on the altar of the family. Lar, the rich land round about the holy city of Pandharpur, sacred to Vithoba, the national Maratha form of Krishnavishnu, is wholly restricted to the cultivation of the tulsi plant. As to the mentioned in Homer Roman 49 Roman 9 and elsewhere, and in Hesiod works and Days 338, there is some uncertainty whether they were incense offerings at all, and if so, whether they were ever offered alone, and not always in conjunction with animal sacrifices. That the domestic use, however, of the fragrant wood, the arbor vitae or Calitris quadrivalvis of botanists, the source of the resin sandarach, was known in the Homeric age, is shown by the case of Calypso odd Roman 5, and the very similarity of the word to may be taken as almost conclusively proving that by that time the same wood was also employed for religious purposes. It is not probable that the sweet-smelling gums and resins of the countries of the Indian Ocean began to be introduced into Greece before the 8th or 7th century B. Roman 100, and doubtless or first became an article of extensive commerce only after the Mediterranean trade with the East had been opened up by the Egyptian King Psammetichus Roman 100,610 B. Roman 100. The New Oriental word is frequently employed by Herodotus, and there are abundant references to the use of the thing among the writers of the Golden Age of Attic literature. See, for example, Aristophanes, Plut 11:14 frogs, 871, 888 clouds 426 wasps 96 861. Frankincense, however, though the most common, never became the only kind of incense offered to the gods among the Greeks. Thus the Orphic hymns are careful to specify, in connection with the several deities, celebrated a great variety of substances appropriate to the service of each. In the case of many of these, the selection seems to have been determined not at all by their fragrance, but by some occult considerations, which it is now difficult to divine. Among the Romans, the use of religious fumigations long preceded the introduction of foreign substances for the purpose. See, for example, Ovid Fast Roman 1 sec. Et non exiguo loris adusta sono. Latterly, the use of frankincense mascula, Thura Verg Roman 8, became very prevalent not only in religious ceremonials, but also on various state occasions, such as in triumphs Ovid Trist, Roman 4:4, and also in connection with certain occurrences of domestic life. In private, it was daily offered by the devout to the lar familiaris Plaut Olo Pral 23, and in public sacrifices, it was not only sprinkled on the head of the victim by the pontifex before its slaughter and afterwards mingled with its blood, but was also thrown upon the flames over which it was roasted. No perfectly satisfactory traces can be found of the use of incense in the ritual of the Christian Church. During the first 4 centuries, it obviously was not contemplated by the author of the Epistle to the Hebrews. Its use was foreign to the synagogue services on which, and not on those of the temple, the worship of the primitive Christians is well known to have been originally modeled, and its associations with heathen solemnities, and with the evil repute of those who were known as Theorificati, would still further militate against its employment. Various authors of the ante-Nicene period have expressed themselves as distinctly unfavorable to its religious, though not of course to its domestic use. Thus Tertullian, while Decor Roman 1049, ready to acknowledge its utility in counteracting unpleasant smells. See me odor alicugus loci offenderit Arabii aliquid incendo, is careful to say that he scorns to offer it as an accompaniment to his heartfelt prayers. Paul 30 cf 40, 2 Athenagoras, also Legate 13, gives distinct expression to his sense of the needlessness of any such ritual. The Creator and Father of the universe does not require blood, nor smoke, nor even the sweet smell of flowers. And incense and Arnobius adv. Gent Romans 7 seeks to justify the Christian neglect of it, by the fact for which he vouches that among the Romans themselves incense was unknown in the time of Numa, while the Etruscans had always continued to be strangers to it. Cyril of Jerusalem, Augustine, and the apostolic constitutions make no reference to any such feature, either in the public or private worship of the Christians of that time. The earliest mention, it would seem, occurs in the apostolic canons, Can 3, where the is spoken of as one of the requisites of the Eucharistic service. It is easy to perceive how it should inevitably have come in along with the whole circle of ideas involved in such words as temple, altar, priest, which about this time came to be so generally applied in ecclesiastical connections. Evagrius Roman 6 mentions the gift of a by the contemporary Chosroes of Persia to the Church of Jerusalem, and all the Oriental liturgies of this period provide special prayers for the purification of the Eucharistic elements. The oldest Ordo Romanus, which perhaps takes us back to within a century of Gregory the Great, enjoins that in pontifical masses a subdeacon with a golden censer shall go before the bishop as he leaves the secretarium for the choir, and 2 with censers before the deacon gospeler as he proceeds with the gospel to the ambo. And less than 2 centuries afterwards, we read an order in one of the capitularies of Hincmar of Reims to the effect that every priest ought to be provided with a censer and incense, that in this portion of their ritual, however, the Christians of that period were not universally conscious of its direct descent from Mosaic institutions, may be inferred perhaps from the benediction of the incense, used in the days of Charlemagne, which runs as follows: May the Lord bless this incense to the extinction of every noxious smell, and kindle it to the odor of its sweetness. Even Thomas Aquinas P. Roman 3, 83 Art 5, gives prominence to this idea. The character and order of these historical notices of incense would certainly, were there nothing else to be considered, justify the conclusion hitherto generally adopted that its use was wholly unknown in the worship of the Christian Church before the 5th century. On the other hand, we know that in the first Christian services held in the catacombs under the city of Rome, incense was burnt as a sanitary fumigation, at least Tertullian, also distinctly alludes to the use of aromatics in Christian burial, the Sabaeans will testify that more of their merchandise and that more costly is lavished on the burial of Christians than in burning incense to the gods, and the whole argument from analogy is in favor of the presumption of the ceremonial use of incense by the Christians. From the first, it is natural that little should be said of so obvious a practice until the fuller development of ritual in a later age. The slighting references to it by the Christian fathers are no more an argument against its existence in the primitive church than the similar denunciations by the Jewish prophets of burnt offerings and sacrifices are any proof that there were no such rites as the offering of incense and of the blood of bulls and fat of rams in the worship of the temple at Jerusalem. There could be no real offense to Christians in the burning of incense. Malachi Roman 1 had already 352 foretold the time when among the Gentiles in every place incense should be offered to God. Gold with myrrh and frankincense were offered by the Persian Magi to the infant Jesus at his birth, and in Revelation, Roman 8 for the image of the offering of incense, with the prayers of the saints before the throne of God, is not without its significance, if also the passage in Ambrose of Milan on Luke Roman 1, where he speaks of us as adolens altaria, is to be translated incensing the altars, and taken literally, it is a testimony to the use of incense by the Christian Church in at least the 4th century. But the earliest express mention of the censing of the altar by Christian priests is in the works first quoted in the 6th century, attributed to Dionysius the Areopagite, the contemporary of St. Paul. Acts Roman 17. The Missal of the Roman Church now enjoins incensation before the introit at the Gospel and again at the offertory. And at the elevation in every high Mass, the use of incense also occurs at the exposition of the sacrament at consecrations of churches, and the like in processions in the office for the burial of the dead. And at the exhibition of relics on high festivals, the altar is censed at vespers and lauds. In the Church of England, the use of incense was gradually abandoned after the reign of Edward Roman 6, until the ritualistic revival of the present day. Its use, however, has never been abolished by law. Form for the consecration of a censer occurs in Sancroft's form of dedication and consecration of a church or chapel 1685 in various works of reference, as for example in Notes and Queries 3rd Sir Vol. Roman 8p. 11. Numerous sporadic cases are mentioned in which incense appears to have been burnt in churches. The evidence, however, does not go so far as to show that it was used during divine service, least of all that it was used during the communion office at the coronation of George Roman 3. One of the king's grooms appeared in a scarlet dress, holding a perfuming pan burning perfumes, as at previous coronations. In 1899, on the appeal of the Rev. H. Westall St. Cuthbert's London, and the Rev. E. Ram St. John's Norwich, against the use of incense in the Church of England, the Archbishops of Canterbury Dr. Temple and York Dr. Maclagan supported the appeal. Their decision was reviewed by Chancellor Roman 50 T. Dibdin in the 10th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and the exposition given by Sir Lewis Dibdin of the whole question of the use of incense in the Church of England may here be interpolated. G.B. Incense in the Church of England. Mr. Scudamore Notitia, Eucharistica, 2nd ed. pp. 140-1142, thus describes the method and extent of the employment of incense at the Mass prior to the Reformation. According to the use of Sarum and Bangor, the priest, after being himself censed by the deacon, censed the altar. Before the introit began, the York rubric directed him to do it, immediately alter the first saying of the introit, which in England was thrice. Said the Hereford Missal, gives no direction for censing the altar at that time. The middle of the altar was censed according to Sarum, Bangor, and Hereford before the reading of the Gospel, according to Sarum and Bangor, the thurible, as well as the lights attended the Gospel to the lectern. Perhaps the York rubric implies that this was done when it orders, which the others do not, the thurible to be carried round the choir with the Gospel, while the creed was being sung in the Sarum, and Bangor the priest censed the oblations after offering them. Then the space between himself and the altar, he was then at Sarum censed by the deacon, and an acolyte censed the choir at Bangor the sinistrum cornu of the altar, and the relics were censed instead. York and Hereford ordered no censing at the offertory. There is reason to think that notwithstanding the order for the use of incense at every celebration, it was in practice burnt only on high festivals, and then only in rich churches down to the period of the Reformation. In most parishes, its costliness alone would preclude its daily use, while the want of an assistant minister would be a very common reason for omitting the rite. Almost everywhere incense was not burnt in private masses, so that the clergy were accustomed to celebrations without it, and would naturally forgo it on any plausible ground. The ritual of the Mass remained unchanged until the death of Henry Roman VIII, Jan 28, 1547. In March 1548, the Order of the Communion was published and commanded to be used by royal proclamation in the name of Edward Roman VI. It was the precursor of the prayer book and supplemented the accustomed Latin service by additions in English to provide for the communion of the people in both kinds, but it was expressly stated in a rubric that the old service of the Mass was to proceed without variation of any rite or ceremony until after the priest had received the sacrament. That is, until long after the last of the three occasions for the use of incense explained above. But on Whitsunday 1549, the first prayer book of Edward Roman VI came into use under an Act of Parliament 2 and 3 Ed Roman 6 ch. 1, the first Act of Uniformity, which required its exclusive use in public worship so as to supersede all other forms of service. Another Act 3 and 4 Ed Roman 6 ch. 10 required the old service books to be delivered up to be destroyed. The first prayer book does not contain any direction to use or any mention of incense. It has been, and still is, a keenly controverted question whether incense did or did not continue to be in ceremonial use under the first prayer book or during the rest of Edward Roman VI's reign. No evidence has hitherto been discovered which justifies us in answering this question in the affirmative. The second prayer book of Edward Roman 61,552, published under the authority of the Second Act of Uniformity, 5 and 6 Ed Roman 6 ch. 1, contains no reference to incense. Edward Roman 6 died on the 6th July 1553. Queen Mary by statute 1 Mary Cess 2 ch. 2 abolished the prayer book, repealed the Acts of Uniformity, and restored divine service and administration of sacraments, as were most commonly used in England in the last year of Henry Roman VIII. The ceremonial use of incense thus became again an undoubted part of the communion service in the Church of England. A proclamation issued December 6, 1553, directed the churchwardens to obtain the proper ornaments for the churches, and the bishops at any rate. Bishop Bonner, see Visitation Articles, 1554, Cardwell's Doc, and Roman 1153, in their visitations, inquired whether censers had been furnished for use. Mary died on the 17th of November 1558. On the 24th of June 1559, the second prayer book of Edward Roman VI, with a few alterations having no reference to incense, was again established under the authority of the Third Act of Uniformity, 1 Eliz ch. 2, as the exclusive service book for public service. There is no evidence of the ceremonial use of incense under Elizabeth's prayer book, or under the present prayer book of 1662, established by the Fourth Act of Uniformity 13 and 14 Charles Roman 2 ch. 4, until the middle of the 19th century. And there is no doubt that as a ceremony of divine worship, whether at the Holy Communion or at other services, it was entirely disused. There are, however, a good many instances recorded of what has been called a fumigatory use of frankincense in churches, by which it was sought to purify the air in times of public sickness, or to dispel the foulness caused by large congregations or poisonous gases arising from ill-constructed vaults under the church floor. It seems also to have been used for the purpose of creating an agreeable perfume on great occasions, for example, the great ecclesiastical feasts. But this use of incense must be carefully distinguished from its ceremonial use. It was utilitarian and not symbolical, and from the nature of the purpose in view, must have taken place before rather than during service of the same character. Is the use of incense carried in a perfuming pan before the sovereign at his coronation. In the procession from Westminster Hall to the Abbey, this observance was maintained from James Roman II's coronation to that of George Roman III. In the general revival of church ceremonial which accompanied and followed the Oxford movement, incense was not forgotten, and its ceremonial use in the pre-Reformation method has been adopted in a few extreme churches since 1850. Its use has been condemned as an illegal ceremony by the ecclesiastical courts. In 1868, Sir Robert Phillimore, Dean of the Arches, pronounced the ceremonial use of incense to be illegal in the suit of Martin Roman 5 Maconochie 2a and E Roman 50 R 116. The case was carried to the Privy Council on appeal, but there was no appeal on the question of incense again in 1870. the ceremonial use of incense was condemned by Sir Robert Phillimore in the suit of Sumner Roman 5 Wicks 3a and e Roman 50 R 58. Notwithstanding these decisions, it was insisted by those who defended the revival of the ceremonial use of incense that it was a legal custom of the Church of England. The question was once more elaborately argued in May 1899 before an informal tribunal consisting of the Archbishop of Canterbury Dr. Temple and the Archbishop of York Dr. Maclagan at Lambeth Palace. On the 31st of July 1899, the archbishops decided that the liturgical use of incense was illegal. The Lambeth opinion, as it was called, failed to convince the clergy, against whom it was directed, any better than the judgments of the ecclesiastical courts. But at first a considerable degree of obedience to the archbishop's view was shown. Various expedients were adopted, as for example the use of incense just before the beginning of service, by which it was sought to retain incense, without infringing the law as laid down by the archbishops. There remained nevertheless a tendency, on the part of the clergy, who used incense or desired to do so, to revert to the position they occupied before the Lambeth hearing, that is, to insist on the ceremonial use of incense as a part of the Catholic practice of the Church of England, which it is the duty of the clergy to maintain, notwithstanding the decisions of ecclesiastical judges or the opinions or archbishops to the contrary. Roman 50t, Roman 500. Manufacture. For the manufacture of the incense, now used in the Christian churches of Europe, there is no fixed rule. The books of ritual are agreed that ex Roman 30 should be taken as a guide as much as possible. It is recommended that frankincense should enter as largely as possible into its composition, and that if inferior materials be employed at all, they should not be allowed to preponderate. In Rome, olibanum alone is employed. In other places, benzoin, storax, line, aloes, cascarilla bark, cinnamon, cloves, and musk are all said to be occasionally used. In the Russian church, benzoin is chiefly employed. The Armenian liturgy, in its benediction of the incense, speaks of this perfume, prepared from myrrh and cinnamon. The preparation of pastils of incense has probably come down in a continuous tradition from ancient Egypt. Babylonia and Phoenicia. Cyprus was for centuries famous for their manufacture, and they were still known in the Middle Ages by the names of pastils or ocellates of Cyprus. Maimonides, in his More Nevachim, states that the use of incense in the worship of the Jews originated as a corrective of the disagreeable odors arising from the slaughter and burning of the animals offered in sacrifice. There can be no doubt that its use throughout the East is based on sanitary considerations, and in Europe, even in the time when the dead were buried in the churches, it was recognized that the burning of incense served essentially to preserve their salubrity. But evidently, the idea that the odor of a burnt offering, cf. the of Otis Roman 12, is grateful to the deity, being indeed the most essential part of the sacrifice, or at least the vehicle by which alone it can successfully be conveyed to its destination, is also a very early one, if not absolutely primitive, and survivals of it are possibly to be met with even among the most highly cultured peoples, where the purely symbolical nature of all religious ritual is most clearly understood and maintained. Some such idea plainly underlies the familiar phrase, a sweet savor, more literally a savor of satisfaction, whereby an acceptable offering by fire is so often denoted in the Bible. Gen Roman 8 Lev Roman 1, et passim cf. F Roman 5. It is easy to imagine how, as men grew in sensuous appreciation of pleasant perfumes, and in empirical knowledge of the sources from which these could be derived, this advance would naturally express itself not only in their domestic habits, but also in the details of their religious ceremonial, so that the custom of adding some kind of incense to their animal sacrifices, and at length that of offering it pure and simple, would inevitably arise ultimately with the development of the spiritual discernment of men. The offering of incense became a mere symbolical phrase for prayer. See Rev Roman 5 Roman 8. 4 Clement of Alexandria expresses this in his well-known words, "The true altar of incense is the just soul, and the perfume from it is holy prayer." So also Origen Kant sells Roman 8:20. The ancients were familiar with the sanitary efficacy of fumigations, the energy with which Ulysses, after the slaughter of the suitors, calls to Euryclea for fire and sulfur, to purge, literally fumigate, the dining hall from the pollution of their blood. Odd Roman 22 482 would startle those who imagine that sanitation is a peculiarly modern science. There is not the slightest doubt that the sensing of things and persons was first practiced as an act of purification and thus became symbolical of consecration, and finally of the sanctification of the soul, the Egyptians understood the use of incense as symbolical of the purification of the soul. By prayer, Catholic writers generally treat it as typifying contrition, the preaching of the gospel, the prayers of the faithful, and the virtues of the saints. G. 1. Incensum or incensum thuris from incendiar idol and port incenso, span incenso, fr incens. The substantive occurs in an inscription of the Arvalian Brotherhood Marini Glai Idi, e Monumenti de Fratelli Arvali, p. 639, but is frequent only in ecclesiastical Latin compare. The classical suffamentum and suffidus from suffio for incense ulphila Luke Roman 111 has retained the Greek thymiama, all the Teutonic names Jur Weihruch, Old Saxon Wirach, Issel Kelsey, Dan Rogel seem to belong to the Christian period Grimm Deutsche Mythology, Roman 1. 2. The etymological affinities of thus Fuffio Funis and the Sans Duma are well known. See Max Muller Chips Roman 1. 3. Classical Latin has but one word thus or tus for all sorts of incense. Libanus for frankincense occurs only in the Vulgate. Even the ground frankincense or ground pine, Ajuga chamipides, was known to the Romans as tus terri Pliny, although they called some plant from its smelling like frankincense libanotes, and a kind of Thasian wine also from its fragrance, Libanios, the Latin barbaric word olibanum. Quaes oleum libani, the common name for frankincense in modern commerce, is used in a bull of Pope Benedict Roman 91,033. It may here be remarked that the name European frankincense is applied to Pinus tita, and to the resinous exudation burgundy pitch of the Norwegian spruce, firs, Abies excelsa, the incense tree of America, is the Icica guianensis, and the incense wood of the same continent Roman 1 heptaphylla. 4. Bruges, Egypt under the pharaohs Roman 180, 1 414,419. 5. Plutarch de Isaid, et Osirid Roman 100, in Parthes edition, Berlin 1850, other recipes for the manufacture of Cuphai by Galen and Dioscorides are given, also some results of the editor's own experiments. 6. Wilkinson, Ancient Egyptians, Roman 1 Roman 2 390, 8,400 400 14,416. 7. Bruges, Egypt under the pharaohs Roman 1312. 8. C. Lane, Mod Egyptians, pp 34 41 139, 187 430. 8. ed. 1860. 9. C. Wellhausen, Jesh, Israel's Roman 1 SQQ, who from philological and other data infers the late date of the introduction of incense into the Jewish ritual. According to Philo Opera, Roman 1 ed. Mangi, they symbolized respectively water, earth, air, and fire. Other accounts of its composition drawn from rabbinical sources will be found in various works on Jewish antiquities. See, for example, Roland Antic Sacker, Vet Heber pp 39, 41 1712. This guarded statement still holds good. Compare Duchesne Christian Worship, Engtrans 1904 ch Roman 2, the Mass in the East Roman 5, the books of the Latin Rite, and Roman 12, the dedication of churches. Incest, lat incestus, unchaste sexual intercourse between persons so related by kindred or affinity that legal marriage cannot take place between them. See marriage especially. The section canon law in England. Incest formerly was not generally treated as a crime, although along with other offenses against morals, it was made punishable by death in 1650. Since the Restoration, it had to use Blackstone's phrase, been left to the feeble coercion of the spiritual courts. But bills to make it a criminal offense have at various times been unsuccessfully introduced in Parliament. In 1908, however, an act, the Punishment of Incest Act 1908, was passed, under which sexual intercourse of a male with his granddaughter, daughter, sister, or mother is made punishable with penal servitude for not less than 3 or more than 7 years, or with imprisonment for not more than 2 years with or without hard labor. It is immaterial that the sexual intercourse was had with the consent of the female. Indeed, by S2, a female who consents is on conviction liable to the same punishment as the male. The act also makes an attempt to commit the offense of incest, a misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment for not more than 2 years with or without hard labor. The terms brother and sister include half-brother and half-sister, whether the relationship is or is not traced through lawful wedlock. All proceedings under the Act are held in camera. S5. The Act does not apply to Scotland. Incest being punishable in Scots law under the Matrimonial Causes Act 1857. S27. Incestuous adultery is per se sufficient ground to entitle a wife to divorce her husband. The Deceased Wife's Sisters Marriage Act, 1907 S3, retained wives. Sisters in the class of persons with whom adultery is incestuous in the law of Scotland. It was until the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act, 1887, a crime nominally punishable with death, but the penalty usually inflicted was penal servitude for life. This sentence was actually pronounced on a man in 1855. In the United States, incest is not an indictable offense at common law, but generally speaking, it has been made punishable by fine and imprisonment by state legislation. It is also a punishable offense in some European countries, notably Germany, Austria, and Italy. Inch o eng unce from lat uncia, a 12th part cf ounce in c, as the 12th part of a linear foot as a measure of rainfall. An inch of rain is equivalent to a fall of a gallon of water spread over a surface of about 2 sqft, or 100 tons to an acre. Inchbald Mrs. Elizabeth 17,530, 1821, English novelist, playwright, and actress, was born on the 15th of October 1753, at Standingfield, Suffolk, the daughter of John Simpson, a farmer. Her father died. When she was 8 years old, she and her sisters never enjoyed the advantages of school or of any regular supervision in their studies, but they seem to have acquired refined and literary tastes at an early age. Ambitious to become an actress, a career for which an impediment in her speech hardly seemed to qualify her, she applied in vain for an engagement, and finally in 1772, she abruptly left home to seek her fortune in London. Here she married Joseph Inchbald Roman 500, an actor, and on the 4th of September made her debut in Bristol as Cordelia to his Lear. For several years, she continued to act with him in the provinces. Her roles included Anne Boleyn Jane, Shore Callista Calpurnia, Lady Anne in Richard Roman III, Lady Percy, Lady Elizabeth Grey Fanny in 354, the clandestine marriage Desdemona Aspasia in Tamerlane Juliet, and Imogen. But notwithstanding her great beauty and her natural aptitude for acting, her inability to acquire rapid and easy utterance prevented her from attaining to more than very moderate success. After the death of her husband, she continued for some time on the stage, making her first London appearance at Covent Garden as Bellario in Philaster on the 3rd of October 1780. Her success, however, as an author led her to retire in 1789. She died at Kensington House on the 1st of August 1821. Mrs. Inchbald wrote or adapted 19 plays, and some of them, especially Wives as They Were and Maids as They Are 1797, were for a time very successful. Among the others may be mentioned I'll Tell You What, translated into German, Leipzig, 1798. Such things are 1788, The Married Man, The Wedding Day, The Midnight Hour, Everyone Has His Fault, and Lover's Vows. She also edited a collection of the British theatre, with biographical and critical remarks, 25 vols 18,061,809, a collection of farces 7 vols 1809, and the Modern Theatre 10 vols 1809. Her fame, however, rests chiefly on her two novels, A Simple Story 1791, and Nature and Art 1796. These works possess many minor faults and inaccuracies, but on the whole their style is easy, natural, and graceful, and if they are tainted in some degree by a morbid and exaggerated sentiment, and display none of that faculty of creation possessed by the best writers of fiction, the pathetic situations, and the deep and pure feeling pervading them, secured for them a wide popularity. Mrs. Inchbald destroyed an autobiography, for which she had been offered 1,000 by Phillips the publisher, but her memoirs, compiled by J. Bowden chiefly from her private journal, appeared in 1833, in 2 volumes. An interesting account of Mrs. Inchbald is contained in Records of a Girlhood by Frances Ann Kemble, 1878. Her portrait was painted by Sir Thomas Lawrence. Inchiquin Murrough O'Brien, 1st Earl of Roman 1,1674, Irish soldier and statesman, was the son of Dermot O'Brien, 5th Baron Inchiquin Roman 500. He belonged to a great family which traced its descent to Brian Borum, King of Ireland, and members of which were always to the forefront in Irish public life. The first Baron of Inchiquin was another Murrough O'Brien Roman 500, who, after having made his submission to Henry Roman 8, was created Baron of Inchiquin and Earl of Thomond in 1543. When Murrough died in November 1551, by a curious arrangement, his earldom passed to his nephew Donogh, son of Conor O'Brien Roman 500, the last independent Prince of Thomond, C. Thomond, Earls, of leaving only his barony to be inherited by his son Dermot Roman 500, the ancestor of the later Barons of Inchiquin. Murrough O'Brien, who became 6th Baron of Inchiquin in 1624, gained some military experience in Italy, and then in 1640 was appointed Vice President of Munster. He took an active and leading part in suppressing the Great Irish Rebellion, which broke out in the following year. And during the Civil War, the English Parliament made him President of Munster early in 1648. However, he declared for his former master Charles Roman I. And for about 2 years he sought to uphold the royalist cause in Ireland. In 1654, Charles Roman II made him an earl. His later years were partly spent in France and in Spain, but he had returned to Ireland when he died on the 9th of September 1674. His son William II, Earl Roman 1,1692, served under his father in France and Spain, and for 6 years was governor of Tangier. He was a partisan of William Roman III in Ireland, and in 1690 he became governor of Jamaica, where he died in January 1692. In 1800, his descendant Murrough, the 5th Earl Roman 500, was created Marquess of Thomond, but on the death of James, the 3rd Marquess in July 1855, both the marquisate and the earldom became extinct. The barony of Inchiquin, however, passed to a kinsman, Sir Lucius O'Brien Bart, 18,01872, a descendant of the 1st Baron and a brother of William Smith O'Brien Curoman V. In Cledon, Charles Benjamin, 17,630, 1826, English singer, son of a doctor in Cornwall, began as a choir boy at Exeter, but then went into the Navy. His fine tenor voice, however, attracted general attention, and in 1783, he determined to seek his fortune on the stage. After various provincial appearances, he made a great success in 1790 at Covent Garden, and thenceforth was the principal English tenor of his day. He sang both in opera and in oratorio, but his chief popularity lay in his delivery of ballads such as Sally in Our Alley, Black-Eyed Susan the Arethusa, and anything of a bold and manly type. He toured in America in 1817, and on retiring in 1822 from the operatic stage, he traveled through the provinces with an entertainment called The Wandering Melodist. He died of paralysis at Worcester on the 11th of February 1826. Inclinometer, dip circle, two distinct classes of instruments, are used for measuring the dip-sea magnetism, terrestrial, or inclination of the Earth's magnetic field to the horizontal, namely 1 dip circles and 2 induction inclinometers or earth inductors. Dip circles. In the case of the dip circle, the direction of the Earth's magnetic field is obtained by observing the position of the axis of a magnetized needle, so supported, as to be free to turn about a horizontal axis passing through its center of gravity. The needles now used consist of flat lozenge-shaped pieces of steel, about 9 Roman 900 long and 0 Roman 900 thick, and weigh about 4 grams. The axle, which is made of steel, projects on either side of the needle, and has a diameter of about 0 Roman 900 needles, considerably larger than the above have been used. But experience showed that the values for the dip observed with needles 23 Roman 900 long was about 1 less than with the 9 Roman 900 needles, and a Schuster Phil Mag, 1891, 531 p. 275, has shown that the difference is due to the appreciable bending of the longer needles owing to their weight. When in use, the dip needle is supported on 2 agate niphages, so that its axle is on the axis of a vertical divided circle, on which the positions of the ends of the needle are either directly observed by means of 2 reading lenses, in which case the circle is generally divided into thirds of a degree, so that it can by estimation be read to about 2 minutes, or a cross arm carries 2 small microscopes and 2 verniers, the cross wires of each microscope being adjusted so as to bisect the image of the corresponding end of the needle. 2 V-shaped lifters actuated by a handle serve to raise the needle from the agates, and when lowered assure the axle being at the center of the vertical circle. 355, the supports for the needle, and a box to protect the needle from drafts, as well as the vertical circle, can be rotated about a vertical axis and their azimuth read off on a horizontal divided circle. There are also 2 adjustable stops which can be set in any position and allow the upper part of the instrument to be rotated through exactly 180 without the necessity of reading the horizontal circle. When making a determination of the dip with the dip circle, a number of separate readings have to be made in order to eliminate various instrumental defects, thus that side of the needle on which the number is engraved being called the face of the needle, and that side of the protecting box next the vertical circle, the face of the instrument. Both ends of the needle are observed in the following relative positions, the instrument being in every case so adjusted in azimuth that the axle of the needle points magnetic east and west. Roman 1 face of instrument east and face of needle next to face of instrument. Roman 2 face of instrument west and face of needle next to face of instrument. Roman 3 face of instrument west and face of needle away from face of instrument. Roman 4 face of instrument east and face of needle away from face of instrument. Next, the direction of magnetization of the needle is reversed by stroking it a number of times with 2 strong permanent magnets when the other end of the needle dips, and the above 4 sets of readings are repeated. The object in reading both ends of the needle is to avoid error if the prolongation of the axle of the needle does not pass through the center of the vertical circle, as also to avoid error due to the eccentricity of the arm, which carries the reading microscopes and verniers the reversal of the instrument between Roman 1 and Roman 2, and between Roman 3 and Roman 4, is to eliminate errors due to the line joining the zeros of the vertical circle not being exactly horizontal, and b the agate niphages, which support the needle not being exactly horizontal. The reversal of the needle between Roman 2 and Roman 3 is to eliminate errors due to the magnetic axis of the needle not coinciding with the line joining the 2 points of the needle, and b to the center of gravity of the needle being displaced from the center of the axle in a direction at right angles to the length of the needle. The reversal of the poles of the needle is to counteract any error produced by the center of gravity of the needle being displaced from the center of the axle in a direction parallel to the length of the needle. For use at sea, the dip circle was modified by Robert were Fox Annals of Electricity, 1839, 3p 288, who used a needle having pointed axles, the points resting in jeweled holes, carried by 2 uprights, so that the movement of the ship does not cause the axle of the needle to change its position with reference to the vertical divided circle. To counteract the tendency of the axle to stick in the bearings, the instrument is fitted with a knob on the top of the box protecting the needle, and when a reading is being taken, this knob is rubbed with an ivory or horn disc, the surface of which is corrugated. In this way, a tremor is caused which is found to assist the needle in overcoming the effects of friction, so that it takes up its true position in the creek modification of the Fox dip circle. The upper halves of the jewels, which form the bearings, are cut away so that the needle can be easily removed, and thus the reversals necessary when making a complete observation can be performed. See also magnetometer. Induction inclinometers. The principle on which induction inclinometers depend is that if a coil of insulated wire is spun about a diameter, there will be an alternating current induced in the coil, unless the axis about which it turns is parallel to the lines of force of the Earth's field. Hence, if the axis about which such a coil spins is adjusted till a sensitive galvanometer connected to the coil through a commutator, by which the alternating current is converted into a direct current, is undeflected, then the axis must be parallel to the lines of force of the Earth's field, and hence the inclination of the axis to the horizontal is the dip. The introduction and perfection of this type of inclinometer is almost entirely due to H. Wild. His form of instrument for field observations 1 consists of a coil 10 Roman 900 in diameter, containing about 1,000 turns of silk-covered copper wire, the resistance being about 40 ohms, which is pivoted inside a metal ring. This ring can itself rotate about a horizontal axle in its own plane, this axle being at right angles to that about which the coil can rotate. Attached to the axle of the ring is a divided circle, by means of which and 2 reading microscopes the inclination of the axis of rotation of the coil to the horizontal can be read. The bearings which support the horizontal axle of the ring are mounted on a horizontal annulus, which can be rotated in a groove attached to the base of the instrument, as so to allow the azimuth of the axle of the ring, and hence also that of the plane in which the axis of the coil can move to be adjusted. The coil is rotated by means of a flexible shaft worked by a small cranked handle, and a train of gear wheels. The terminals of the coil are taken to a 2-part commutator of the ordinary pattern, on which rest 2 copper brushes which are connected by flexible leads to a sensitive galvanometer. The inclination of the axis of the coil can be roughly adjusted by hand. By rotating the supporting ring, the final adjustment is made by means of a micrometer screw attached to an arm, which is clamped on the axle of the ring. When making a measurement, the azimuth circle is first set horizontal, a striding level placed on the trunnions, which carry the ring being used to indicate when the adjustment is complete. The striding level is then placed on the axle, which carries the coil, and when the bubble is at the center of the scale, the microscopes are adjusted to the zeros of the vertical circle, a box containing a long compass needle, and having 2 feet with inverted V's, is placed to rest on the axle of the coil, and the instrument is turned in azimuth till the compass needle points to a lubber line on the box. By this means, the axis of the coil is brought into the magnetic meridian. The commutator being connected to a sensitive galvanometer, the coil is rotated, and the ring adjusted till the galvanometer is undeflected. The reading on the vertical circle then gives the dip by a system of reversals. Slight faults in the adjustment of the instrument can be eliminated. As in the case of the dip circle, with such an instrument, it is claimed that readings of dip can be made accurate to 0 minutes of arc. The form of wild inductor for use in a fixed observatory differs from the above in that the coil consists of a drum-wound armature, but without iron, of which the length is about 3 times the diameter. This armature has its axle mounted in a frame attached to the sloping side of a stone pillar, so that the axis of rotation is approximately parallel to the lines of force of the Earth's field. By means of 2 micrometer screws, the inclination of the axis to the magnetic meridian and to the horizontal can be adjusted. The armature is fitted with a commutator and a system of gear wheels, by means of which it can be rapidly rotated. The upper end of the axle carries a plane mirror, the normal, to which is adjusted parallel to the axis of rotation of the armature. A theodolite is placed on the top of the pillar, and the telescope is turned so that the image of the crosswires seen by reflection in the mirror coincides with the wires themselves. In this way, the axis of the theodolite telescope is placed parallel to the axis of the armature, and hence the dip can be read off on the altitude circle of the theodolite. Authorities, in addition to the references already given, the following papers may be consulted: 1 Admiralty Manual of Scientific Inquiry, which contains directions for making observations with a dip circle; 2 Stewart and G. Elementary Practical Physics, which contains a full description of the dip circle, and instructions for making a set of observations; 3 Roman 50 A. Bauer Terrestrial Magnetism, 19016 p. 31, a memoir which contains the results of a comparison of the values for the dip obtained with a number of different circles; 4 E. Laced Repertorium für Meteorologie, der Kaiserl Akad, der Wiss St. Petersburg, 1887-1005, containing a discussion of the errors of dip circles; 5 H. Wildbull de Elikad Imp, des Sci de St. Petersburg, March, 1895, a paper which considers the accuracy obtainable with the earth inductor. WWN 1 Repertorium für Meteorologie, der Kaiserl Akad, der Wissenschaft, St. Petersburg, 1892-1602, or Meteorolog Zeitz, 1895-12 p. 41. Enclosure or enclosure in law, the fencing in of waste or common lands by the lord of the manor, for the purpose of cultivation, for the history of the enclosure of such lands, and the legislation dating from 1235, which deals with it. See Commons. Incoina Domini, a papal bull so called from its opening words, formerly issued annually on Holy Thursday and Holy Week, or later on Easter Monday. Its first publication was in 1363. It was a statement of ecclesiastical censure against heresies, schisms, sacrilege, infringement of papal and ecclesiastical privileges, attacks on person and property, piracy, forgery, and other crimes for 200 or 300 years. It was varied from time to time, receiving its final form from Pope Urban Roman VIII in 1627, owing to the opposition of the sovereigns of Europe, both Protestant and Catholic, who regarded the bull as an infringement of their rights. Its publication was discontinued by Pope Clement Roman XIV in 1770. Income tax in the United Kingdom, a general tax on income derived from every source, although a graduated tax on income from certain fixed sources was levied in 1435 and again in 1450. It may be said that the income tax in its present form dates in England from its introduction by W. Pitt in 1798, granting to His Majesty an aid and contribution for the prosecution of the war. This Act of 1798 merely increased the duties of certain assessed taxes, which were regulated by the amount of income of the person assessed, provided his income amounted to 60 or upwards. These duties were repealed by an Act of 1799-39, Geo Roman 3 Roman 100, which imposed a duty of 10 on all incomes from whatever sources derived incomes under 60 a year being exempt, and reduced rates charged on incomes between that amount and 200 a year. The produce of this tax was 6,046,624, For the first year, as compared with 1,855,996, the produce of the earlier tax, this income tax was repealed after the Peace of Amiens, but the renewal of the war in 1803 caused its revival. At the same time was introduced the principle of collection at the source Roman 1e collection, before the income reaches the person to whom it belongs, which is still retained in the English revenue system, and which it has been said is mainly responsible for the present development of income tax and the ease with which it is collected. The Act of 1803 G, Roman 3 Roman 100, distributed the various descriptions of income under different schedules, known as a B, C, D, and E. A rate of 5 was imposed on all incomes of 150 a year and over, with graduation on incomes between 60 and 150. This income tax of 5 collected at the source yielded almost as much as the previous tax of 10 collected direct from each taxpayer. The tax was continued from year to year, with the principle unchanged, but with variations in the rate until the close of the war in 1815. When it was repealed, it was during its first imposition. Regarded as essentially a war tax, and in later days when it was reimposed, it was always considered as an emergency tax to be levied only to relieve considerable financial strain, but it has now taken its place as a permanent source of national income and is the most productive single tax in the British financial system. The income tax was revived in 1842 by Sir R. Peel, not as a war tax, but to enable him to effect important financial reforms. See taxation variations both in the rate levied and the amount of income exempted have taken place from time to time, the most important probably being found in the Finance Acts of 1894, 1897, 1898, 1907, and 19,090,1910. It will be useful to review the income tax, as it existed before the important changes introduced in 1909. It was, speaking broadly, a tax levied on all incomes derived from sources within the United Kingdom or received by residents in the United Kingdom from other sources. Incomes under 160 were exempt, and abatement allowed of 160 on those between 160 and 400, of 150 on those between 400 and 500, of 120 on those between 500 and 600, and of 70 on those between 600 and 700. An abatement was also allowed on account of any premiums paid for life insurance, provided they did not exceed 1/6 of the total income. The limit of total exemption was fixed in 1894, when it was raised from 150, and the scale of abatements was revised in 1898 by admitting incomes between 500 and 700. The Finance Act 1907 distinguished between earned and unearned income, granting relief to the former over the latter. By 3d in the pound, where the income from all sources did not exceed 2,000, the tax was assessed as mentioned above under 5 different schedules, known as a BCD, and E. Under Schedule A was charged the income derived from landed property, including houses, the annual value, or rent being the basis of the assessment. The owner is the person taxed, whether he is or is not in occupation in England. The tax under this schedule is obtained from the occupier, who, if he is not the owner, recovers from the latter by deducting the tax from the rent in Scotland. This tax is usually paid by the owner as a matter of convenience, but in Ireland, it is by law chargeable to him. All real property is subject to the tax with certain exceptions. A crown property, such as public offices, prisons, Roman 100b, certain properties belonging to charitable and educational bodies, as hospitals, public schools, colleges, almshouses, Roman 100c, public parks, or recreation grounds. D. Certain realities of companies such as mines, quarries, canals, Roman 100, from which no profit is derived beyond the general profit of the concern, to which they belong under Schedule B, were charged the profits arising from the occupation of land, the amount of such profits being assumed to be 1/3 of the annual value of the land, as fixed for the purposes of Schedule A. This applies principally to farmers, who might, if they chose, be assessed on Schedule D, on their actual profits. Schedule C included income derived from interest, Roman 100, payable out of the public funds of the United Kingdom or any other country. Schedule D, the most important branch of the income tax, and the most difficult to assess, included profits arising from trade, from professional or other employment, and from foreign property, the assessment in most cases being made on an average of the receipts for 3 years. Schedule E covered the salaries and pensions of persons in the employment of the state or of public bodies, and of the officials of public companies, Roman 100. The method of assessment and collection of the tax is uniformly the same under Schedules of B and D. It is in the hands of local authorities, known as the General or District Commissioners of Taxes. They are appointed by the Land Tax Commissioners out of their own body, and as regards assessment, are not in any way controlled by the executive government. They appoint a clerk who is their principal officer and legal advisor assessors for each parish and collectors. There is an appeal from their decisions to the High Court of Justice on points of law, but not on questions of fact. Assessments under Schedules A and B are usually made every 5 years, and under Schedule D every year. The interests of the revenue are looked after by officers of the Board of Inland Revenue, styled surveyors of taxes, who are stationed in different parts of the country. They are in constant communication with the board and with the public on all matters relating to the assessment and collection of the tax. They attend the meetings of the local commissioners, examine the assessments and the taxpayers' returns, and watch the progress of the collection. There are also certain officers known as special commissioners, who are appointed by the Crown and receive fixed salaries from public funds for the purpose of Schedule D. Any taxpayer may elect to be assessed by them instead of by the local commissioners, and those who object to their affairs being disclosed to persons in their own neighborhood may thus have their assessments made without any risk of publicity. The special commissioners also assess the profits of railway companies under Schedule D and profits arising from foreign or colonial sources under Schedule C and Roman 500. The greater part of the incomes under Schedule E is assessed by the commissioners for public offices, appointed by the several departments of the government. Previously to 1909, the rate of income tax has been as high as 16D in 18,551,857, and as low as 2D in 18,741,876. Each penny of the tax was estimated to produce, in 19,061,907, a revenue of 2,666,867. It had long been felt that there were certain inequalities in the income tax, which could be adjusted without any considerable difficulty, and from time to time committees have met and reported upon the subject. Select committees reported in 18,511,852 and in 1861, and a departmental committee. In 1905, in 1906, a select committee was appointed to inquire into and report upon the practicability of graduating the income tax and of differentiating for the purpose of the tax between permanent and precarious incomes. The summary of the conclusions contained in their report 365 of 1906 was: graduation of the income tax by an extension of the existing system of abatements is practicable, but it could not be applied to all incomes from the highest to the lowest with satisfactory results. The limits of prudent extension would be reached when a large increase in the rate of tax to be collected at the source was necessitated, and the total amount which was collected in excess of what was ultimately retained became so large as to cause serious inconvenience to trade and commerce, and to individual taxpayers. Those limits 357 would not be exceeded by raising the amount of income on which an abatement would be allowed to 1,000 or even more. Graduation by a supertax is practicable if it be desired to levy a much higher rate of tax upon large incomes, say of 5,000 and upwards, than has hitherto been charged. A supertax, based on personal declaration, would be a practicable method. Abandonment of the system of collection at the source and adoption of the principle of direct personal assessment of the whole of each person's income would be inexpedient. Differentiation between earned and unearned incomes is practicable, especially if it be limited to earned incomes not exceeding 3,000 a year, and effect be given to it by charging a lower rate of tax upon them. A compulsory personal declaration from each individual of total net income, in respect of which tax is payable, is expedient, and would do much to prevent the evasion and avoidance of income tax which at present prevail. Acting upon the report of this committee, the Finance Bill of 1909 was framed to give effect to the principles of graduation and differentiation. The rate upon the earned portion of incomes of persons whose total income did not exceed 3,000 was left unchanged, viz. 9D in the pound up to 2,000, and ones in the pound between 2,000 and 3,000, but the rate of ones in the pound on all unearned incomes, and on the earned portion of incomes over 2,000 from all sources, was raised to ones 2D In addition to the ordinary tax of one's 2d in the pound, supertax of 6d in the pound was levied on all incomes exceeding 5,000 a year, the supertax being paid upon the amount by which the incomes exceed 3,000 a year. A special abatement of 10 a child for every child under the age of 16 was allowed upon all incomes under 500. A year no abatements or exemptions were allowed to persons not resident in the United Kingdom, except in the case of crown servants and persons residing abroad on account of their health cert. Abatements for improvements were also allowed to the owners of land or houses. The estimated increased yield of the income tax for 19,090,1910 on these lines was 2,500,000, which excluded the abatements allowed for improvements. The supertax was estimated to yield a sum of 500,000, which would be increased ultimately to 2,500,000 when all returns and assessments were made. The following accounts show the operation of the same system of taxation in other countries too. Austria. The income tax dates from 1849, but the existing tax, which is arranged on a progressive system, came into force on the 1st of January 1890. 8. The tax is levied on net income deductions from the gross income being allowed for upkeep of business houses and lands, for premiums paid for insurance against injuries, for interest on business and private debts, and for payment of taxes other than income tax. Incomes under 50 a year are exempt. The rate of taxation at the first stage 52, being 0 of the income at the 12th stage 100. The rate is 1 at the 27th stage 300. It rises to 2 at the 43rd stage 1000. It is 3, and at the 56th 2500 it is 312. An income of 4,000 pays 4 from 4,000 up to 8333 per annum. Progression rises at 166 a step. And for every step 8 sixes 8d taxation is assessed. Incomes between 8333 and 8750 pay 387 tens. Incomes over 8750 are taxed 26 8d. At each successive stage of 417 tens, certain persons are exempt from the tax visa the emperor be members of the imperial family as far as regards such sums as they receive as allowances. See the diplomatic corps, the consular corps, who are not Austrian citizens, and the official staffs and foreign servants of the embassies, legations and consulates. D. Such people as are exempted by treaty or by the law of nations, people in possession of pensions from the order of Maria Theresa, and those who receive pensions on account of wounds, or the pension attached to the medal for bravery, are exempted as far as the pensions are concerned. Officers, chaplains, and men of the army and navy have no tax levied on their pay. G. All other military persons and such people as are included in the scheme of mobilization are exempted from any tax on their pay. Special allowances are made for incomes derived from labor, either physical or mental, as well as for a family with several children. There are also special exemptions in certain cases where the annual income does not exceed 4167 tens, visa special. Charges for educating children, who may be blind, deaf, dumb, or crippled. B. Expense in maintaining poor relations. C. Perpetual illness. D. Debts. E. Special misfortunes caused by fire or floods. F. Being called out for military service. The tax is assessed usually on a direct return from the individual taxpayer, except in the cases of fixed salaries and wages, on which the tax is collected from the employer, who either deducts it from the salary of the employee or pays it out of his own pocket. The tax, which is assessed on the income of the previous year, is paid direct to the collector's office in 2 installments, on the 1st of June and the other on the 1st of December. Belgium. No income tax proper exists in Belgium, but there is a state tax of 2 on the dividends of joint stock companies. Denmark. Income tax is levied under a law of the 15th of May 1903. Incomes under 2,000 krona pay a tax of 1 under 3,000 krona, 1 under 4,000 krona, 1 under 6,000 krona, 1 under 8,000 krona, 1 under 10,000 krona, 1 under 15,000 krona, 1 under 20,000 krona 2, and for every additional 10,000 krona up to 100,000 krona, 1 incomes of 100,000 krona, and upwards paying 2 exempt from the duty. King members of the royal family, and the civil list, the legation staffs and consular officers of foreign powers, not being Danish subjects. Foreigners temporarily resident in the country. Mortgage societies, credit institutions, savings and loan banks. The increase in capital resulting from an increase in value of properties is not deemed incomean the other. And no deduction in income is made if such properties decrease in value are daily payments and traveling expenses received for the transaction of business on public service. If the person has thereby been obliged to reside outside his own parish, certain deductions can be made in calculating income as such as working expenses, office expenses, pensions, and other burthens, amounts paid for direct taxation, dues to commune and church tithe, tenant and farming charges, heirs' allowances, and similar burthens, interest on mortgages and other debts, and what has been spent for necessary maintenance or insurance of the property of the taxpayer. There are also certain exemptions with respect to companies not having an establishment in the country. France. There is no income tax in France, corresponding exactly to that levied in the United Kingdom. There are certain direct taxes, such as the taxes on buildings, personnel, mobilier, and doors and windows, impots de repartition, tax levied on income from land, and from all trades and professions, impots de quotate, which bear certain resemblance to portions of the British income tax. See France Finance. From time to time, a graduated income tax has been under discussion in the French chambers, the proposal being to substitute such a tax for the existing personnel, mobilier, and doors and windows taxes, but no agreement on the matter has been reached. German Empire. In Prussia, the income tax is levied under a law of the 24th of June 1890. 1. All persons with incomes of over 150 per annum are required to send in an annual declaration of their full income, divided according to four main sources: a capital, B. landed property, C. trade, and industry, D. employment, bringing gain this latter, including the salary or wages of workmen, servants, and industrial assistants, military persons and officials, also the receipts of authors, artists, scientists, teachers, and tutors. Liability for income tax, however, begins with an income of 45 and rises by a regular system of progression, the rate being about 3 of the income, thus an income of more than 45. But under 52 tens pays a tax of 6s, and so on up to 475, an income over that sum, but under 525, paying a tax of 15s, incomes over 525 rise by steps of 50 up to 1525. For every step 1/10s being paid, incomes between 1526 and 1600 rise by steps of 75, 3 being paid for every step between 1601 and 3900. The steps are 100, and the tax for a step from 3901 to 5000. The steps are the same 100, but the tax is 5 a step. There is also a supplementary tax on property of about 120th of the assessed value. This supplementary tax is not levied on those whose taxable property does not exceed a total value of 300, nor on those whose annual income does not exceed 45, if the total value of their taxable property does not exceed 1,000, nor on women who have members of their own family under age to maintain, nor on orphans under age, nor on persons incapable of earning incomes, if their taxable property does not exceed 1,000, nor their income 60. There are a number of exemptions from the income tax, some of the more important being the military incomes of non-commissioned officers and privates, also of all persons on the active list of the Army or Navy, as long as they belong to a unit in war formation, B. extraordinary receipts from inheritances, presents insurances from the sale of real estate, not undertaken for purposes of industry or speculation, and similar profits, all of which are reckoned as increases of capital. C. expenses incurred for the purpose of acquiring, assuring, and maintaining income, D. interest on debts, E. the regular annual depreciation, arising from wear of buildings, machines, tools, Roman 100, insofar as they are not included under working expenses, F. the contributions which taxpayers are compelled by law or agreement to pay to invalid, accident, old age insurance, widow, orphan, and pension funds, G. insurance premiums. Moreover, persons liable to taxation with an income of not more than 150 may deduct from that income 2/10 for every member of their family under 14 years of age, and abatement is also allowed to persons with incomes up to 475, whose solvency has been unfavorably affected by adverse economic circumstances. The income tax is both levied at the source, as in the case of companies, and assessed on a direct return by the taxpayer of his income. From all sources, salaries are not taxed before payment. Fixed receipts are assessed according to their amount for the taxation year in which the assessment is made, and variable incomes on a 358 average of the 3 years immediately preceding the assessment. The income tax and the supplementary tax are collected in the first half of the second month of each quarter by the community's Gemeinden, who bear the whole cost. In Saxony, a graduated tax is in force on all incomes of 20 per annum, and upwards all corporate bodies and individuals who derive their income, or any portion of it from Saxony, are liable to the extent of that income, except those serving religious, charitable, or public purposes. Incomes between 20 and 5,000 are divided into 118 classes, in which the rate rises progressively from 500 to 5,000. The classes rise by 50, and above 5,000 by 100. The rate of income tax begins at 14 Roman 1 E1s on an income of 20. An abatement is allowed to those whose incomes do not exceed 155 of 2/10 for each child between the ages of 6 and 14 years, provided such abatements do not reduce the income by more than one class. In the case of persons with incomes not exceeding 290, abatement, not exceeding 3 classes, is allowed when the support of children or indigent relations involves a burden of such a nature as to affect the general standard of living b, on account of long-continued illness, involving heavy expense, and on restoration to health temporary decrease of wage earning power c, in the case of accidents which have had the same effect. In Bavaria, the existing system of income tax came into force on the 1st of January, 1900. The rate on earned income varies, according to a scale laid down in Article 5 of the law beginning at 1, for incomes up to 37 tens ones, being 66 2/5s for incomes between 230 and 251 4, for incomes between 350 and 375, 1/6 16s, for incomes between 475 and 500, and 110, for incomes between 650 and 700, incomes exceeding 700, and not exceeding 1100 pay 1 on every 50, those between 1100 and 1700 1/10s on every 50, between 1700 and 2052 on every 50, between 2050 and 2500 2/10s on every 50, and beyond 2500 3 on every 50. Exemptions from earned income tax are similar to those already mentioned. In the case of Prussia, special abatement, in the case of incomes not exceeding 250 from all sources, is given in consideration of education, of children, protracted illness, maintenance, of poor relations, serious accidents. Roman 100, the tax on unearned income, is at the rate of 112, on incomes from 3/10 to 5, from 6 to 22, from 21 to 35 212, from 36 to 59 3, from 51 to 150 312, from 151 to 5,334, and over 5,004, there is a differentiation in assessment on fluctuating and fixed incomes. Fluctuating incomes, for example, those derived from literary, scientific, or artistic work, are assessed at the average receipts of the 2 past years. Fixed income is returned at the actual amount at the time of assessment, and the assessment for earned income, both fixed and fluctuating, takes place every 4 years. Income tax is not levied at the source, but on a direct return by the taxpayer, in the case of unearned income, where a person's yearly unearned income does not exceed 100, and he has no other or only an insignificant additional income, he is required to pay only half the assessed tax. Also in the case where a total income earned and unearned does not exceed 250, it may, by claiming abatement on such grounds as the education of children, maintenance of indigent relations, Roman 100, be assessed at the lowest rate but one, or be entirely exempt. In Württemberg, the General Income Tax Act came into force on the 1st of April 1905. Article 18 provides a graduated scale of rates on incomes from 25 upwards. Abatements are allowed for the education and support of children, support of indigent relatives, active service in the Army and Navy, protracted illness, and severe accidents or reverses. There is a supplementary tax of 2 on unearned income from certain kinds of property, such as interest or other income, derived from invested capital, dividends. Roman 100, from joint stock companies and annuities of all kinds. The income tax is not levied at the source, but on a direct return by the ratepayers. Assessments are made on the current year, except in the case of fluctuating incomes, when they are made on the income of the preceding year. Hungary. There is no income tax in Hungary, at all corresponding to that of the United Kingdom, although proposals for such a tax have from time to time been made. Italy. Graduated income tax in Italy dates from 1864. Incomes are classified according to their characters, and the rate of the tax varies accordingly. In Class A, 1 are placed incomes derived from interests on capital and perpetual revenues, owned by the state, interests and premiums on communal and provincial loans, dividends of shares issued by companies guaranteed or subsidized by the state lottery. Prizes, these incomes are assessed at their integral value and pay the full tax of 20 in Class A2, are placed incomes derived from capital alone, and all perpetual revenues, the assessments on these, are reduced to 3,040 ths of the actual income, and taxed at a rate of 15 in Class BR. Incomes derived from the cooperation of labor and capital Roman 1, those produced by industries, and commerce, the assessments of these, are reduced to 2,040 ths, and taxed at 10 in Class C, are placed incomes derived from labor alone. Private employment, and those represented by temporary revenues or life annuities, assessments on these, are reduced to 1,840 ths, and taxed at a rate of 9 in Class D, are placed incomes from salaries, pensions, and all personal allowances made by the state, the provinces, and communes. Assessments on these are reduced to 1,540 ths, and taxed at 712. Cert abatements are allowed on small incomes in Classes B, C, and Roman 500 incomes, are assessed 1 on the average of the 2 preceding years in the case of private industries, professions or companies in which liability is unlimited, B, on the income of the current year. In the case of incomes from dividends, salaries, pensions, and fixed allowances, as well as in the case of incomes of communes, provinces, and corporations, C, on the basis of the account closed before the previous July of the current year, in the case of incomes of limited liability companies, banks, and savings banks. Netherlands. In the Netherlands, there is a property tax imposed upon income derived from capital, as well as a tax on income earned by labor. Norway, under the state income tax, incomes under 1,000 krona are exempt. Those between 1,000 and 4,000 krona pay 2 on that part. Liable to taxation, those between 4,000 and 7,000 krona pay 3, those between 7,000 and 10,000 krona pay 4, and those above 10,000 krona. 5 persons liable to taxation are divided into those who have no one to support as companies, and the like, B, those who have from 1 to 3 persons to support, C, those who have from 4 to 6 persons to support, D, those who have 7 or more persons to support. Those who are counted as dependent upon the taxpayer are his children own or adopted, his parents, brothers and sisters, and other relations and connections by marriage, who might have a reasonable claim to his support. A certain part of the income liable to taxation is abated by a graduated scale according to the class into which the ratepayer falls. Spain. In Spain, the income tax is divided into a that derived from personal exertion, and B, that derived from property. Directors, managers, and representatives of banks, companies, and societies pay 10, those employed in banks Roman 100 commercial houses, and those in private employment, as well as actors, bullfighters, professional pelotap players, acrobats, conjurers Roman 100 pay 5, those employed by the day, or those whose salary is under 45 are exempt, as are also masters in primary schools. Income derived from property is taxed according to the source from which the income is derived. For example, income from shares in public works is rated at 20, income from shares in ordinary companies, railways, tramways, or canals at 3, from dividends on bank shares at 5, from mining shares at only 2. There is also an industry tax Roman 1e on the exercise of industrial, commercial, and professional enterprises, which tax is divided into 5 different tariffs, of which Roman 1 applies to commerce vendors Roman 2, also to commerce middlemen Roman 3, to industry machinery Roman 4, to professions, and Roman 5, to licenses, retail, and itinerant vendors. Tariff Roman 1 is differentiated according to the importance of the business and of the locality in which it is carried, on the rate being fixed by a consideration of the 2. Combined tariff Roman 2 is differentiated according to the character of the enterprise, its importance, and the importance of the locality. Tariff Roman 3 is differentiated according to either motive power, output method, product, or locality. Tariff Roman 4 according to the character of the profession, and the importance of the locality. Tariff Roman 5 is also differentiated according to the locality and the importance of the business. Switzerland. The system of income tax varies in the different cantons. Broadly speaking, these may be divided into 4 different kinds. 1. A graduated property tax, in which the rate applicable to each class of fortune is definitely fixed. 2. A proportional tax, under which property and income are chargeable each at a fixed rate, while the total amount of the tax is liable to a proportionate increase according to scale if it exceeds certain specified amounts. 3. A system by which property and income are divided into three classes, the rate of the tax being increased by a graduated rise, according to the class to which the property or income belongs, and 4, a uniform rate of tax with progression in the amount of income liable to taxation. United States. One of the means adopted by the federal government for meeting its expenses during the Civil War was the levying of an income tax by the Act of Congress of the 5th of August, 1861. A tax of 3 was imposed on all incomes, with an exemption of 800, and was made payable on or before the 30th of June, 1862. No tax, however, was assessed under the law in March 1862. A new income tax bill was introduced into the House of Representatives. This act, which was signed on the 1st of July, 1862, imposed a tax of 3 on all incomes, not over 10,005 on all incomes above that sum, with an exemption of 600. It was also provided that dividends of banks, insurance companies, and railways should be assessed directly, but the bondholder was allowed to deduct the dividend so assessed from his taxable income. In the case of government salaries, the tax was deducted before the salaries were paid. The income tax was first levied in 1863. The rate was changed by Act of Congress in 1865, 1867, and 1870, and a joint resolution in 1864 imposed a special additional tax of 5 for that year. The tax was finally abolished in 1872. The total amount produced by the tax from the beginning was 376,150,209. The constitutionality of the act was subsequently brought into question, but was upheld by unanimous decision of the Supreme Court in 1880, which held that the tax was not a direct tax, but an excise tax, and that Congress had a right to impose it so long as it was made uniform throughout the United States. On the 27th of August, 1894, an Income Tax Act was passed as part of the Wilson Bill. By this act it was provided that a tax of $35.92 on all incomes should be levied from the 1st of January, 1895, to the 1st of January, 1900. With an exemption of 4,000, the legality of the tax was assailed chiefly on the ground that it was a direct tax and not apportioned among the several states in proportion to their population. On the 20th of May, 1895, the Supreme Court, by a vote of 5 to 4, declared the tax to be unconstitutional. Accordingly, before any federal income tax could be imposed, there was needed an amendment of the Constitution, and a movement in this direction gradually began in the first year of the presidency of Mr. W. H. Taft. Both houses of Congress passed by the necessary two-thirds majority a resolution to submit the proposal to the 46 states, the wording of the amendment being that Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census enumeration. Cape Colony was the only South African colony which, prior to the Union in 1910, had a system of income tax, which was first imposed by an act of the 31st of May 1904. Incomes not exceeding 1,000 per annum were exempt from taxation. Incomes exceeding 1,000, but not exceeding 2,000 were taxed 6d in the pound on the excess beyond 1,000. Those between 2,000 and 5,000 were exempt for the first 1,000, paid 6d in the pound on the next 1,000, and 9d in the pound on the remainder. Those exceeding 5,000 paid 6d in the pound on the second 1,000, 9d in the pound on the next 3,000, and 1s in the pound on the remainder. New South Wales income tax in New South Wales first came into operation on the 1st of January, 1896. It is complementary with a land tax assessed on the unimproved value of freehold lands, with certain exemptions and deductions. Incomes of 200 per annum and under are exempt, and all other incomes except those of companies are entitled to a reduction of 200 in their assessments. The rate of tax is 6d in the pound. There are certain incomes, revenues, and funds which are exempt from taxation, such as those of municipal corporations or other local authorities, of mutual life insurance societies, and of other companies or societies not carrying on business for purposes of profit or gain, and of educational, ecclesiastical, and charitable institutions of a public character. Roman 100. New Zealand. In New Zealand, the income tax is also complementary with a land tax. Incomes up to 300 per annum are exempt. Incomes up to 1,000 per annum are taxed 6d in the pound, with an exemption of 300, and life insurance premiums up to 50. Incomes over 1,300 pay 1s in the pound, which is also the tax on the income of trading companies, to whom no exemption is allowed. The income of friendly societies savings banks, cooperative dairy companies, public societies, not carrying on business for profit Roman 100, are exempt from income tax. Queensland in Queensland income tax is levied on an income derived from property, such as rents, interest, income from companies, royalties Roman 100, and B on income derived from personal exertion on income derived from property. All incomes not exceeding 100 are exempt. Incomes between 100 and 120 pay 1. Tax those over 120, but under 300 have 100 exempt and pay ones in each and every pound over 100, while incomes over 300 pay ones in each and every pound. Incomes from personal exertion pay tens between 100 and 125, 1 between 126 and 150, between 151 and 300 have 100 exempt and pay 6D in each, and every pound over 100 between 301 and 506D, in every pound between 501 and 1006D, in every pound of the first 500 and 7D, in every pound over 500 between 1001 and 1507D, in every pound of the first 1008D, in every pound over 1000. Incomes over 1500 pay 8D, in every pound. Ones in every pound is charged on the incomes of all companies and of all absentees. South Australia, the income tax dates from 1884 and is levied on all incomes arising, accruing in, or derived from South Australia, except municipal corporations, district councils, societies, Roman 100, not carrying on business for the purpose ought gain, and all friendly societies where the income is derived from personal exertion. The rate of tax is 412D in the pound up to 800 and 7D in the pound over 800. For income derived from property, the rate is 9D in the pound up to 800, and one's 112D in the pound over 800. There is an exemption of 150 on incomes up to 400, but no exemption over that limit. Tasmania, in Tasmania, there is an income tax proper, and B a non-inquisitorial ability, tax one complementary to the other. The income tax proper is levied on all income of any company at the rate of ones for every pound of the taxable amount on all income of any person, at the rate of ones for every pound of the taxable amount derived from property, and on every dividend at the same rate. Personal incomes of 400 and over are assessed at the full amount, but an abatement of 10 for every 50 of income is allowed on incomes below 400 down to incomes of 150, which thus have 50 deducted. Incomes between 120 and 150 have 60 deducted. Incomes between 110 and 120 and incomes between 100 and 110, 80. The ability tax is paid by occupiers and suboccupers of property, and B by lodgers. The amount of tax paid by occupiers or suboccupers is calculated upon the assessed annual value of the property occupied, and that of lodgers from the assessed annual value of their board. And lodging. A detailed account of both taxes will be found in House of Commons Papers, No. 282 of 1905. Victoria, in Victoria, the rate of income tax is fixed annually by Act. The rate charged on income derived from property is exactly double that charged on income derived from personal exertion. The rate for which for 1905 was on the first 500 or fractional part, thereof 3D in the pound on the second 500, or fractional part, thereof 4D in the pound on the third 500, or fractional part, thereof 5D in the pound on all incomes, in excess of 1506D in the pound. All companies except life insurance companies were charged 7D in the pound on their incomes. Life insurance companies were charged 8D in the pound. Bibliography. The annual reports of the Commissioners of Inland Revenue, the reports of committees, and other references mentioned in the article, as well as Dowell's History of Taxation in England, 1884, Dowell's Acts relating to the Income Tax 6th ed. 1908, and Robinson's Law relating to Income Tax 2nd ed. 1908. 1. Full statistics of the yield of income tax and other information pertaining thereto will be found in the reports of the Commissioners of His Majesty's Inland Revenue, published annually. Those issued in 1870 and in 1885 are especially interesting. 2. In Appendix No. 4 to the report from the Select Committee on Income Tax, 1906, will be found a valuable list prepared in the library of the London School of Economics of references to the graduation of the income tax and the distribution of incomes both in the United Kingdom and in other countries. Incorporation from Lat. Incorporare, to form into a body in law, the embodying or formation of a legal corporation, brought about either by a general rule, contained in such laws, for example, as the Companies Acts, and applicable wherever its conditions are satisfied, or by a special act of sovereign power, for example, an incorporating statute or charter. The word is used also in the sense of uniting, for example. A will may incorporate by reference other papers, which may be then taken as part of the will as much as if they were set out at length in it. Incubation and incubators. The subject of incubation, lat incubare, to brood, incumber, to lie on a term, which, while strictly signifying the action of a hen, in sitting on her eggs to hatch them, is also used in pathology for the development within the body of the germs of disease, is especially associated with the artificial means or incubators devised for hatching eggs, or for analogous purposes of an artificial foster mother nature, or for use in bacteriological laboratories. Life is dependent alike for its awakening and its maintenance upon the influence of certain physical and chemical factors, among which heat and moisture may be regarded as the chief. It is therefore obvious that any method of incubation must provide for a due degree of temperature and moisture, and this degree must be one within limits, for while all organisms are plastic and can attune themselves to a greater or less range of variation in their physical environment, there is a given degree at which the processes of life in each species proceed most favorably. It is this particular degree, which differs for different species, which must be attained if artificial incubation is to be successfully conducted. In other words, the degree of temperature and moisture within the incubation drawer must remain uniform throughout the period of incubation. If the best results are to be reached, it is not easy to attain these conditions, for there are many disturbing factors. We may therefore next consider the more important of them. The chief causes which operate to make the temperature within the incubator drawer variable are the changes of the temperature of the outer air, fluctuations in the pressure of the gas when that is used as the source of heat, or the gradual diminution of the oxidizing power of the flame and wick when an oil lamp is substituted for gas. Also, the necessary opening of the incubator drawer, either for airing or for sprinkling the eggs with water when that is necessary, tends to reduce the temperature. But there is another equally important, though less obvious, source of disturbance, and this resides within the organism undergoing incubation. In the case of the chick, at about the 9th or 10th days of incubation, important changes are occurring between this period and the 14th day. The chick becomes relatively large and bulky, and the temporary respiratory organ, the allantois, together with its veins, increases greatly in size and extent as a consequence. The respiratory processes are enabled to proceed with greater activity, and the chemical processes of oxidation, thus enhanced necessarily, largely increase the amount of heat which the chick itself produces. Thus, an incubator, to be successful, must be capable of automatically adjusting itself to this heightened temperature. The drawer of an incubator is a confined space and is usually packed as closely as possible with the contained eggs. The eggs are living structures and consequently need air. This necessitates some method of direct ventilation, and this, in its turn, necessarily increases the evaporation of water vapor from the surface of the egg. Unless, therefore, this evaporation is checked, the eggs will be too dry at the period from the 10th day onwards, when 360 moisture is more than ever an important factor. There is, according to some poultry authorities, reason to believe that the sitting hen secretes some oily substance, which, becoming diffused over the surface of the egg, prevents or retards evaporation from within. Presumably, this oil is permeable to oxygen in nature with the sitting hen, and in the mammal, artificial incubating establishments of the Egyptians, direct air currents do not exist owing to the large size of the chambers, and consequently incubation can be successfully achieved without any special provision for the supply of moisture. Artificial incubation has been known to the Egyptians and the Chinese from almost time immemorial. In Egypt, at Burma on the Delta, the trade of artificial hatching is traditionally transmitted from father to son and is consequently confined to particular families. The secrets of the process are guarded with a religious zeal, and the individuals who practice it are held under plighted word not to divulge them. It is highly probable that the process of artificial incubation, as practiced by the Egyptians, is not so simple as it is believed to be, but as far as the structures and processes involved have been ascertained by travelers, it appears that the mammal is a brick building consisting of 4 large ovens, each of such a size that several men could be contained within it. These ovens are in pairs, in each pair, one oven being above the other on each side of a long passage, into which they open by a circular aperture, just large enough for a man to obtain access to each. The eggs are placed in the middle of the floor of the oven, and in the gutters round the sides the fire is lighted. The material for this latter, according to one account, consists of camel's dung and chopped hay, and according to another of horses' dung. The attainment of the right degree of heat is apparently reached wholly by the skill of the persons employed. When this has been attained, they plug the entrance hole with coarse tow. On the 10th to 12th days, they cease to light the fires. Each mammal may contain from 40,000 to 80,000 eggs. There are 386 mammals in the country, which are only worked for 6 months of the year, and produce in that time 8 broods. Many more than two-thirds of the eggs put in are successfully hatched. It is estimated that 90 million eggs are annually hatched by the Burmians. A method of incubating that appears to have been altogether overlooked in England, or at least never to have been practised, that carried on by the couveurs or professional hatchers in France. They make use of henturkeys for the purpose, and each bird can be made to sit continuously for from 3 to 6 months. The modus operandi is as follows: a dark room, which is kept at a constant temperature throughout the year, contains a number of boxes just large enough to accommodate a turkey. The bottom of the box is filled with some vegetable material, bracken, hay, heather, straw, or cocoa fibers. Each box is covered in with latticework wire, so arranged that the freedom of the sitting bird is limited, and its escape prevented. Dummy eggs made by emptying addled ones and filling with plaster of Paris are then placed in the nest, and a bird put in. At first it endeavors to escape, but after an interval of a few days it becomes quiet, and the dummy eggs being then removed, fresh ones are inserted. As soon as the chickens are hatched, they are withdrawn and fresh eggs substituted. The hen turkeys are also used successfully. As foster mothers, each bird can adequately cover about 24 eggs. Incubation as an industry in Europe and America is of recent development. The growing scarcity of game birds of all kinds, coincident with the increase of population, and the introduction of the breech-loading gun, together with the marked revival of interest in fancy poultry about the year 1870, led, however, to the production of a great variety of appliances designed to render artificial incubation successful. Previously to this, several interesting attempts had been made. As long ago as 1824, Walthew constructed an incubator designed to be used by farmers' wives with the aid of no more than ordinary household conditions. It consisted of a double-walled metal box with several pipes opening into the walled space round the sides, bottom, and top of the incubator. These pipes were connected with an ordinary kitchen boiler. Walthew, however, constructed a fire grate with a special boiler, adapted to the requirements of the incubator, into the walled space of the incubator. Steam from the kitchen boiler past the excess steam escaped from an aperture in the roof, and the condensed steam through one in the floor ventilating holes, and also plugs into which thermometers were placed, pierced the door of the incubator. In 1827, J. H. Barlow successfully reared hens and other birds by means of steam at Drayton Green, Ealing. He constructed very large rooms and rearing houses, expending many thousands of pounds upon the work. He reared some 64,000 game birds annually. The celebrated physician Harvey and the famous anatomist Hunter were much interested in his results. To John Champion Berwick Tweed in 1870 belongs, however, the credit of instituting a system which, when extended, may become the system of the future, and will rival the ancient mammals in the success of the incubation, and in the largeness of the numbers of eggs incubated. He used a large room, through which passed 2 heated flues, the eggs being placed upon a table in the center. The flues opened out into an adjoining space. The temperature of the room was adjusted by personal supervision of the fire. This system, more elaborated and refined, is now in use in some parts of America. Bird incubators. Owing to the great variety in the details of construction, it is difficult to arrange a classification of incubators, which shall include them all. They may, however, be classified in one of 2 ways. We may either consider the method by which they are heated, or the method by which their temperature is regulated. In the former case, we may divide them into hot air incubators, and into hot water or tank incubators. In the latter ease, we may classify them according as their thermostat or temperature regulator is actuated by a liquid expanding with rising temperature, or by solids, usually metals. In America, incubators of the hot air type with solid and metallic thermostats are most used, while in Europe, the tank type with a thermostat of expansible liquid prevails. For the purpose of more adequately considering the various forms which have been in use, or are still used, we shall here divide them into the hot air and hot water or tank classes. In the hot air types, the incubator chamber is heated by columns of hot air, while in the tank system, this chamber is heated by a tank of warmed water. A hot water incubators in 1866 Colonel Stuart Wortley described in the field, an incubator constructed upon a novel principle, but which appears never to have been adopted by breeders. The descriptive article is illustrated with a sketch essentially. The incubator consists of 4 pipes which extend across the egg chamber some little distance above the eggs. The pipes pass through holes in the side of the incubator, which are furnished with pads so as to render their passage airtight. Externally, they are connected with a boiler. This is provided with a dome through which steam escapes, and also with a glass gauge to show the height of the water within the boiler. The water in the boiler is kept at the boiling point, and the temperature of the incubator is regulated by adjustment of the length of the hot water pipes within the egg chamber. To raise the temperature, a greater length of the pipes is pushed into the chamber, and to reduce it, more of their length is pulled. Outwards, it is claimed for this instrument that, since the temperature of boiling water at any particular locality remains practically constant, the disadvantages, due to fluctuations in the activity of a lamp flame or the size of a gas flame, are obviated. But it has the serious disadvantage that there is no automatic adjustment to compensate for fluctuations of atmospheric temperature, and experiments by Roman 100 Herson have shown that even if the temperature of the tank or source of heat be constant, that of the incubator drawer will nevertheless vary with fluctuations of external temperature. Probably, if the mechanical difficulties of providing a self-regulator were overcome, it would prove an efficient and reliable incubator. The difficulties do not seem to be insuperable, and it appears possible that a thermostatic bar could be so arranged as to automatically increase or decrease the length of hot water pipes within the incubator, and therefore the incubator temperature. Another early form of incubator is Brindley's, which was first in 361 use about 1845, and in his hands it appeared occasionally to act successfully, but it never became generally used. The egg chamber was lined with felt, and was placed beneath a heated air chamber, the floor and roof of which were composed of glass. The air chamber was heated by a number of hot water pipes which were connected with a copper boiler. This latter was heated by means of a lamp, so constructed as to burn steadily. The temperature of the air chamber was regulated within certain limits by means of a balanced valve, which could be so adjusted that it would open at any desired temperature. In Colonel Stuart Wortley's incubator, the hot water tubes passed directly into the egg chamber, and in Brindley's into a chamber above it. But in other forms of incubators, in which the principle of an external boiler connected with water tubes is adopted, the latter pass not into the egg chamber, nor into an air chamber, but open into and from a tank of water. The floor of this tank forms the roof of the egg chamber, so that the eggs are heated from above. This device of warming the eggs from above was adopted in imitation of the processes that presumably occur with the sitting hen, for it is generally assumed that the surface of the eggs in contact with the hen is warmer than that in contact with the damp soil or with the material of the nest. One of the earliest of this form of incubator is that invented by F. Schroeder, manager of the now extinct British National Poultry Company. In this incubator, the form is circular, and there are 4 egg drawers so that each one occupied the quadrant of a circle, and the inner corner of each drawer meets in the middle of the incubator. From the center of the incubator, a vertical chimney passes upwards and opens out from the inner corners of the 4 egg drawers. This chimney acts as a ventilator to the incubating chambers. These latter are open above, but their floors are made of perforated zinc, and when in use they are partially filled with chaff or similar material. Under them is a tank containing cold water, and common to all 4 drawers, the slight vapor rising from the surface of the water diffuses through the egg drawers, and thus ensures a sufficient degree of humidity to the air within. Above the egg drawers is a circular tank containing warm water. The floor of this tank constitutes the roof of the egg drawers, while the roof forms the floor of a circular chamber above it, the side wall of which is composed of perforated zinc. This upper chamber is used to dry the chicks when they are just hatched, and to rear them until they are strong enough for removal. It is partially filled with sand, which serves the double purpose of retaining the heat in the warm water tank beneath and of forming a bed for the chicks. The water in the warm water tank is heated by means of a boiler, which is external to the incubator, and in communication with the tank by means of an inlet and an outlet pipe. There is no valve to regulate the temperature, and the latter is measured by means of a thermometer. the bulb of which is situated not in the incubator drawers, but in the warm water tank. This is a wrong position for the thermometer, since it is now known that the temperature of the water tank may be different by several degrees to that of the egg drawer, for, with a fall of external temperature, that of the latter necessarily tends to fall more rapidly than the former, but nonetheless in skillful hands, this incubator gave good results. Fig 1 Christie's improved incubator. T. Christie's incubator, which we shall describe next, has passed through several forms. We shall consider the most recent one, 1894. The incubator Fig 1 is double-walled, and the space between the two walls is packed with a non-conducting material in the upper part of the incubator. There is a water tank T, divided by a horizontal partition into two chambers communicating with each other. At the left-hand side, below the tank, is the incubation drawer E, which contains the eggs, and also a temperature regulator, or thermostat R. The tank is traversed by a ventilating shaft V, and inserted into this is a smaller sliding tube passing up to it from a hole in the bottom of the incubator drawer. The floor of the incubator drawer is perforated, and beneath it is an enclosed air space, which opens into the sliding air shaft, just described. Fresh air is let into the incubator drawer from a few apertures at its top. The ventilating shaft V is closed externally by a cap C, which can be raised from or lowered down upon its orifice by the horizontal arm H working up pivot joints at P. This arm is operated by the thermostat R through the agency of a vertical rod. The water in the tank is heated by an external boiler B through two pipes, one of which T serves as an inlet and the other L as an outlet channel from the tank. These two pipes do not open directly into the tank, but into an outer vessel, O, communicating with it. Communication between this vessel and the tank may be made or broken by means of a sliding valve, S, which is pierced by an aperture that corresponds in position with the upper of the two, in the wall of the tank. When the valve is up, when this valve is in its upper position, the tank T communicates with the outer vessel, O, by two apertures A and A, the top one being the inlet, and the lower one the outlet. These coincide in position with the tubes from the boiler. This latter, B, is a conical vessel containing two spaces. The heated water is contained in the outer of these spaces, while the central space is an air shaft heated by a lamp flame. This particular form of the boiler results in the water at its top part being more heated than that in its lower. As a consequence of this, a continual circulation of water through the tank ensues. The more heated water, being specifically lighter, passes into the outer vessel, where it remains among the higher strata, and therefore enters the tank through the upper aperture. In passing along the upper division of the tank, it becomes slightly cooled and sinks therefore into the lower compartment, passes along it, and out through the aperture. Hence, it passes into the lower portion of the boiler, where it becomes warmed and specifically lighter. In consequence, it becomes pushed upwards in the boiler by the cooler and heavier water coming in behind and below it. Should the temperature in the incubator drawer rise, the bimetallic thermostat R opens out its coil and pulls down the vertical rod. This simultaneously affects two things. It raises the cap C over the ventilating shaft and allows of a more rapid flow of fresh air through the incubator drawer, and it also lowers the slide valve S so that the tank becomes cut off from communication with the outer vessel, O, and therefore, with the boiler, the temperature thereupon begins to fall, and the thermostat, coiling closer, raises the vertical rod, closes the ventilating shaft, and once more places the tank in communication with the boiler. The structure of the thermostat is given below. The Chantry incubator Sheffield is also an incubator with a hot water tank, the circulation of which is maintained by an outside boiler. Its temperature is regulated by a metal regulator. In Schroeder's and Christie's incubators, the hot water pipes from the boiler simply entered the warm water tank, but did not traverse it. In the two incubators to be next described, the hot water pipes are made to pass through the water in the tank, and are so arranged as to minimize the possibility that the outside of the tank may become colder than the center. Both of them are also fitted with an ingenious though slightly complex valve for maintaining an approximately constant temperature. Halstead's incubator was the earliest of this type. Since his original form was constructed, he has designed an improved one, and it is this latter which will be described. Fig 2 Halstead's incubator. The egg drawer E. Fig 2 lies beneath the warm water tank T, and above this is a nursery, and the egg drawer is ventilated by two tubular shafts V, of which only one is represented in the illustration. The tubes are about 212 in diameter, and each one is fitted at its upper end, where it opens into the nursery with a swing valve V, which turns upon a horizontal axis A. In its turn connected by means of cranks C and shafts, S with the heat-regulating apparatus, are a space of about 2 in between the top of the incubating drawer, and the warm water tank is necessary for the insertion of this apparatus. The water in the tank T is heated by means of the boiler B. The tank and boiler are connected by the two pipes I and O, of which one is the inlet and the other the outlet channel. The boiler consists of an inner I and an outer O division in communication with each other below. The latter is cylindrical in form, while the outer wall of the former is cylindrical, and its inner wall conical. The conical wall of the inner boiler is the surface which is heated by the lamp. The arrangement of the inlet and outlet tubes is important in the illustration for the sake of clearness. They are represented as one above the other. In reality, they lie in the same plane, and the fork F of the inlet pipe similarly lies in the horizontal plane, and not vertically as represented. The inlet pipe not only differs from the outlet pipe in the 362 possession of a forked end, but it is carried to the farther end, not shown in the diagram of the water tank. While the outlet pipe opens from about the middle of the tank, the inlet pipe is connected with the inner portion of the boiler, and the outlet one with the outer portion. The result of this adjustment of the parts is that the warmer water of the inner boiler, being specifically lighter than the cooler water of the outer boiler, rises up and passes through the inlet pipe I and is discharged into the tank through the two divergent orifices of the fork F. Here the water strikes the side wall of the farther end of the tank and is reflected back along the back and front walls towards the nearer side. Hence it is again reflected, but in the opposite direction, and now forms a central current, which is directed towards the centrally situated orifice of the outlet tube. Through this it passes to the outer boiler, and sinking towards the bottom reaches the base of the inner boiler. Here it becomes heated and lighter, and consequently rises to the top, and once more passes through the inlet pipe to the water tank. The warm water thus travels round the outer walls of the tank, and the cooled water is conducted away along the middle portion. A more equable distribution of temperature over the roof of the incubating chamber is thus ensured than would be the case if the heated water were discharged either into the center or at any other single point only of the tank. To a very large extent, the efficiency of this apparatus depends upon the approximately perfect performance of the lamp. A good steadily burning one should be employed, and only the best oil used, for should the wick become fouled the flame cannot freely burn. For this reason, it is better to use gas whenever obtainable. The maintenance of an approximately uniform temperature is obtained by allowing the heated air of the egg drawer to escape through the two ventilating shafts. V. The swing valves of these are opened or closed by means of the regulator R. This latter consists of a glass bowl prolonged into a tube about 8 in long and 3/8 of an inch in diameter. The glass tube swings upon an axis, A, which is situated as near as possible to the bowl of the regulator. The axis is connected with a crank C, which is disposed so as to act as a lever upon the vertical shaft, S, which in its turn is connected with the upper crank C. This works the axis A of the swing valves, and so can open or close the apertures of the ventilating pipes. The bowl of the regulator is filled with mercury to such an extent that at the temperature of 100 F, and when the tube is slightly inclined upwards from the horizontal, it just flows slightly into the tube from the bowl on the lever crank. See, a weight is slung by a sliding adjustment, and is so placed that, when the temperature of the egg drawer is 103, it just balances the tube of the regulator when it is slightly inclined upwards. Should the temperature of the drawer now rise higher, the mercury flows towards the distant end of the tube, and causing it to fall down brings about a rotation of the regulator axis, and as a consequence the opening of the ventilating valves. A transverse stay prevents the limb of the regulator from quite reaching the horizontal. When it falls, as the temperature cools down, the mercury contracts and retraces to the nearer end of the tube and to the bowl, and consequently results in the upward inclination of the limb. The valves are thus closed again. The egg drawer E is specially constructed so as to imitate as nearly as possible the natural conditions that exist under a sitting hen. The drawer is of wood and contains a zinc tray Z, into which cold water is placed. Fitting into the zinc tray is another zinc compartment, the floor of which is made of a number of zinc strips, X transversely arranged and placed in relation to each other, like the limbs of an inverted. The limbs are so disposed that those of one series do not touch the adjacent ones, and in fact, space is left between them. Thus, a number of parallel troughs are formed, each of which opens below into the moist air chamber of the cold water tray beneath. In practice, these troughs are covered with flannel, which is allowed to dip into the water of the tray. Thus the eggs lie in a series of damp troughs, and their lower surfaces are therefore damper and colder than their upper ones. This incubator, if carefully worked, and the necessary practical details observed, has the reputation of being an efficient machine. Somewhat similar to the Halstead incubator, but differing from it in the nature of the boiler, and in the temperature regulator, is the Graves incubator made in Boston, USA. The incubator itself, Fig 3, consists of an incubating or egg drawer, E heated from above by a warm water tank, T, below the egg drawer, is a tank containing cold water, the vapor of which passes through the perforated floor of the former and keeps the air of the egg chamber slightly humid above the warm water tank, is an air chamber, AC, to serve as a non-conducting medium, and to prevent therefore undue loss of heat above this, is a nursery or drying chamber, N, closed in with a movable Roman 549. The warm water tank is heated by means of a simple boiler, B, from which an inlet tube I carries heated water to the tank. The tube traverses the length of the tank and discharges at its farther end, not shown in the diagram, from the nearer end of the tank. An outlet tube, O, passes out and opens into the boiler at a slightly higher level than the inlet one. The boiler is heated by an evenly burning lamp below of special construction. The rectangular tube through which the wick passes is beveled at its outer end, and upon this beveled edge, metal flap F is allowed to rest more or less closely according as the flame is to be smaller or larger respectively. The wick is of course beveled to correspond to the form of its tube. The metal flap is raised or depressed by means of levers connected with the heat regulator. When it is depressed upon the wick, the flame is lessened, and it becomes proportionately bigger as the flap is raised more and more. Fig 3, Graves incubator. The heat regulator consists of a glass tube T, which runs the whole width of the incubation chamber, and lies in contact with the floor of the warm water tank. It is filled with alcohol externally to the incubator. This tube is connected with a U-shaped one containing mercury. The free limb of the U-tube contains a piston P, which rests upon the surface of the mercury in that limb from the piston. Piston rod PR passes vertically upwards, and is connected with a lever L, which operates through the agency of a second lever, L, the movements of the ventilating valve, V, inserted over the orifice of the ventilating shaft A, which opens from the roof of the incubator. Drawer, the lever L, is further connected with a spiral spring S, which works the metal flap of the lamp already described. The height of the piston in the U-tube can be so adjusted by varying the quantity of mercury in the tube that, when the temperature of the incubation drawer is 103 F, the ventilating valves are closed, and the wick is burning to its full extent. Should the temperature rise, the alcohol in the glass tube T expands and causes the mercury in the free limb of the U-tube to rise. This carries with it the piston, and this movement brings about the opening of the ventilating valves, and at the same time, through the agency of the lever L and the spiral spring S, the metal flap is brought down upon the wick, cutting off more or less of the flame. Should the temperature then fall to 103 or lower, the contraction of the alcohol reverses these movements, the valve closes, and the wick once more burns to its full extent. In practice, the boiler and the temperature regulator are duplicated, there being a set on both sides of the incubator. Any slight irregularity on the one side may be thus compensated for by the other side. Graves incubator has the reputation of being a good machine. Among the most recent type of incubators made in England is that of Charles Herson. This differs from any of those described in the simplicity and ingenuity of the heat regulator, and in that the tubes which traverse the water tank are hot air flues carrying the air heated by the flame and not warm water. Consequently, a further simplification is introduced inasmuch as no boiler is required. Fig 4, Herson's incubator. The essential features of this incubator are shown in Fig 4. The internal parts of the incubator are insulated by a double wall, the interspace being packed by a non-conducting material, which is not shown in the figure. The incubation or egg drawer E is heated by the warm water tank T beneath the egg drawer, is a zinc tray Z so constructed that in the central part the floor is raised up. Into a short cylinder around the raised cylinder is a wide trough containing water, and into this dips a canvas cloth which is stretched out over a perforated zinc support. F. By this means, an extended moistened surface is produced which allows of a rapid evaporation. 363. The floor of the incubator, which is raised by short feet from the table on which it stands, is perforated in the central portion by a number of holes, and which are so situated that they lie beneath the raised cylinder of the cold water tray Z. The incubation drawer is thus supplied continuously by a slow current of moistened air, because the air in the upper part of the drawer Roman 1E in contact with the floor of the warm water tank is the warmest and lightest, it therefore tends to diffuse or pass through the narrow slits between the drawer and the walls of the incubator, and also through the aperture in the front wall of the egg drawer, through which a thermometer is laced to replace the air, thus lost fresh air, passes in through the holes in the bottom of the incubator, and on its way must pass through the pores of the damp canvas, which dips into the water in the zinc tray Z. The warm water tank is heated by an inlet I, an outlet O flue, which are however continuous. The inlet flue opens out from a vertical chimney, see the air in which is heated either by a gas flame, or that of an oil lamp. The outlet or return flue passes back through the width of the tank and opens independently to the exterior. The vertical chimney C is capped by a lid L capable of being raised or lowered upon its orifice by the lever L. When the cap is resting upon the chimney, all the heated air from within the latter passes through the flues and heats the water in the tank. If the cap is widely raised practically, all the heated air passes directly upwards through the chimney, and none goes through the flues. If the cap be but slightly raised, part of the heated air goes through the flues, and part directly escapes through the aperture of the chimney. The movement of the lever L, which raises the cap L, is determined by the thermostatic capsule S situated within the egg drawer. The principle upon which this capsule is designed is that the boiling point of a liquid depends not only upon temperature, but also upon pressure. A given liquid at ordinary atmospheric pressure will boil at a certain degree of temperature, which varies for different substances. But if the pressure be increased, the boiling point of the liquid is raised to a higher degree of temperature. A liquid, when it boils, passes into a gaseous condition, and in this state will occupy a very much larger volume, some 200 or 300 times than in the liquid condition. If therefore a hermetically sealed capsule with flexible sides be filled with some liquid which boils at a given temperature, the sides of the capsule will distend when the temperature of the air round the capsule has been raised to the boiling point of the liquid within it. The distension of this capsule can be used to raise the lever L. The thermostatic capsule is placed on a fixed cradle F and is filled with a mixture of ether and alcohol, the proportions being such that the boiling point of the mixed liquid is 100 F. Between the capsule and the lever L is a vertical rod V, articulating with the lever as close as possible to its fulcrum M. The articulation with the lever is by means of a screw, so that the necessary nice adjustment between the height of the rod V, the thickness of the capsule, and the position of rest of the damper L upon the chimney can be accurately made. The temperature at which it is desired that the liquid in the capsule shall boil can be determined by sliding the weight W nearer or farther to the fulcrum of the lever L. The farther it is moved outwards, the greater is the pressure upon the thermostatic capsule, and consequently the higher will be the boiling point of its contained liquid. By means of the milled head screw, the height of the lever at its outer end can be so adjusted that when the liquid of the capsule is not boiling, the damper L closes the chimney, but that when it does boil, the damper will be raised sufficiently high from it. If the weight is pushed as far as it will go towards the fulcrum end of the lever, the temperature of the egg drawer will never rise more than 100 F, because at this temperature, and under the pressure to which it is then subjected, the liquid in the capsule boils, and consequently brings about the raising of the damper. It matters not, therefore, how high the flame of the gas or lamp be turned, the temperature of the egg drawer will not increase, because the extra heat of the enlarged flame is passing directly outwards through the chimney, and is not going through the flues in the tank. In order to raise the temperature within the incubation chamber to 102 or 103 or any other desired degree, the weight W must be moved outwards along the lever L about 1 in for every degree of temperature increase desired. This thermostatic capsule works admirably, and the incubator will work for months at a time, and requires no adjustment however much within the limits of our climate. The external temperature may vary the capsule like all other thermostats, in which the expansible substance is a liquid, is however dependent upon external pressure for the point at which its contained liquid boils, and therefore for the degree of temperature prevailing within the incubator drawer. It is therefore responsive to variations in atmospheric pressure, and as the barometer may fall 1 or 2 in this, may possibly make a difference of 2 or 3 degrees in the fluctuation of temperature within the egg drawer, it is not of course often that such large oscillations of the barometer occur, and as a matter of practical experience under ordinary conditions, this incubator will work for months together without a tension, with only half a degree variation round the point at which it was set. Fig. 5. The Bedford Greenwood's Incubator. Greenwood's incubator. Fig. 5, named the Bedford, resembles Pearson's in that hot air flues F, and not hot water pipes traverse the water tank T, and the method of regulation of the temperature is much the same. Roman 1e, a thermostat V operating upon a lever, which raises a cap C from off the aperture of the main flue F, and thus allows all the heat of the flame to pass directly outwards, without passing through the series of flues F, which horizontally traverse the water tank. Fresh air enters through a wide circular aperture which surrounds the main flue, and it thus becomes partially warmed before entering the egg chamber. The eggs are placed upon a perforated floor, E lying over water baths, B the water tank T lies in the center of the incubation chamber, and is traversed through its central axis by the main hot air flue F. From this, four horizontal flues pass outwards through the water and open into small vertical flues, which in their turn communicate with the exterior. The thermostat V consists of a glass tube of peculiar form. This is closed at the end of its short limb and open at its other extremity on the long limb. The bent portion of the tube is filled with mercury, and between the mercury column and the closed end is a small quantity of ether. The thermostat is lodged in a box G, which forms part of the lever L at one end. This lever is pivoted to a fixed arm, and at the other to the vertical rod, which operates the ventilating cap C. If the temperature should rise, the ether in the thermostat expands and pushes the mercury column up along the inclined long limb. This disturbs the equilibrium of the lever L, and it descends downwards, pulling with it the vertical rod, and thus raising the cap over the main flue. If the temperature falls, the reverse series of changes occur. The temperature at which the cap will be raised can be adjusted within limits by the position of the weight W and by the adjustment of the degree of inclination of the thermostat. The Proctor incubator, made at Otley, is apparently in its main features similar to the Greenwood. Fig. 6, the Winchcombe incubator. Somewhat similar in certain features to the Greenwood is the Winchcombe. Its improved form, in which metal replaces the wood casing, is named the Gladstone. In it, there is a combination of the hot air and the water tank systems of warming. The incubation chamber, the wall of the incubator, is double, and the space between the outer and inner wall is packed with a non-conducting material. The incubation chamber is heated above by a water tank Fig. 6T, which is traversed by a main vertical flue F and four subsidiary horizontal ones, which discharge externally. The main flue, however, in passing up to enter the water tank, traverses the egg chamber, and therefore serves to warm it as in the hot air type of incubator, by the heat of the flue itself. Around the lower half of the flue is a water vessel, consisting of two concentric containers, C, holding water in the space between these concentric containers. Fresh air passes in through the aperture A, and before it reaches the egg chamber, it passes through coarse canvas, which dips into the water in the containers, and is therefore kept permanently moist. The containers are filled from a water tank S. Outside the incubator, air passes out from the egg chamber through the aperture O. The temperature is regulated by a bimetallic thermostat C, below which operates two levers that by their arrangement can raise or depress the cap D over the main flue F. The temperature at which this occurs will be determined within limits by the position of the adjustable weight W. Tomlinson's incubator, designed in 1880, is novel in principle. 364. It possesses a very large water tank holding 15 gallons for every 100 eggs. Through this tank there pass two hot air horizontal flues lying in the same plane. The novelty of the construction lies in the great volume of water used, and in the disposition of the flues towards the top of the tank. It is said that very little circulation of water takes place beneath the flues, because warmed water rises, instead of falling. The great body of water below the flues will therefore only take up heat relatively slowly, and will, on account of its bulk and its physical properties, but slowly lose it should the flame fall in power or even go out for 10 or 12 hours. It is claimed that no serious loss of efficiency of the apparatus will result. Regulation of the temperature is by means of an air tube, the air, in which expanding bulges out an indiarubber diaphragm, and this moves a lever. The lever operates a valve, which allows more or less of the heated air to escape from the egg drawer. Fig. 7, Hillier's incubator. B. Hot air incubators. W.H. Hillier's incubator, Fig. 7, is circular in form and is constructed of a double-walled metal case. The space between the two walls is packed with a non-conducting material. The incubation or egg chamber C is warmed by a circular heating box H, and the air in this is heated by a lamp. The roof of this box forms part of the floor of the incubation chamber, and from it, a main flue F and four smaller ones F pass upwards through the roof of the incubator and discharge to the exterior. Fresh air passes into the incubator through two tubular channels A and A on either side of the heating box, and escapes through a hole in the roof, which serves at the same time as a passage for one of the rods D, in connection with the temperature-regulating apparatus. This apparatus T consists of a glass tube of 12 in bore, and which is bent into the form of a circle of 5 in diameter. The tube is fastened to a wooden disc which rotates upon a pivot, and in so doing operates a vertical rod D, which in its turn works the cap V, which covers the orifice of the main flue. The tube is partly filled with mercury, and is closed at one end. At this end, there is contained some spirit. As the temperature rises, this expands, and pushes the mercury column farther along the tube. The equilibrium of the position of rest is thus disturbed, and the wooden disc consequently rotates, carrying with it the vertical arm, the downward movement of which raises the cap V of the flue. The temperature at which it is desired that this valve shall uncover the flue can be adjusted within the necessary limits by sliding the weight W along the horizontal arm, and by the amount of mercury present in the bent tube. The air of the incubation chamber is rendered sufficiently moist by the evaporation of water in the vessel G. In the Cornell incubator, New York, more personal attention is required than in other forms, since the ventilation of the egg chamber is not wholly automatic, but is regulated according to the results of observation. The great difficulty in ventilation is the proper combination of fresh air and moisture. The Cornell incubator company has endeavored to obviate this difficulty by carrying out a series of observations on the rate at which evaporation occurs in incubating eggs under natural conditions. The rate of evaporation is measured by the size of the airspace within the eggshell at successive days. This they have ascertained, and with their incubators, they furnish a book of instructions in which diagrams showing the size of the airspace on the 1st, 5th, 10th, 14th, and 18th days are given. Examination of the eggs should therefore be made every 2 or 3 days, and the result compared with the diagrams. The incubator is provided with an adjustable ventilator, and this should be so arranged that evaporation is neither too great nor too little. The ventilator should never be wholly closed, and if when closed to its minimum evaporation is still too great, then water should be placed in the moisture pans. In all cases, lukewarm water should be placed in these on the 18th day, and the ventilating slide opened wide. It will thus be seen that in this machine, there is an attempt to do away with the addition of water to the incubator drawer during the greater part of the period of incubation, and to rely upon the aqueous vapor naturally present in the atmosphere. This attempt is based upon the fact that water vapor is lighter than air, and will therefore rise to the top in any enclosed volume of air if the direction of the ventilating current is downwards in the incubation chamber, and if it is slow enough. It is thought that the water vapor will be sifted out and tend to accumulate to a sufficient extent in the chamber in the Cornell incubator. Consequently, the ventilating current passes first upward through an external heater in order to warm it, whence it is then deflected downwards into the egg chamber and diffuses through its perforated bottom. Then it passes along a space beneath the chamber into a space in the left-hand wall of the incubator, and out to the exterior through an adjustable and graduated ventilating slide. These incubators are hot air machines, and the hot air chamber is situated above the egg drawer, and is traversed by several flues opening out from a main one. The temperature regulating apparatus appears to be similar to that of Herson's machine, and operates by a thermostat which through the agency of levers opens or closes a valve over the main flue. The Westmeria incubator's Leighton buzzard are of two patterns. One type is built on the hot air principle, and the other on the hot water system. In both forms, the heated air from the heating surfaces is deflected down on the eggs and escapes through the perforated bottom of the egg drawer. The inlet air is first warmed by contact with the main flue. The thermostat is similar to that in the Hillier machine Fig. 7, and consists of a coil mounted on an axis round which it can rotate. The coil is filled with mercury and is closed at one end. Between this end and the mercury column is a short column of air. By expansion of the air under a rising temperature, the mercury column is displaced and brings about a rotation of the disc to which the coiled tube containing it is attached. This rotation raises the cap over the main flue. All the incubators so far described have been constructed with the idea of obtaining, as nearly as possible, a uniform temperature. But in E. S. Renwick's Incubator America, no attempt is made to obtain uniformity in temperature. On the other hand, it is designed to give a periodical oscillation from one extreme to the other of a limited range, about 3 of temperature. This is accomplished by means of a thermostatic bar made of plates of brass and vulcanite fastened together. This is connected with a clockwork and detent arrangement, which simultaneously opens a valve and actuates the lamp flame. The temperature falls to the lower limit of its range before the thermostatic bar is sufficiently bent to set the clockwork arrangement operating in the reverse direction by which the valve is closed, and the lamp flame increase the temperature, then rises to the higher limit when the bending of the thermostatic bar again releases the detent, and the clockwork opens the valve and reduces the flame. The incubator is said to succeed well. It also possesses a mechanical arrangement by which all the eggs can be periodically turned on rollers at once. The incubators which have been described are of relatively small size, and the numbers of eggs which they can incubate are strictly limited for commercial purposes. However, operations of a much larger magnitude are desirable and necessary. And there can be no doubt that for these purposes, the incubators of the future will be of great size and will contain from 15,000 to 30,000 eggs or more at a time. Already at Eratoma Farm, Stamford, New York State, there is established a large incubation room containing several thousands of eggs, and in which the heat regulation is controlled in part by the personal efforts of attendants. It constitutes almost a complete return with added accessories to the methods of the Egyptians and to those of John Champion. Bacteriological incubators. These differ from bird incubators in that the heating surface of the incubation chamber generally surrounds all sides of it, and there is, as a rule, no special arrangement for bringing about a more or less humid condition of the contained air. In some forms, there is an arrangement to ensure a continuous supply of fresh and moist air, but in the majority, the incubation chamber obtains its supply of fresh air vicariously. In some forms, the chamber of the incubator is heated by a warm water tank of a simple kind, which extends round all its sides. But in other forms, a series of tubes or flues passes through the water in this tank, and thus simulates in principle the tube boiler. This latter form utilizes the heat of the flame to a greater degree than the former kind. In yet other forms, the incubation chamber is heated by warm air chambers, which surround it, or flues, which traverse it. Most bacteriological incubators are square or rectangular in form, but some bacteriologists prefer cylindrical forms, presumably on account of the ratio of volume to surface in connection with the water tank. One of the best known and most generally used of the cylindrical and water tank kind is that of Dr. d'Arsonval. It consists of two copper cylinders Fig 8C and C, each terminating in a cone below. Between the cylinders is a wide interspace in order that a large volume of water may be contained. This interspace therefore constitutes the water tank of the incubator. The upper orifice of the inner cylinder is closed by a movable double lid, which contains an interspace filled with water. The outer cylinder has an oblique form at its upper end and is permanently closed. The result attained by this slope of the lid of the outer cylinder is that the water tank, which is fed from the highest point, becomes completely filled. The aperture at the highest point of the outer cylinder is plugged with a caoutchouc plug, and through a perforation in this a glass tube T is placed in 365. The side of the outer cylinder below this, there is a wide and rimmed aperture to which a gas regulator of special construction is fixed. Fig 8D Arsonval incubator. This regulator was designed by Theophile Schlossing and consists of a brass box supplied with a rim L, which fits onto the corresponding rim L on the aperture of the incubator, stretching across the orifice, thus connecting the brass box of the regulator with the water tank of the incubator, is a thin india-rubber diaphragm D at its outer end. A perforated cap R screws onto the brass box. Through the perforation, the inlet gas tube passes. The outlet gas tube O leaves the brass box below and passes direct to the gas burners. The inlet gas tube is fitted at its inner end with a sliding flanged collar F, which is kept pressed against the rubber diaphragm by a spiral spring just behind the collar. The inlet tube is perforated by a small hole so that the gas supply is never wholly cut off, even though the rubber diaphragm completely occludes the inner aperture of the pipe. The mode of working of the regulator is as follows. When the water tank of the incubator is filled with distilled or rain water at the temperature required, it presses upon the india-rubber diaphragm with a certain degree of pressure by screwing the inlet pipe in or out as required. It can be so adjusted that the diaphragm does not occlude its inner aperture, and consequently, the full volume of gas can pass through to the burners below. The temperature of the water in the water tank therefore begins to rise, and in consequence, the volume of the water to increase. This results in the water rising up into the tube T, and therefore the dynamical pressure which is exercised by the water upon every part of the two cylinders of the incubator, and consequently also upon the india-rubber diaphragm of the regulator, is increased. As this pressure increases, the diaphragm becomes bulged outwardly and reduces the volume of gas passing through the aperture of the inlet pipe. At a certain point, of course, the diaphragm completely occludes the aperture, and the gas supply is wholly cut off except for the very small hole forming a bypass in the pipe. Behind the collar, this hole is just sufficiently big to allow the minimum amount of gas requisite to keep the flames burning to pass through the temperature. Will therefore begin to fall the volume of water to decrease with its resulting descent from the glass tube T and consequent decrease in the dynamical pressure of the water upon the diaphragm. The latter therefore retracts away from the aperture of the inlet tube, and more gas consequently passes through the flames again, increase in size, and the temperature rises once more, and as soon as the volume of water, owing to the rising temperature, has increased to the extent correlated with the temperature at which the apparatus has been set to work, it will have risen once more in the tube T, and the gas will be again cut off. The three burners are placed upon a support that can be moved vertically, up or down, along one of the legs of the incubator. The flames are protected from drafts by mica chimneys. Ventilation is provided by an adjustable valve V in the cylindrical termination of the incubator at its lower end, and by tubular orifices also fitted with valves V in the lid above. The incubator is very reliable and may be worked within very narrow limits of variation, provided that the Geschoppli be regulated by a gas pressure regulator, that the height of the water in the tube T is maintained by daily additions of a few drops of distilled water, and that the incubator itself be protected from drafts. Another form of d'Arsonval incubator has a glass door in the side of it and a slightly modified form of the heat regulator. Other cylindrical forms of incubators are made by Lecu of Paris. In one of these, the heat regulator is a bimetallic thermostat, the movements of which are enlarged by a simple series of levers, so that a valve can be automatically adjusted to allow more or less heat from the flame to pass through the heating flue. In another form, there is a movable interior and an arrangement for keeping the air in the incubation chamber. Saturated, it is governed by a bimetallic thermostat of the Roux type. In Dr. Hupp's improved form of his incubator, which is approximately square in form, the double-walled water tank is completely surrounded externally by an air chamber which is heated by the passage through it of the products of combustion of the two flames. The heated gases escape through an adjustable aperture at the top. In the earlier form, the water tank was traversed by a number of hot air flues, and there was consequently no external hot air chamber. There is an arrangement of tubes for ventilation, which allow fresh air to enter the lower part of the incubation chamber, and to leave it at the top. The incoming air is warmed before it enters. The walls are made of lead-coated steel, and externally the incubator is covered with linoleum. In the more expensive forms, the inner chamber is of copper. The temperature may be controlled by any of the simpler mercury thermostats described below. Dr. Babe's incubator is somewhat similar, but the water tank is not surrounded by a hot air chamber. Instead, it is traversed by a number of vertical flues through which the heated gases from the flames pass. Ventilation is provided for, and there is an apparatus for controlling the humidity of the air in the incubation chamber. As in Hupp's incubator, the bottom is conical. In form, the walls of the incubator are of lead-coated steel, and externally they are covered with linoleum. There are two doors, an inner one of glass and an outer one of metal. The temperature may be controlled as in Hupp's incubator. Herson has designed several forms of bacteriological biological incubators made by Charles Herson, Co. Limited. Some are heated by a petroleum lamp, and others by a gas flame. In the form heated by a lamp, for which however gas can be substituted, the incubation chamber is surrounded by a water tank. Fig 9a, and the lowest part of this is traversed by an ingoing L and an outgoing flue. The mode of regulation of the temperature is by means of a thermostat which operates the movements of a cap F over the main flue V, and it is identical in its chief features with the method employed in the chicken incubator. The thermostat S is situated in the upper part of the incubation chamber. Fig 9, Herson's bacteriological incubator, heated by a petroleum lamp. In the other form, Fig 10, for which gas is used exclusively, there are no flues traversing the water tank. This latter is heated from its conical floor by a burner beneath the incubator. The heat regulation is controlled by a thermostat of the same nature as in the form of incubator just described, but instead of operating by lowering or raising a cap over a main flue so as to direct the heated gases either through the water tank, if the temperature is falling, or through the main flue directly to the exterior. If it is rising, it actuates a gas governor, so that the flame itself is increased or diminished in size according to the needs of the incubator. The gas governor Fig 11 is fixed to the roof of the incubator, the horizontal arm D. the same that raises the cap Fig 9, F over the flue in the other form of incubator. But in this case, it simply acts as the bearer of the sliding weight beyond its fulcrum Fig 11G. It is continued into a detent-like spur B, which pushes down upon a button attached to a rubber diaphragm when the thermostat within the incubator is expanded by a rise in temperature. The butt, thus forced down more or less, completely closes the inlet gas aperture, and so reduces or cuts off the gas supplied to the flame. There is a bypass to prevent the flame from going out completely, and the size of this can be adjusted by the screw S. Herson's incubators have the reputation of very accurate performance and practically need no attention for months or even years. Fig 10 Herson's bacteriological incubator, heated by a gas flame. Fig 11 Gas governor. Schrebach's incubator is a hot air form. Its walls are of metal 366, but it is cased externally with wood, which serves as the insulating material against the inner metal wall of the incubator. And upon its internal surface, there are disposed a number of vertical tubes which open through the roof, above into a common discharging funnel, below at the bottom of the incubator. They receive the heated gases of several burners, which as they pass through them, radiate their heat evenly throughout the incubation chamber. In each side wall at the bottom of the chamber is an adjustable ventilating valve. Inside the incubation chamber, and situated against its left-hand wall, is a U-shaped bimetallic thermostat of the Roux design described below. This very accurately controls the temperature of the incubator. See cool incubators in bacteriological laboratories. There are two standards of temperature, one chiefly for the culture of non-pathogenic organisms, and the other for the pathogenic forms. The first standard of temperature lies between 18 and 20 Roman 100, and the second between 35 and 38 Roman 100. But in hot countries and even in temperate regions during the summer, the external temperature is much higher than the former of these two standards, with the result that many cultures, especially the gelatine ones, are spoiled. The difficulty is often partially overcome by running cold water through the incubator. Herson, however, has constructed a cool biological incubator, in which by an ingenious device the expansion or contraction of the thermostatic capsule deflects a horizontal pipe C Fig 12, through which cold water from an ordinary tap is kept running in one of two directions. If it is deflected so as to open into the tube D, the cold water passes into the tank F, where it is warmed by a gas flame, and thence it passes into the water jacket of the incubator. If it is deflected so as to open into the pipe E, it then runs through the ice tank B containing broken ice before passing through the water jacket of the incubator. If it poured into neither of these pipes, it then simply passes out through the pipe H to the waste pipe N. By this device, the temperature of the incubator can be kept constant at any desired point, even though it may be some 30 to 40 Roman 100 below that of the external air. Dr. Roux has also designed an incubator, which can be maintained at a constant temperature below that of the surrounding air. This also depends upon the principle of carrying water through an ice safe, which then traverses a pipe within the incubator chamber. Before passing into the water jacket of the machine, the heat regulating apparatus is a bimetallic thermostat. The incubator is made by Lecu of Paris. The most recent forms of all kinds of incubators made by Herson of London, Lecu of Paris, and Lautenschläger of Berlin are both heated and regulated by electricity. The heating is accomplished by electric radiators. Fig 12 Herson's cool biological incubator. In Herson's machines, the regulation of the temperature is brought about by the breaking or making of the electric current through the lifting or depression of a platinum contact, actuated by the expansion or contraction of the thermostatic capsule. In Roux's apparatus made by Lecu, the make and break is attained by the movement of one limb of a bimetallic thermostat, and in some forms, a resistance coil and rheostat are placed in the circuit. At the Pasteur Institute in Paris, and at other large laboratories in France, the bacteriological incubator is raised to the dimensions of a room. In the center of this room is a large boiler heated by gas burners, the fumes from which pass through a large flue to the outside. The flame of the burners is regulated by a bimetallic thermostat. The gas bypass can be regulated by an attendant. The cultures are contained in vessels placed on shelves, which are ranged round the side of the room. Human incubators. Fig 13 Tarnier's incubator. The first incubator designed for rearing children who are too weak to survive under normal conditions, or who are prematurely born, is that of Dr. Tarnier. It was constructed in 1880 and was first used at the Paris Maternity Hospital. Its form is that of a rectangular box measuring 65 30 50 centimeters Fig 13. It is divided into an upper and lower chamber. The former contains the infant while the latter serves as a heating chamber, and in reality is simply a modified water tank. The partition P, which divides the incubator into two chambers, does not extend the whole length of it, so that the upper and lower chambers are at one end of the apparatus. In communication with each other, it is through this passage that the heated air from the lower chamber passes into the upper one, containing the infant. The narrow bottom chamber C serves to prevent loss of heat from the base of the water bottles. The 367 outside air is admitted into the lower chamber at the opposite end through an aperture A, and passing over a series of bottles B containing warm water becomes heated. The air is rendered adequately moist by means of a wetted sponge S, which is placed at the entrance of the lower chamber into the upper. The warmed and moistened air is determined in its direction by the position of the outlet aperture O, which is situated above and just behind the head of the infant. It contains a helix valve H, and the rotation of this is an indication that the air is circulating within the incubator. The child is kept under observation by means of a sliding glass door G, situated in the upper or roof wall of the incubator. Immediately beneath this, and attached to one of the side walls, is a thermometer T, which records the temperature of the air in the infant chamber. The temperature should be maintained at 31 to 32 Roman 100. The precise limit of temperature must of course be determined by the condition of the child. The smaller and weaker it is, the higher the temperature must be. The warm water vessels contain 3/4 of a pint of water, and 4 of them are sufficient to maintain the required temperature, provided that the external air does not fall below 16 Roman 100. The vessels are withdrawn and replaced through an entrance to the lower chamber, and which can be opened or closed by a sliding door D. The walls of the incubator, with the exception of the glass sliding door, are made of wood 25 millimeters thick. The apparatus appears to have been successful, if by success is understood the indiscriminate saving of life apart from all other considerations, since the mortality of infants under 2,000 grams has been reduced by about 30, and about 45 of children who are prematurely born are saved. Dr. Tarnier's apparatus requires constant attention, and the water in the warm water vessels needs renewing sufficiently often. It is not provided with a temperature regulator, and consequently fluctuations of internal temperature due to external thermal variations are liable to occur. Fig 14, Herson's thermostatic nurse. In Herson's thermostatic nurse, these drawbacks are to a large extent obviated. This nurse consists fundamentally of an application of the arrangements for heating and moistening the air, and for regulating the temperature of Herson's chick incubator to Dr. Tarnier's human incubator. As in this latter form, there are two chambers, Fig 14 and upper A, and a lower B connected with each other. In the same way as in Tarnier's apparatus, the upper chamber contains the infant, but the lower is not a heating, but a moistening chamber through apertures M in the bottom of the lower chamber. The external air passes through, and as in the chick incubator, it then passes through perforations in the inner cylinder of a water tray O, and thence over the surface of the water in the tray, through a sheet of wet canvas to the chamber itself. Hence it passes to the infant chamber, and ultimately leaves this through a series of perforations round the top. The air in both chambers is heated by a warm water tank. This tank forms the partition, which divides the incubator into upper and lower chambers, and is made of metal. Through the water contained in it, an incoming R and an outgoing R to the left flue continuous with each other pass. These two flues are related to each other, as in the chick incubator C above, and the inlet flue is heated in the same way, and the outlet flue discharges similarly. The heat regulating apparatus is identical with that in the chick incubator, and the thermostatic capsule S is placed in the upper chamber near the head of the infant. The child is placed in a basket which has perforated walls, and is open above. The basket rests upon two shallow supports D situated on the upper surface of the water tank partition. The child is kept under observation through a glass door in the upper or roof wall of the incubator. In Great Britain, this apparatus is in use at various hospitals and workhouses throughout the country, and provided there is no great fluctuation of barometric pressure, it maintains a uniform temperature. Thermoregulators or thermostats. Certain special forms of thermoregulators adapted to the requirements of the particular incubators to which they are attached have already been described. It remains now to describe other forms, which are of more general application. Only those kinds will be described which are applicable to incubators. The special forms used for investigations in physicochemistry are not described. There are various types of thermoregulators, all of which fall into one of two classes. Either they act through the expansion of a solid, or through that of a liquid. They are so adjusted that at a certain temperature the expansion of the material chosen causes the gas supply to be nearly completely cut off. The gas flame is prevented from being wholly extinguished by means of a small bypass. Fig. 15 pages thermostat. We will first describe those which act through the expansion of a liquid. A very efficient and cheap form is that described by F.J. Roman 1000 page in the Journal of the Chemical Society for 1876. The regulator consists of a glass bulb. Fig. 15b continuous, above with a tubular limb L at the upper part of the limb is a lateral tubular arm A which bends downwards and constitutes the outlet pipe at the upper extremity of the limb. There is a short and much wider tube T, the lower end of which slides upwards or downwards along it. The upper end of this wider tube is closed by a cork, and through a perforation in this, a very small glass tube G passes downwards into the limb of the regulator, to a point a short distance below the exit of the outlet tube. The exact height of the lower aperture of the small tube can be varied by sliding the wider tube up or down along the limb. The bypass P consists of a transverse connection between the inlet and outlet gas pipes, and the amount of gas which travels through the short circuit thus formed is regulated by means of a stopcock. The bypass, however, can be formed as suggested by Schaefer Practical Histology, 1877 p. 80, by making an extremely small hole in the small inlet tube, a little way above its lower extremity. But unless this hole be small enough, too much gas will be allowed to pass, and a sufficiently low temperature, therefore unattainable, the regulator is filled with mercury, until the top of the column reaches within 12 in of the exit of the outlet tube. The bulb is placed in the incubator chamber, and gas is allowed to pass through it by pushing down the inner inlet tube G until its aperture is immersed beneath the mercury. The gas supply is cut off with the exception of that passing through the bypass. The stopcock is now turned until only the smallest flame exists. The inlet pipe is then raised again above the mercury, and the flame consequently increases in size. The temperature of the incubator gradually rises, and when the desired degree is reached, the inlet tube is pushed down until the end is just beneath the surface of the mercury. The 368 gas supply is thus cut off at the desired temperature. If the temperature of the incubator falls, the mercury contracts, the aperture of the inlet tube is uncovered, the gas supply is renewed, and the flame increased. The temperature will then rise until the required point is reached, when the gas supply will again be cut off. A uniform temperature, which oscillates within a range of half a degree, is thus attained. Fig. 16, Reichert's thermoregulator. Reichert's thermoregulator. Fig. 16 is another simple, and also an earlier form. The stem S of the regulator is enlarged above, and receives a hollow T-piece P, the vertical limb of which fits accurately into the enlarged end of the stem, and one end of the cross limb receives the inlet gas pipe. The other end is closed. The vertical limb of the T-piece is narrowed down at its lower extremity, and opens by a small aperture. Above this terminal aperture is a lateral one of the smallest size from the enlarged end of the stem. There passes out a lateral arm A, which is connected with the outlet pipe to the burner, and lower down another arm L, which is closed at its outer extremity by a screw R, is also attached. The stem and lower arm are filled with mercury, and the bulb of the stem is placed in the incubator chamber, and gas allowed to pass. When the desired temperature is reached, the mercury in the stem is forced upwards, until it closes the aperture of the T-piece by screwing in the screw R of the lower lateral arm L. There are several modifications of Reichert's original form. In one of these, the screw arrangement in the lower arm is replaced by a piston rod, working in a narrow bore of a vertically bent limb of the arm. In another form, the other end of the crossbar of the T-piece is open and leads through a stopcock to a third arm, which opens into the enlarged upper end of the stem, opposite to the outlet arm. This modification acts as an adjustable bypass and replaces the minute aperture in the side of the vertical limb of the T-piece. In Babe's modification, the gas supply is cut off not by the occlusion by the rising mercury of the aperture of the T-piece, but by a floating beaded wire valve. The aperture of the vertical limb of the T-piece P is traversed by a fine wire, which is enlarged at both ends into a bead-like knob. The wire fits loosely in the aperture, and not only therefore works easily in it, but allows gas to freely pass. When the lower bead-like knob, however, is raised by the expansion of the mercury, the gas supply is cut off by the bead being carried up against the orifice. Fig 17, Coccati's thermoregulator. Coccati's thermoregulator, Fig 17, is an exceedingly simple and ingenious form. The stem S of the regulator is enlarged below into a bulb, while above it divides into a Roman 5. The two limbs of the V are of course traversed by a canal, and they are connected above by a tubular crossbar C in the middle. Of this there is a stopcock situated between the 2 points where the bar joins the limbs of the Roman 5. One end of the cross tube serves as an inlet, and the other as an outlet for the gas. The stopcock serves as an adjustable bypass, about an inch below the point where the two limbs of the V join the stem. The bore of the latter is enlarged, and it leads into a lateral arm, containing a screw R similar to the corresponding arm in Reichert's regulator. When the mercury in the bulb and stem expands, it rises, and reaching the point when the two limbs of the V meet, occludes the orifice to both and thus cuts off the gas supply except that which is passing through the bypass of the stopcock. The temperature at which this occlusion will take place can be determined by the screw in the lateral arm. The more this is screwed in the lower, will be the temperature at which the gas becomes cut off, and vice versa. Bunsen's, Kemp's, and Munch's regulators are in reality of the nature of air thermometers, and act by the expansion and contraction of air, which raises or lowers respectively a column of mercury. This in its turn results in the occlusion or opening of the gas aperture. Such forms, however, are subject to the influence of barometric pressure, and an alteration of 0 in of the barometer column may result in the variation of the temperature to as much as 2. Lothar Mayer's regulator is described in the Bericht of the German Chemical Society, 1883 p. 1089. It is essentially a liquid thermometer, the mercury column being raised by the expansion of a liquid of low boiling point. The liquid replaces the air in Bunsen's and other similar forms. The boiling point of this liquid must be below the temperature required as constant. Fig 18, Dr. Roux thermostat straight bar. The solid forms of thermostats are constructed upon the same principle as the compensation balance of a watch or the compensation pendulum of a clock. This depends upon the fact that the coefficient of expansion is different for different metals. It therefore results that if two bars of different metals are fastened together along their lengths, Fig 18z, and sent with the same rise of temperature, one of these will expand or lengthen more than the other. And since both are fastened together, and must therefore accommodate themselves within the same linear area, it follows that the compound rod must bend into a curved form in order that the bar of greater expansion may occupy the surface of greater length, Roman 1e, the convex one. Conversely, when the temperature falls, the greater degree of contraction will be in the same bar, and the surface occupied by it will tend to become the concave one. If then one end of this compound rod be fixed, and the other free, the latter end will describe a backward and forward movement through an arc of a circle, which will correspond with the oscillations of temperature. This movement can be utilized by means of simple mechanical arrangements to open or close the stopcock of a gas supply pipe. In the construction of this type of thermostat, it is obvious that the greater the difference in the coefficient of expansion of the two metals used, the larger will be the amplitude of the movement obtained. Steel and zinc are two metals which satisfy this condition. The coefficient of steel is the lowest of all metals and is comparable in its degree with that of glass. Substances, which are not metals such as vulcanite and porcelain, are sometimes used to replace steel as the substance of low coefficient of expansion. Fig 19, Dr. Roux thermostat U-shaped bar. The bimetallic thermostat most commonly employed is one of the two forms designed by Dr. Roux. In one of these forms, the compound bar is straight, Fig 18, and in the other it is U-shaped, Fig 19. In the former type, the bar itself is enclosed in a tube T of metal, the wall of which is perforated towards the open end of this tube. The gas box, or KC, is fixed in the U-shaped form. It is attached to the outer surface zinc of one limb of the bar. The gas box is capable of adjustment with respect to its distance from the bar by means of a screw S and a spiral spring SB, which moves the box outwards or inwards along a rod R. This adjustment enables the degree of temperature at which it is desired that the gas shall be cut off to be fixed accurately, and within a certain more or less extended range. The inlet and the outlet pipe are disconnected from each other in the gas box by means of a piston-like rod P and valve V, which slides backwards and forwards in the tubular part T of the box, from which the outlet pipe emerges. When the valve V rests upon the edge of this box, the gas is completely cut off from passing through the outlet pipe. with the exception of that which passes through an exceedingly small aperture, B serving as a bypass. This is just large enough to allow sufficient gas to pass to maintain a small flame. The piston-like rod and valve, when free, is kept pressed outwards by means of a spiral spring. This ensures that the valve shall follow the movements of the compound bar. When this bar bends towards the gas box, owing to a fall of temperature, the valve is pushed back away from the orifice, and gas in increasing quantity passes through. The temperature of the incubator begins then to rise, and the zinc bar Z expanding more than the steel one since the bar bends outwards, and the valve once more cuts off the gas supply. D. Gas pressure regulators. The liquid form of thermoregulators especially work with a greater degree of accuracy if they are combined with some apparatus, which controls the variations in gas pressure. There are various forms of these regulators, most of which are figured and sometimes partially described in the catalogs of various 369 makers of scientific instruments. It will suffice if we describe two forms, one of which, that of Buddycom, can be made by a laboratory attendant of average intelligence. Fig 20. Buddycom's gas regulator. In our Buddycom's gas regulator Fig 20, the inlet I and outlet O gas pipe open into a metal bell B, the lower and open end of which is immersed beneath water contained in a metal tray T. The bell is suspended upon the arm of a balance B, and the other arm is poised by a weight W. This weight may be made of any convenient material. In the original apparatus, a test tube, partially filled with mercury, was used. The weight dips into one limb of a U-shaped glass tube U, which contains mercury, into the other limb of this tube. The gas from the meter enters through a glass tube G, which is held in position by a well-fitting cork. The internal aperture of the tube G is very oblique, and it rests just above the level of the mercury. When the instrument is finally adjusted, this adjustment is better made in the morning when the gas pressure in the main is at its lowest, just above the internal aperture of the tube G. A lateral tube L passes out from the limb of the U and is connected with the inlet pipe I of the bell. If the gas pressure rises, the bell B is raised, and the counterpoising weight W is proportionately lowered. This forces the mercury up in the other limb of the U-tube, and consequently diminishes the size of the oblique orifice in the tube G. Some of the gas is thus cut off, and the pressure maintained constant. Should the pressure fall, the reverse processes occur, and more gas passes through the orifice of G, and consequently to the burner by the outlet tube O. Fig 21. Moitessier's gas regulator. Moitessier's regulator Fig 21 is more complex and needs more skilled work in its construction. It consists of an outer enclosed cylinder O, which is filled about halfway up with a mixture of acid-free glycerine and distilled water in the proportion of 2 to 1 respectively within the cylinder. Is a bell B, the lower and open end of which dips under the glycerine-water mixture from the top of the bell. A vertical rod R passes up through an aperture in the cover of the outer cylinder and supports the weighted dish D. The inlet I and outlet O pipes enter the chamber of the bell, above the level of the glycerine-water mixture. The outlet tube is a simple one, but the inlet tube is enlarged into a relatively capacious cylinder C, and its upper end is fitted with a cover which is perforated by an aperture having a smooth surface and concave form. Into this aperture, an accurately fitting ball or socket valve V fits. The ball valve is supported by a suspension thread T from the roof of the bell B. The apparatus should be adjusted in the morning when the pressure is low, and the dish D should be then so weighted that the full amount of gas passes through. The size of the flame should then be adjusted should the pressure increase. The bell B is raised, and with it the ball valve V. The aperture in the cover of the inlet cylinder is consequently reduced, and some of the gas cut off. When the pressure falls again, the ball valve is lowered, and more gas passes through. The relative pressure in the inlet and outlet pipes can be read off on the manometer M placed on each of these tubes. Leveling screws allow of the apparatus being horizontally adjusted. The friction engendered by the working of the vertical rod R through the aperture in the collar of the cylinder cover is reduced to a minimum by the rod being made to slide upwards or downwards on 3 vertical nifage ridges within the aperture of the collar. Authorities: Charles A. Cypher's Incubation and Its Natural Laws, 1776, J. H. Barlow, The Art and Method of Hatching and Rearing All Kinds of Domestic Poultry and Game Birds, by Steam, London, 1827, and Daily Progress of the Chick in the Egg during Hatching in Steam Apparatus, London, 1824, Walthew Artificial Incubation, London, 1824, William Bucknell, The Ecoloban, A Treatise on Artificial Incubation in 2 parts, published by the author, London, 1839. T. Christie John, Hydroincubation, London, 1877, Roman 50, Write the Book of Poultry 2nd ed. London 1893. A Forget l'Aviculture et l'Incubation, Artificielle Paris 1896, J. H. Sutcliffe Incubators, and their management Upcott Gill London 1896, H. H. Stoddard The New Egg Farm, Orange Judd, Co. New York 1900 Edward Brown Poultry. Keeping as an Industry 5th ed. 1904 F. J. Roman 1000 page. A Simple Form of Gas Regulator Journ, Chem Soc Roman 1 London 1876, Roman 5 Babes über Einige Apparate zur Bakterienuntersuchung Centralblatt für Bacteriology, Roman 40 1888 T. Hupp Methoden der Bakterienforschungen, Berlin 1889. For further details of bacteriological incubators and accessories, see catalogues of Gallenkamp. Baird Tatlock Herson of London, and of the Cambridge Scientific Instrument Company, Cambridge of P. Lecu of Paris, and of F. Roman 1000 Lautenschläger of Berlin, that of Lecu and of the Cambridge Company, are particularly useful, as in many instances they give a scientific explanation of the principles upon which the construction of the various pieces of apparatus is based. G.P. Roman 1000. Incubus, a late Latin form of the classical incubo, a nightmare from incubare, to lie upon, way down, brood, the name given in the Middle Ages to a male demon, which was supposed to haunt women in their sleep, and to whose visits the birth of witches and demons was attributed. The female counterparts of these demons were called succubi. The word is also applied generally to an oppressive thing or person. Incumbent, from lat incumber, to lean, lie upon, a general term for the holder, rector, vicar, curate in charge of an ecclesiastical benefice, see benefice in Scotland. The title is generally confined to clergy of the Episcopal Church. The word in this application is peculiar to English Ducange Glossarium S. Roman 5, incumbens. Says that the jurisconsulti use incumber in the sense of obtiner possedier, but the sense may be transferred from the general one of that which rests, or is laid on one as a duty, which is also found in post-classical Latin, to be diligently resident in a parish or benefice, has also been suggested as the source of the meaning. Incunabula, a Latin neuter plural meaning, swaddling clothes, a cradle, birthplace, and so the beginning of anything now curiously specialized to denote books printed in the 15th century. Its use in this sense may have originated with the title of the first separately published list of 15th century books, Cornelius Abugham's Incunabula Typographiae, Amsterdam 1688. The word is generally recognized all over Europe and has produced vernacular forms such as the French incunables, German incunabeln Wiedendruck, Italian incunabali, though the anglicized incunables is not yet fully accepted. If its original meaning had been regarded, the application of the word would have been confined to books printed before a much earlier date, such as 1475, or to the first few, printed in any country or town, by the end of the 15th century. Book production in the great centers of the trade, such as Venice, Lyon, Paris, and Cologne, had already lost much of its primitive character, and in many countries there is no natural halting place between 1490 and 1520, or later. The attractions of a round date have prevailed, however, over these considerations, and the year 1500 is taken as a halting place, or more often a terminus, in all the chief works devoted to the registration and description of early printed books. The most important of these are Roman 1 Panzer's Annals, Typographicae, ob artis inventi origin, ad annum Roman 1500, printed in 5 volumes at Nuremberg in 1793, and subsequently in 1803, carried on to 1536 by 6 additional volumes, Roman 2 Ham's Repertorium, Bibliographicum, in quo libri omnes ob art typographica inventa, usc ad annum Roman 1500 types expressi ordine alphabetico, vel simpliciter enumeranter, vel ad curatius. Recensenter Stuttgart, 18,261,838, in Panzer's Annals. The first principle of division is that of the alphabetical order of the Latin names of towns, in which incunabula were printed, the books being arranged under the towns by the years of publication. In Haynes' Repertorium, the books are arranged under their authors' names, and it was only in 1891 that an index of printers was added by Dr. Conrad Berger. In 1898, Robert Proctor published an index to the early printed books in the British Museum, from the invention of printing to the year Roman 1500, with notes of those in the Bodleian Library. In this work, the books were arranged as far as possible chronologically under their printers, the printers chronologically under the towns in which they worked, and the towns and countries chronologically in the order in which printing was introduced into them, the total number of books registered being nearly 10,000 between 1898 and 1902. Dr. W. Copinger, published a supplement to Haynes' repertorium described as a collection towards a new edition of that work, adding some 7,000 new entries to the 16,000 editions, enumerated by Hayne from the total of about 23,000 incunabula, thus registered considerable deductions must be made for duplicate entries and undated. Editions which probably 370 belong to the 16th century. On the other hand, Dr. Copinger's supplement had hardly appeared before additional lists began to be issued registering books unknown both to him and to Hayne, and the new repertorium begun in 1905, under the auspices of the German government, seemed likely to register on its completion not fewer than 30,000 different incunabula, as extant either in complete copies or fragments. In any attempt to estimate the extent to which the incunabula still in existence represent the total output of the 15th century presses, a sharp distinction must be drawn between the weightier and the more ephemeral literature, owing to the great religious and intellectual upheaval in the 16th century. Much of the literature previously current went out of date, while the cumbrous early editions of books still read were superseded by handier ones. Before this happened, the heavier works had found their way into countless libraries, and here they reposed peacefully, only sharing the fate of the libraries themselves, when these were pillaged, or by a happier fortune, amalgamated with other collections in a larger library. The considerable number of copies of many books for whose preservation no special reason can be found encourages a belief that the proportion of serious works now completely lost is not very high, except in the case of books of devotion whose honorable destiny was to be worn to pieces by devout fingers. On the other hand, of the lighter literature, in book form, the cheap romances and catchpenny literature of all kinds, the destruction has been very great. Most of the broadsides and single sheets, generally, which have escaped have done so only by virtue of the 16th century custom of using waste of this kind as a substitute for wooden boards to stiffen bindings. Excluding these broadsides, Roman 100, the total output of the 15th century presses in book form is not likely to have exceeded 40,000 editions. As to the size of the editions, we know that the earliest printers at Rome favored 225 copies, those at Venice 300. By the end of the century, these numbers had increased, but the soft metal in use then for types probably wore badly enough to keep down the size of editions, and an average of 500 copies, giving a possible total of 20 million books put on the European market during the 15th century, is probably as near an estimate as can be made. Very many incunabula contain no information as to when, where, or by whom they were printed, but the individuality of most of the early types as compared with modern ones has enabled typographical detectives, of whom Robert Proctor, who died in 1903, was by far the greatest, to track most of them down to facilitate this work. Many volumes of facsimiles have been published, the most important being K. Berger's Monumenta Germaniae et Italiae Typographica, 1892, Roman 100J, W. Holtrop's Monuments Typographiques, des Pays-Bas, 1868, O. Thierry Pou's Premiers Monuments de l'Imprimerie, N. France au XVe siècle, 1890, K. Hebler's Typographie Ibérique du Quinzième siècle, 1901, and Gordon Duff's Early English Printing, 1896, the publications of the Type Facsimile Society, 1700 Roman 100, and the Woolly Facsimiles, a collection of 500 photographs privately printed. In his index to the early printed books at the British Museum, Proctor enumerated and described all the known types used by each printer, and his descriptions have been usefully extended and made more precise by Dr. Hebler in his Typenrepertorium der Wegendruck, 1905 Roman 100. With the aid of these descriptions and of the facsimiles already mentioned, it is usually possible to assign a newly discovered book with some certainty to the press from which it was issued, and often to specify within a few weeks or even days the date at which it was finished. As a result of these researches, it is literally true that the output of the 15th century presses, excluding the ephemeral publications, which have very largely disappeared, is better known to students than that of any other period of original literature of any importance. The half-century 14,501,500 was singularly barren, and the zeal with which 15th century books have been collected and studied has been criticized as excessive and misplaced. No doubt the minuteness with which it is possible to make an old book yield up its secrets has encouraged students to pursue the game for its own sake, without any great consideration of practical utility. But the materials which have thus been made available for the student of European culture are far from insignificant. The competition among the 15th century printers was very great, and they clearly sent to press every book for which they could hope for a sale, undaunted by its bulk. Thus the great medieval encyclopedia, the Specula Speculum, Naturale Speculum, Historiale Speculum, Morale Speculum Doctrinale of Vincent de Beauvais, went through 2 editions at Strasbourg and found publishers and translators elsewhere. Although it must have represented an outlay from which many modern firms would shrink, it would almost seem indeed as if some publishers specially affected very bulky works, which while they remained famous had grown scarce because the scribes were afraid to attempt them, hence more especially in Germany. It was not merely the output of a single generation which came to the press before 1500, but the whole of the medieval literature which remained alive. Roman 1e retained a reputation sufficient to attract buyers. A study of lists of incunabula enables a student to see just what works this included, and the degree of their popularity. On the other hand, in Italy, the influence of the classical Renaissance is reflected in the enormous output of Latin classics, and the progress of Greek studies can be traced in the displacement of Latin translations by editions of the originals. The part which each country and city played in the struggle between the old ideals and the new can be determined in extraordinary detail by a study of the output of its presses, although some allowance must be made for the extent to which books were transported along the great trade routes. Thus the fact that the Venetian output nearly equaled that of the whole of the rest of Italy was no doubt mainly due to its export trade. Venetian books penetrated everywhere, and the skill of Venetian printers in liturgical books procured them commissions to print whole editions for the English market. From the almost complete absence of scholarly books in the lists of English incunabula, it would be too much to conclude that there was no demand for such books in England. The demand existed, and was met by importation, which a statute of Richard Roman III's expressly facilitated, but that it was not commercially possible for a scholarly press to be worked in England, and that no man of means was ready to finance. 1. Tells its own tale. The total number of incunabula printed in England was probably upwards of 400, of which Caxton produced fully 1/4 of the 10,000 different incunabula, which the British Museum and Bodleian Library possess. Between them about 4,100 are Italian, 3,400 German, 1,000 French, 700, from the Netherlands 400, from Switzerland 150, from Spain and Portugal 50, from other parts of the continent of Europe, and 200 English, the proportion of these last being about doubled by the special zeal with which they have been collected. The celebration in 1640 of the second centenary, as it was considered of the invention of printing, may be taken as the date from which incunabula began to be collected for their own sake apart from their literary interest, and the publication of Buchan's Incunabula Typographiae in 1688 marks the increased attention paid to them. But up to the end of the 17th century, Caxtons could still be bought for a few shillings. The third centenary of the invention of printing in 1740 again stimulated enthusiasm, and by the end of the 18th century, the really early books were eagerly competed for. Interest in books of the last 10 or 15 years of the century is a much more modern development, but with the considerable literature which has grown up round, the subject is not likely to be easily checked. The chief collections of incunabula are those of the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris, Royal Library Munich, and British Museum. London, the number of separate editions in each library exceeding 9,000, with numerous duplicates. The number of separate editions at the Bodleian Library is about 5,000. Other important collections are at the University Library, Cambridge, and the John Rylands Library, Manchester, the latter being based on the famous Althorpe Library, formed by Earl Spencer C. Book collecting. A W. Poe. Indaba, a Zulu Bantu word formed from the inflectional prefix in and daba business news, for an important conference held by the Indunas or principal men of the Kaffir, Zulu Xhosa tribes of South Africa. Such indabas may include only the Indunas of a particular tribe, or may be held with the representatives of other tribes or peoples. Indazoles, benzopyrazoles, organic substances containing the ring system, the parent substance, indazole C7H6N2, was obtained by E. Fisher and 1883 221 p. 280 by heating orthohydrazine cinnamic acid. It has also been obtained by heating orthodiazomonodoluene with acetic acid and benzene F. Husler Burr, 1891 24 p. 4161. It crystallizes in needles from hot water, which melt at 146 Roman 100 and boil at 269,270 Roman 100, it is readily soluble in hot water alcohol, and dilute hydrochloric acid nitrous acid converts it into nitrosoindazole, whilst on heating with the alkyl iodides it is converted into alkyl indazoles. A series of compounds isomeric with these alkyl derivatives is known and can be considered as derived from the ring system. These isomers are called isendazoles and may be prepared by the reduction of the nitrosorthylkilaminosetaphenones with zinc dust and water, or acetic acid. The indazoles are weak bases, which crystallize readily. Phenyl indazole, on reduction with sodium and absolute alcohol, gives a dihydroderivative K Roman 50 Paul Burr, 1891-24 p. 963. For other derivatives, see E. Fisher and J. Tafel, Ann 1880, 227 p. 314. Indemnity through fr indemnite lat indemnes free from damage or loss in negative, and damnum loss in law, an undertaking either express or implied to compensate another for loss or damage, or for trouble or expense, incurred also the sum so paid. See contract and insurance. Marine and active indemnity is a statute passed for the purpose either of relieving persons from disabilities and penalties to which they have rendered themselves liable, or to make legal transactions which when they took place were illegal. An act or bill of indemnity used to be passed every session by the English Parliament for the relief of those who had unwittingly neglected to qualify themselves in certain respects for the holding of offices. Roman 100, as for example justices, without taking the necessary oaths. The Promissory Oaths Act 1868 rendered this unnecessary. Indene ch, a hydrocarbon found in the fraction of the coal tar distillate boiling between 176 and 182 Roman 100, and from which it may be extracted by means of its picrate. G. Kramer, A. Spilker Burr, 1890-23 p. 3276. It may also be obtained by distilling the calcium salt of hydrondine carboxylic acid C6H4CH22CHQ. It is an oil which boils at 179,180 and has a specific gravity 115 Roman 100. Dilute nitric acid oxidizes it to phthalic acid, and sodium reduces it in alcoholic solution to hydrondine C9, H a Roman 5 beaker, and W. H. Perkin Burr 1880-417 p. 125, by the action of sodiumalonic ester on orthoxylylene, bromide, obtained a hydrondine dicarboxylic ester. C6H4CH2Br 2 CH NACO to C2H 2 NABR CH Dakota C2H C6H4CH 22 CCO to C2H. This ester on hydrolysis yields the corresponding acid, which on heating loses carbon dioxide and gives the monocarboxylic acid of hydrondine. The barium salt of this acid, when heated, yields indene and not hydrondine hydrogen, being liberated. W. H. Perkin Jur Chem Soch, 1894-65 p. 228. Indene vapor, when passed through a red-hot tube, yields chrysene. It combines with nitrosyl chloride to form indene nitrosate. Roman 1000 Denstet and Roman 100 Arens Burr, 1895-28 p. 1331, and it reacts with benzaldehyde oxalic ester and formic ester. J. Thiel Burr 1933 p. 3395. On the derivatives of indene. C. W. Roman 5 Miller Burr, 1890-23 p. 1883, Th. Zinc Burr 1887-20 p. 2394, 1886, 19 p. 2493, and W. Roser and E. Hasselhoff, Ann 1888 247 p. 140. Indenture through O. Fr. Indenture, from a legal Latin term, indentura indentare, to cut into teeth, to give a jagged edge in modum dentium, like teeth, a law term for a special form of deed executed between two or more parties, and having counterparts or copies equal to the number of parties. These copies were all drawn on one piece of vellum or paper, divided by a toothed or indented line. The copies, when separated along this waved line, could then be identified as tallies. When brought together, deeds executed by one party only had a smooth or polled edge, whence the name deed poll by the real property. Act 1845-5. All deeds purporting to be indentures have the effect of an indenture, even though the indented line be absent. The name chirograph gr hand to write was also early applied to such a form of deed, and the word itself was often written along the indented line. See further deed and diplomatic. The term indenture is now used generally of any sealed agreement between two or more parties, and specifically of a contract of apprenticeship, whence the phrase to take up one's indentures on completion of the term, and also of a contract by laborers to serve in a foreign country or colony see coolie. Independence a city and the county-sat of Jackson County, Missouri, USA 3 Roman 1000 S of the Missouri River, and 10 Roman 1000 E of Kansas City Pop, 1890-63, 80 1969-74, 937 Negroes 1910, 9859. The city is served by the Missouri Pacific, the Chicago Alton, and the Kansas City Southern Railways, and by an electric line and fine boulevard to Kansas City. It is situated about 1,000 ft above the sea and is surrounded by a fertile agricultural district. The city has a small public square surrounding the courthouse and a public library, and is the seat of St. Mary's Academy under the control of the Sisters of Mercy. Among its manufactures are farming implements, flour, and lumber. The municipality owns. Its electric lighting plant Independence was laid out as a town and chosen as the county-sat in 1827, first chartered as a city in 1849, and made a city of the third class in 1889. About 1,500 Mormons, attracted by the revelation that this was to be a Zion, settled in and about Independence in 1831 and 1832. They contemplated building their chief temple, about 12 Roman 1000 W of the site of the present courthouse. But 1833, partly because they invited free Negroes to join them, were expelled by the Gentile inhabitants of Independence in 1867. A settlement of about 150 Hedrikites, or members of the Church of Jesus Christ, organized in Illinois in 1835, came here and secretly bought up parts of the temple, lot the heirs of the settlers of 18,311,832, conveyed the lot by deed to the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints with headquarters at Lamoni, Iowa, which brought suit against the Hedrikites. But in 1894, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided the case on the ground of laches, in favor of the Hedrikites, who 15 years afterwards had nearly died out in 18,671,869. A few families belonging to the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints monogamists settled in Independence, and in 1908 their church here had about 2,000 members besides a large church building. They have here a printing establishment from which is issued the weekly Zion's Ensign, founded in 1891, and the Independence Sanitarium completed in 1908. The faithful Mormons still look to Independence as the Zion of the Church in 1907. A number of Mormons from Utah settled here, moving the headquarters of the Central States Mission from Kansas City to Independence, and founded a periodical called Liahona, the Elders' Journal, from about 1831 to 1844, when its river landing was destroyed by flood. Independence was the headquarters and outfitting point of the extensive caravan trains for the Santa Fe, Oregon, and Old Salt Lake trails during the Civil War. About 300 Federals under Lieutenant Colonel Roman 500 H. Buell occupying the town were captured on the 16th of August 1862 by Colonel Hughes in command of 1,500 Confederates, and on the 22nd of October 1864, a part of General Sterling Price's 372 Confederate Army was defeated a few miles east of Independence by General Alfred Pleasonton.